The girl was currently sitting in the carriage, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. Then she pursed her lips, pondering for a moment, before softly asking, "Is it truly me? The future bride the Dispenser family has always desired? It's probably not me." The woman sitting opposite immediately confirmed. The chosen one is indeed Lady Raina. No sooner had she finished speaking than the carriage coincidentally came to a halt. Seeing this, she announced, "We've arrived. Let's get down." With that, she quickly stepped out of the carriage first. As he opened the door for her, the coachman bowed respectfully and said, "Viscountess Evely and Lady Raina, we have arrived." As she looked up at the magnificent splendor of the castle, the girl couldn't help but exclaim in admiration to herself, "Wow, it's truly grand." The gentlewoman politely suggested, "Let's go inside, Lady Raina." As soon as she entered, a man in a white waistcoat greeted her with a warm smile. "Welcome, lady, to the Dispenser family. This is our eldest son, Felix."
Raina didn't answer, but stared at him wide-eyed and thought to herself, "This man is my husband." A few days earlier, at the Homewood residence, just as Raina opened the door and stepped into the house, carrying a bag of bread and saying, "I'm home," she coincidentally witnessed her older sister's extremely vehement protest. "No way, father, have you gone mad? I won't marry some viscount or other." The girl who had just refused was Roxy Homewood, the eldest daughter of the Homewood family. The head of the household, Walter Homewood, rubbed his forehead and handed her a document, saying, all right, someone like you could marry into a better family, but take a look at this." Without a word, she snatched the document and hastily read its contents. Seeing her eyebrows furrow tighter and tighter as she read the document's contents, Raina couldn't help but wonder to herself, what's going on? Just then, someone suddenly walked in and bumped into her, making her jump and exclaim, "Ah!" The collision was a bit strong, causing an item from the bag she was holding to fall out. Seeing this, Raina quickly bent down, reached out her hand and thought to herself, "Butter?" She suddenly became irritable, questioning loudly, "Why is it so noisy?" Hearing this, Raina paused for a moment. Then she looked up and asked, "Oh, mother, you're back?" Lady Catherine Homewood glanced at her, asking with a hint of reproach, "Why are you just standing there, getting in everyone's way?" Just then, Raina's older sister suddenly asked with a hint of disdain, "Auntie, doesn't it mean that all Homewood daughters are still available?" Hearing this, she quickly crossed her arms and asked, "What is it?" The sister suddenly glanced at Raina, then arbitrarily decided, "All right, then let Raina go." As soon as she heard her say that she would be sent in her place, Raina was so stunned that she dropped the bag in her hand, then thought in alarm, "Huh?" At the same time, Mr. Walter looked at Raina with bright, malicious eyes and a sinister smile, happily demanding, "Yes, Raina, you go." She stammered in fear. Go where?" He casually replied, "This is a marriage proposal letter from Viscount Dispenser's family. They said they would offer a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Raina broke out in a sweat, thinking in shock, "A marriage proposal letter?" Times changed, and more noble families went bankrupt. The imperial court, unable to cover enough tax revenue, initiated the buying and selling of titles. Where there are sellers, there will naturally be buyers. Viscount Dispenser's family was also among them, but the purchase of titles was not recognized by those considered true nobility.
Those born as nobles and families who buy and sell titles with money devalue the nobility. It's only natural that the two sides dislike each other. As a result, to become truly noble, they seek out the daughter of a count? After thinking to herself, Raina immediately shouted loudly to express her opinion. I don't want to." Then she squeezed her eyes shut and, filled with immense resentment, thought, "I've tried so hard to be useful. My family's impoverished circumstances meant I couldn't eat properly. Even so, I worked diligently. And yet, in the end, I'm being sold off like this." Putting her hands on her hips, Mrs. Catherine loudly protested, "No, you can't take her away." Hearing this, Raina couldn't help but feel moved, thinking to herself, "Mom, even so, at least Mom doesn't want me to leave." But contrary to her hopes, she frowned regretfully and explained, "If she leaves, who will do the housework?" As soon as she heard these words, Raina was utterly stunned, frozen for a few seconds. Then she bowed her head, hopefully thinking to herself, No, don't be disappointed. That's right. If I'm not here, who will do the housework? Mom, please get even angrier. I really don't want to be taken away." As soon as he handed the letter to Mrs. Catherine, Mr. Walter suggested, "Catherine, read this letter carefully." As soon as she read the content written above, she frowned and thought to herself, "He squandered all his assets on business, and now he plans to sell his daughter to a viscount to make a living?" She firmly declared, "No matter how much money there is, don't even dream of taking my daughter away." As soon as she saw the amount of money written above, her eyes immediately lit up. Then she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Oh my goodness, how much is this?" He gleefully replied, "A full 5,000 florins. That's 5,000.
Hearing this, she immediately bowed her head, excitedly thinking to herself, with this amount of money, I can live luxuriously in a grand mansion just like before. After that, she sneered and spoke, Raina, my dear daughter, as long as you leave this house, everything can be resolved. Raina, if only you endure, our whole family will be comfortable. Why are you so selfish? Seeing that Raina didn't answer or react at all, just stared blankly like an idiot. This made her extremely disgusted. She grumbled to herself, ugly. How could a reject like this be born from my womb? Then she raised her voice to remind her, I have raised you for so many years. You must repay me this much. Marrying into a good family, only then will you be a filial child. You are truly useful. Upon hearing this, Raina immediately wanted to retort, but before the words could escape her lips, she quickly swallowed them back, then pursed her lips sadly and thought to herself, those were the words I had always wanted to hear, yet I felt no joy at all. Mrs. Catherine didn't care whether Raina wanted to or not. She hastily turned her head and demanded, all right, Raina will be leaving soon, so go prepare dinner. She softly replied, yes. She suddenly wondered and asked, where did Morris go? Raina's older sister immediately replied, he'll be back by dinner time. And I bought that dress, Mom. She calmly replied, all right, it has to match the shoes and jewelry, right? Seeing them casually discuss buying jewelry and clothes with the very money they were about to gain from selling her, even with her present, made her heart ache. She immediately opened the door and left the room, then softly bowed her head in sorrow and thought to herself, so that's how it is. I am no longer a member of this family. Time slipped away like the wind, and before long, a week had passed. At the Homewood household, upon seeing their family's benefactors arrive, Mrs. Catherine offered a faint smile and invited them in. Please come in. They were members of the Dispenser family. Then she suddenly paused for a moment and suddenly swallowed to compose herself. Afterwards, she resolutely thought to herself, she couldn't let these old nobles intimidate her. Then she offered a cordial smile and said, you must have traveled a long way to get here. You must be weary. As she glanced around, Raina thought to herself, Morris was nowhere to be seen. Even so,
Lady Dispenser suddenly stood up, politely bowing in thanks. Thank you for accepting this marriage arrangement. Seeing this, Raina thought to herself, this is Lady Everly Dispenser. I should probably greet her too. Just as she thought this, Raina quickly began to introduce herself. I am... To her surprise, before her words were finished, Mrs. Catherine quickly interrupted. My Lady Everly, would you mind having a private chat with me for a moment? With that, she immediately pulled Lady Everly aside to talk. Leaving Raina alone, dejectedly bowing her head, she sadly thought to herself, so there's no need for a wedding ceremony. I'm just being sold off like this. I don't even know who among these people is my husband. I wish they were here for Roxy. Clearly, Roxy could easily cancel the engagement just by getting angry and refusing. Just as Raina was thinking this to herself, a sudden voice rang out. Raina! Next, Mrs. Catherine stepped forward to her, unexpectedly opening her arms and embracing her tightly. Then she whispered softly, the conversation with the Viscountess went very smoothly, my good daughter. You must live well. Upon hearing these words, Raina was so moved she couldn't help but softly call out. But before she could fully utter the sacred word mother, she instantly dropped the gentle mother facade she had just put on, replacing it with her usual aggressive expression, and barked an order. Well, let's go now. After that, she casually turned and walked away. Before Raina could even fully process what happened, 5 servants from the Dispenser household suddenly took the luggage from her hands and offered, Allow me to carry your luggage, Miss Raina. Upon hearing this, she quickly pulled her luggage back and replied, No thank you, it's light, I'll go on ahead. Then, as she rushed off, she thought to herself, scolding herself, What were you hoping for, you idiot? Just then, another voice spoke up, Miss Raina? Miss Raina? Upon hearing this, she promptly stopped, her mouth slightly open in surprise, and answered, Yes? Mrs. Everly offered with a gentle smile, Just pick whichever you're most comfortable with. She asked, puzzled. Comfortable? Mrs. Everly then explained, Well, between the car and the carriage. After a moment of thought, Raina suddenly felt a pang of guilt, pointing to her choice. I'll choose this one. Mrs. Everly said nothing, only subtly curving the corners of her lips. Then she took a step forward and said, All right, I also prefer classic things. Let's go then. Raina nodded slightly in response. Oh yes. Just as she was about to get into the car, the eldest son, Morris, appeared from out of nowhere, eagerly walked over and exclaimed with a bright smile, Wow, it's really beautiful. Can we buy one just like it? Seeing him finally appear, Raina quietly called out, Morris. Then she sadly mumbled, It turns out he didn't come to say goodbye to me after all. While Raina was still sadly muttering, Felix, from behind, for some reason kept his eyes fixed on her back. It was a moment before he finally moved his gaze away. Another gaze furtively darted towards Felix. The eldest daughter of the Homewood family thought to herself with a slight surprise,
What's this? Are all the men in that family handsome? Then she suddenly let out a cold snort and muttered, It's got nothing to do with me. She quickly turned and went back inside the house. As soon as she stepped through the door, what caught her eye was Mrs. Catherine hugging a suitcase full of money, beaming and showing off. Look, there's even more money than they mentioned in the letter. Mr. Walter praised her with immense joy. You are truly amazing. While everyone in the Homewood family rejoiced at having a large sum of money in hand, Raina, however, sat silently in the carriage, her head bowed in sadness. Not long after, the entire Dispenser family also began their journey back home. The youngest son of the Dispenser family suddenly frowned and exclaimed, It's too cramped. The second son heard this and immediately chided him. That's why I told you not to come, so why did you follow us? The youngest son irritably retorted in a loud voice, What are you talking about? If everyone else is going, then as the youngest in the family, I naturally have to go too. Besides, shouldn't he be riding in the carriage? The second son indifferently explained. He was kicked out, remember? He's as tall as a reed, and his face is expressionless. I'm afraid he'd scare Miss Raina. As soon as he heard him say that, Felix quickly turned his head away to avoid them. Seeing this, the second son and the youngest son covered their mouths and giggled together. Meanwhile, Felix, with a hint of agreement, thought to himself, Is that really true? Indeed, she kept recoiling earlier.
As he thought this, Felix suddenly recalled Raina's shy expression when she looked at him earlier. A slight curve of his lips, he mused with amusement. That look, though very cute, still... A moment later, the car stopped. What caught Raina's eye was a massive building. As she gazed at the mansion's luxurious splendor, she couldn't help but marvel to herself, Wow, it's truly massive. She then instinctively gulped and worriedly thought to herself, How long will it take me to clean this place? Being a rich family, I'm sure I won't be doing all the work alone, will I? Just then, Mrs. Everly suddenly called out, Raina, everyone's waiting in the living room. We should go in too. Hearing her, Raina immediately replied, Oh yes. She then hastily followed her. Stepping inside the house, the moment she entered the mansion's living room, Raina was immediately overwhelmed and thought to herself in awe, These furnishings look truly valuable.
If I accidentally broke it, even if it was my carelessness... don't think about it anymore. As she thought this, Raina quickly hit her head lightly and repeatedly with her hand, which made Mrs. Everly and her husband, the head of the Dispenser family, look on in wonder. Then he suddenly offered with a gentle smile, Please come in, Miss Raina. I am Alex, the head of the Dispenser family. Upon seeing his handsome appearance, Raina couldn't help but quickly praise him inwardly. So handsome. Turning his gaze towards Felix, Mr. Alex gently smiled and introduced, And this person here is Miss Raina's fiancé, the eldest son of our family, Felix. Upon seeing his incredibly handsome appearance, Raina immediately blushed and gazed at him blankly for a moment. It took her a moment to quickly collect herself and think, Oh, he's too scary. She glanced to see Felix still wearing the same icy cold expression she saw every day, despite a maiden as fresh as a flower and precious as a gem standing before him.
Mr. Alex couldn't help but chuckle, then placed a hand on his shoulder and said, All right, please continue with the introductions. Hearing him say that, Felix immediately carried out the task. This person here is the second child, Eden. That person over there is the youngest, Joffrey. Mrs. Everly suddenly smiled, her eyes crinkling, and continued, And this is me, Everly. That's enough introductions for now. Shall we sit down? Raina replied softly, Yes, of course. With that, all 6 people quickly moved to the chairs and sat down. Seeing that most people had their eyes fixed on her, Raina couldn't help but think fearfully to herself, Oh, everyone's staring at me. Seeing this, Mrs. Everly feigned a cough twice, then glaring and frowning she ordered, Stop staring. After that, she gently smiled and said amiably, Raina must be very tired. Let's talk about family matters later. I'll discuss the important marriage arrangements first. She broke out in a nervous sweat and replied, Yes. She calmly explained, The wedding will be held 2 years from now. During that time, you just need to consider yourself engaged. Holding a teacup in her hand, Raina couldn't help but think in surprise to herself, That long? Then I didn't need to come here right away. Mrs. Everly continued gently, I intend to hold a simple engagement ceremony with just the family. You might feel it's a long time, but that's sufficient. Hearing this, Raina slightly frowned in speculation, thinking to herself, Could it be that this... An exam. That's right, it's an exam. If I can't do the job, I'll be kicked out immediately. That absolutely cannot happen. I have to try my best. The grandmother didn't pay attention to her somewhat unusual demeanor, but happily smiled and wondered to herself, So what should I call her now? Raina suddenly stood up, picked up her luggage and politely said, Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll go to my room first. Hearing her say that, Everly didn't pressure her at all, but smiled and replied, All right, go rest. After confirming that Raina had left the living room and gone up to her room, Felix's eyebrows immediately furrowed. He quickly stood up and protested, That's too long. 6 months? No, at least a year. Everly casually replied, I don't like it. This made him extremely displeased, and he indignantly called out loudly, Mother? She calmly explained, Raina might not like you either. Felix asked back, bewildered, What? She leisurely crossed her arms and sneered, continuing to explain,
So you think you're definitely going to like Raina? I agreed to this marriage arrangement because it was a rather reasonable plan to get Raina away, but I don't want the wedding to take place when Raina is still unwilling. Her coming here wasn't Raina's choice. We paid to buy her.
As soon as he heard Mrs. Everly bring up the matter again, Felix suddenly slumped into his chair. He clasped his hands together, placed them in front of him, and muttered reproachfully, "You didn't have to blurt it out, Mom. It's just between me and Raina." Hearing Felix say that, Mrs. Everly felt a quiet triumph and thought to herself, "Felix, you're quite eager too, aren't you?" Then she gently closed her eyes, recalling the first time she saw Raina. That was when the little girl was playing with the other children at the orphanage she had found it. The moment she saw the radiant smile on the little girl's face, Mrs. Everly immediately proposed, "I want to adopt that child." Hearing her words, the manager involuntarily broke out in a sweat and explained in a panic, "Oh, that's right, that little girl is Miss Raina of Homewood. I'm truly grateful that she frequently visits our orphanage." Mrs. Everly felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing the manager's words and hastily offered her apologies. "Oh my, how rude of me, but that child, her smile is truly beautiful." After reminiscing, Mrs. Everly picked up her teacup and silently wished, "I hope the child is happy here." Seeing Eden brazenly puff out his cheeks and tease him, Joffrey angrily shouted, "Despicable!" Meanwhile, Mr. Alex whined and pleaded, "I also want to talk to Raina." As she raised her teacup to her lips, Mrs. Everly thought with a hint of worry, "But with this plan, if that child isn't happy..." Thinking this, she suddenly paused for a moment. Then she continued to think to herself, "Then I must follow my own plan." While Felix was constantly worrying and thinking to himself, "What if that girl doesn't remember anything about me at all?" Mrs. Everly decided to think to herself, "Go on, Felix, try to win Raina's heart." Holding some paper in his hand, Mr. Alex bowed his head, feeling sorry for himself, and thought, "Only my wife gets to talk to Raina. I want to get close to Raina too." It turned out that the paper in his hand contained the words he wanted to express to her. "Dear Raina, do you prefer to call me Cha, Bo, or Ba? I prefer the last one. You absolutely must not call me Viscount." The next morning, in Raina's room, after a deep sleep, she suddenly woke up with a start, quickly sat up, and thought in a panic, "Oh dear, what time is it? Why didn't the alarm clock ring? Mom's going to be furious." Raina paused for a moment, then suddenly realized she wasn't in her own home anymore, but at Dispenser's house. After that, she muttered to herself reproachfully, "This isn't my house, really." Saying this, she looked out at the scenery outside the window. Next, she thought with a touch of surprise, "It seems this is the first time I've slept this long since I was 12. Thinking this, Raina suddenly had an idea. As she turned, she thought with determination, "I must quickly go down to the kitchen." A moment later, Raina opened the kitchen door and politely said, "Excuse me." Seeing her awake so early and entering the kitchen, the head chef couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Oh my, why is the young lady here?" A maid with green hair curiously asked, "Who is that?" The maid with brown hair chimed in, wondering, who could that be? The head chef quickly reminded them, "This is the new young lady that the master told everyone about." Hearing that, the maid with brown hair exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, is it her?" She quickly introduced herself. "I am Mary, the head chef. Is there something you need, young lady, coming to the kitchen so early?" Raina clasped her hands tightly and timidly asked, Do I have anything to do?" Hearing her ask that, everyone looked at her blankly. Fearing they would criticize her for not knowing how to do anything, Raina quickly added, "I also know how to bake bread and I know how to make stew too." The head chef broke into a sweat and asked again in astonishment, "Pardon me?" She quickly continued, "Oh, I'm also good at cleaning." Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. In any case, there's nothing for the young lady to do here." Hearing her say that, she couldn't help but feel anxious and pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "If things continue like this, I'll be kicked out. That absolutely cannot happen." Suddenly seeing an apron nearby, Raina immediately went to take it down. Then, hurrying away, she blushingly and shyly suggested, "I'll manage it myself." Seeing this, the chef frantically called after her, "Miss, wait!" Meanwhile, the two brown-haired and green-haired maids could only stand there, watching her and smiling wryly, remarking, "The young lady is truly adorable." Raina quickly tied her hair up and put on the apron. Then she began to gently tap an egg against the side of the bowl, breaking it open to put its contents into the bowl. A little later, in the dining room of the Dispenser mansion, all the dishes had been cooked and were served on the table. Seeing Raina just standing there and not sitting down at the table, Mr. Alex asked curiously, "Raina, why are you standing there?" Sweating, she asked blankly, "Pardon?" As he pulled out a chair for her, Felix gently suggested, "Sit here." Hearing him, she involuntarily blushed shyly and replied, "Oh yes." Then, as she sat down, she thought to herself with a hint of doubt, "Am I dining with them?" Felix suddenly asked, "Milk or tea? Which would you prefer?" She stammered slightly in response, Milk." Hearing this, he smiled faintly and replied, "All right." She continued, flustered, "Thank you."
Mr. Alex, sitting next to them, chewed noisily while eyeing Felix suspiciously for a moment. Then he feigned a cough and asked, "But what exactly is this?" He immediately replied, "This is milk." Raina clasped her hands tightly, blushing shyly as she explained, "Oh, I made that myself. If you don't wish to eat it, that's perfectly all right." As soon as he heard her say that, Mr. Alex immediately froze. The entire family, for some unknown reason, suddenly stared wide-eyed in unison, thinking to themselves, "Raina cooked this herself?" Mr. Alex suddenly flashed a sly and determined smile, thinking to himself, "I'll be the first to dig in." No sooner had he finished his thought, and before he could even move his hand an inch, someone in the family was a step faster and beat him to it.
He asked in astonishment, "What is it?" Joffrey said nothing, only calmly smiled with delight. He was the winner of this food battle. Seeing this, Mr. Alex couldn't help but darken his face, frowning as he asked, that... While leisurely enjoying his spoils, Joffrey, with eyes squinted and a smile, exclaimed in praise, Wow, Raina, this is so delicious." He angrily reminded in a loud voice, "You must follow the family rules, you rascal. Felix, put that fork away." He didn't respond, only looked at Joffrey with a judgmental gaze, then puffed out his cheeks in frustration and sulked. In just a blink of an eye, the plate of food personally made by Raina had been completely devoured by the entire Dispenser family. Mrs. Everly smiled and praised, "This is truly delicious." Joffrey immediately chimed in, "Exactly." Hearing them say that, Raina happily smiled and expressed, "Next time I will make it for everyone again." Mr. Alex suddenly objected loudly, "No!"
This made Raina flinch slightly and reply, "Oh." She then sadly lowered her head, recalling Morris's criticisms of her cooking from the past. "Eggs again? Is there nothing else? It's too fishy." Though she thought to herself, it was true, Morris quickly grew tired of things, eating such delicious dishes every day, like the ones she cooked. Fearing Raina would misunderstand, Felix quickly asserted, "I didn't bring you here to make you work in the kitchen. If you don't want to, you don't have to." Mr. Alex smiled kindly and suggested, Anyway, on my birthday, I'd like to eat a dish similar to that gift. Could you make it for me?" Joffrey suddenly stood up and angrily corrected him loudly, "It's my birthday, isn't it? Only you, father, are selfish." Hearing this, Eden frowned and reproached, "You always pull the youngest child's trick when things don't go your way." Just then, Raina suddenly spoke up and replied, "Yes, I will." A moment later, Mr. Alex suddenly cleared his throat, then turned to Felix and asked curiously, "Now that I think about it, how are things going with Duke Cornwell?" He replied in a low voice, "It's not yet the stage where I'll come back and talk about it." He couldn't help but ask impatiently, "I'm curious about the process." He immediately asserted, "When the time is right, I'll tell you, father." Seeing Felix dare to display such an attitude towards him, he mumbled somewhat awkwardly, "Why are you getting so angry?" "All right, Eden, you're well prepared too, aren't you?" Eden replied, "Yes, father," while looking down at the table.
Felix couldn't help but regretfully think to himself, "My wife made this dish, but I'm the only one who doesn't get to eat it." While Felix was still regretting not being able to eat the dish Raina herself had made, Raina sat quietly beside him. She watched Mrs. Everly sternly remind her youngest son, "It won't be long until the first day of school." Joffrey, holding his head in his hands, replied wearily, "I know, I said I know." Raina clasped her hands together and thought silently to herself, "At Homewood, everyone just eats without saying anything. So will I ever have something to say here someday?" While Raina was still lost in thought, Mrs. Everly suddenly spoke up and asked, "Raina, are you finished eating?" She immediately replied, "Yes, I am." She smiled gently and suggested, "Then you can go rest first." She stammered, breaking into a sweat, "What? But I still have to clean up."
At this point, she slightly bowed her head and let out a sigh. Then she slowly stood up and said, "Yes, ma'am." With that, she quickly made her way towards the door. Just as she was about to open the door and leave, Mrs. Everly suddenly spoke up. "Oh, Raina, come have tea with me this afternoon, dear." Hearing Mrs. Everly say that, Raina happily replied with a beaming smile, "Yes, ma'am." Then she quickly bowed in farewell, opened the door, and left. Mr. Alex suddenly asked plaintively, "My dear wife, what about me?" She replied sternly, "No, that's just for girls to spend time together." Then she thought to herself, "What I mean is, he's always grumbling lately. People from the old days weren't like that." Mr. Alex put his 2 index fingers to his mouth while tearfully muttering in self-pity, "But I sometimes have tea with you, my dear, and I don't get to talk much with Raina." She paid him no mind and continued to think to herself, "What? He was always the first one to bring up adopting a child, but then again, thinking about bringing a daughter into the house isn't a bad thing either."
Mr. Alex suddenly burst into tears and wailed, "My lady," Everly calmly continued to think to herself, They say the older people get, the more childlike they become, don't they? That afternoon, a maid led Raina, giving instructions. The ladies' room is a short walk from here. Raina replied, yes. Afterwards, Raina looked around, marveling and thinking to herself, there are so many unusual decorations. Suddenly remembering something important, the green-haired maid turned to look at Raina and gently smiled as she introduced herself. Oh, that's right, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I'm Jane, and I'm responsible for looking after Lady Raina. Now, if you need anything, lady, just call for me. Raina, flustered and sweating, replied, about that? She tilted her head slightly, asking in confusion, huh? Raina, startled, awkwardly explained, no, if I need anything, I'll call. Jane then replied, oh, yes, ma'am. As soon as she heard a knock at the door, Evely called out, come in. As she opened the door and stepped inside, Raina politely said, pardon my intrusion. She gently invited, come in. I apologize, but please drink first. I just need to finish this one thing.
Hearing the old woman say that, she immediately replied yes. Then she slowly picked up the teacup. She silently marveled. What a delightful aroma. The old woman suddenly spoke up and asked, are you satisfied with your room? I prepared it, and I don't really know what girls like these days. Whenever you want, feel free to decorate it to your liking. She immediately affirmed, oh no, I love it very much. However, upon reflection, the wardrobe seemed a bit strange. There must have been some kind of misunderstanding. The old woman suddenly stood up and clapped her hands, exclaiming, that's right, it's the wardrobe, isn't it? It turned out it wasn't a wardrobe at all, but a dressing room. Ah, so the dressing room is a bit chilly, huh? Raina frantically waved her hands, explaining, oh no, it's not like that at all. There are so many things in the wardrobe. I think I was being rude by commenting on the room. With that, she gently bowed her head, remembering the shoes she had presumptuously taken out to try on, and couldn't help but marvel. Wow, so beautiful. Then she secretly thought with a hint of hope, they're so beautiful, so trying them on for a little while should be fine, right? Fearing that Raina would misunderstand that she was reprimanding her, Mrs. Evely quickly spoke up to explain. Oh dear, Raina, that is the gift we prepared for you. She widened her eyes in confusion and asked again, pardon? Mrs. Evely continued to explain. The coat is from Alex, the elegant items are from Felix, the red dresses are from Eden, and the cute handbags and accessories are from Joffrey. Everyone's tastes are different, so I wanted to see who had a more interesting preparation. Raina mumbled her thanks. Thank you, madam. Mrs. Evely replied with an embarrassed smile. Everyone went to great lengths to prepare together, so it feels a bit strange for only me to receive the thanks. Hearing that, Raina couldn't help but say emotionally, thank you, mother. As soon as she heard her call her mother, she immediately smiled shyly and let out a soft sigh of relief. Afterwards, she gently suggested, so let's talk about the main topic of this tea party, shall we? Raina immediately replied, yes. Then, as she wiped away her tears, she secretly thought with a hint of longing, am I welcome here? Mrs. Evely suddenly asked curiously, Raina, is there anything you want to do? She widened her eyes in surprise and asked again, pardon? She calmly explained, times have changed now. We must teach our daughters skills so they can be independent. Raina didn't answer, but continued to widen her eyes and gape, secretly thinking, marriage is 2 years from now, 2 years from now, 2 years after that. That's right, in 2 years I might be kicked out. Do I have to prepare from now to be able to survive even if I'm kicked out of here?
By the wide, tall window, light shone through the clear glass, revealing the luxurious interior of the room. From there, a deep, warm voice resonated. All right, how far have you gotten in your studies? A response followed. For history, just knowing the fundamentals is sufficient. On the table, a teacup sat, filled to the brim, its exterior exquisitely adorned with intricate patterns. Evely's voice was even. Personally, I'd prefer you to study philosophy or psychology, or learning to paint or play a musical instrument would also be good. Then we'll frequently visit art museums in the theater. It will be a lot of fun. As if realizing something, her gaze subtly shifted.
Raina's face was downcast, her eyes flashing with an unnamed sorrow. Seeing Raina's expression, she was startled and anxiously called out to her. Raina, if you don't want to, you don't have to do it. Evely stepped forward, took her hands, and spoke gently. It's just better to know the basics. She thought to herself, there are many enemies in Dispenser Bay right now. If she were to enter high society in this state, this child would only get hurt and lose her self-confidence. Her gentle voice continued, offering sincere advice. Raina, I'm not forcing you to do anything right now, but I hope you find what you like by experiencing everything. Hearing this, Raina lowered her gaze and replied softly, Yes, I will. All right, the tea session ends here. You must be tired, so go home and rest. Yes. Soon after, Raina slowly walked out the door, Evely behind her smiling gently and waving goodbye. When she left, the room immediately became silent, only a faint emptiness remaining. Evely sat there silently, falling into deep thought, as if conversing with her deepest thoughts. I understand your circumstances and your pain. I didn't say much because I was afraid it would be strange to say, I've been watching you for a long time. In a corner of the room, she slightly tilted her head to look over, Heavy thoughts once again surged within her. It was indeed better to say it. Raina returned to her room and immediately flopped onto the bed, her eyes vacant, gradually drifting into endless thoughts. Roxy had a private tutor, and Morris attended the royal school. They were all smarter than her, who only knew how to read. What do I want to do? When all this is over, I'll be busy taking a quick nap, because I feel quite tired.
Breaking free from her thoughts, a question popped into her mind. If that's the case, would reading books then be beneficial? Can I study well starting now? Right after that, Raina gently lay back on the bed. What do I want to do? The question echoed in her head, bringing back fragments of memories. The image of slender hands gliding over piano keys gradually became clear. In the spacious, luxurious room, Roxy sat upright before the piano. In a hidden corner, Raina quietly held the mop, her eyes irresistibly drawn to it. Back in the present, Raina's eyes gently closed. In that moment, a whisper echoed from deep within her mind. I want to learn piano, but... As night fell, a knock sounded from within the mansion. The maid stood outside and spoke. Miss, it's time for dinner. Please wake up. The call of Miss Raina continued, but Raina was still fast asleep, her face flushed. Receiving no answer and sensing something was wrong, the maid immediately ran to inform everyone. She cried out, her voice filled with urgency and fear. Madam!
The young lady seems to be in a lot of pain. Hearing this, Evely froze, crying out in a panic. Joe, call Joshua quickly. The room, with its light brown wooden floor, exuded a gentle warmth. The flickering light from the ceiling lamp cast down, making the space even more silent. However, that tranquility was quickly torn apart by a sobbing cry that seemed to want to fill all four walls. Evely sat slumped on the floor in a corner, bursting into sobs, her voice choked with self-reproach. It's me. I pushed Raina too much. Raina, you don't have to do anything. The person examining her was Joshua, the head physician of the Dispenser family. His face was a mixture of extreme tension and bewilderment as he thought to himself, clearly I was just at home. Going back to a moment ago, yes, I was having dinner when I was dragged away. Sir Joshua, the young mistress is in critical condition. When I heard that the young mistress was in critical condition, I even thought about the two families having held a wedding. Sir Alex, did Felix really get married without anyone knowing? Because she was still Felix's unmarried fiancée, I assumed I would certainly be invited to the wedding. Therefore, I confidently stepped down from the carriage and greeted Alex. Alex, are you here to greet me? Alex, wait, hurry up. When I collected myself, I was already here.
Joshua sat there so helpless he felt like crying, lamenting silently to himself. Moreover, even though he had explained it was just a common cold, they had been like this for several hours. I feel like crying myself. Joshua glanced over at Evely, who was standing. Eden was the type of person who wouldn't cry even if they had measles. That's true. In some aspects, a cold can be quite dangerous. Breaking off his thoughts, he spoke up. Looking at their physical condition and skin, the cause appears to be malnutrition. Medications and dietary supplements will be formulated and sent out tomorrow. It's really just a cold, so there's no need for everyone to worry too much. Well then, I'll take my leave.
Amidst the silent night, the carriage slowly rumbled away within the tranquil grounds. Late at night, the sky was draped in a deep black velvet, brilliant with countless twinkling stars stretching across the expanse. Raina's room was silent when suddenly someone opened the door. Light from outside streamed in, chasing away the shadows in the room. Approaching footsteps echoed. Soon after, the person gently pulled a chair next to her bed. It was Felix. He sat quietly on the chair, his gaze pensive as he watched her sleeping. Raina slept soundly, her face serene. His blue eyes gently looked at her. An inexpressible emotion flickered, and he mused inwardly. Malnutrition. 4 years ago, at the orphanage. In a modest house, situated amidst a spacious and peaceful courtyard, a heartfelt call suddenly echoed. Joffrey, over here, Joffrey. Back then, Felix was hurrying for some reason. Joff. Next to the big tree, Joffrey sat there, softly calling out, Brother. Back then, Raina, sitting beside him, also subtly glanced towards where he stood.
Memories flooded back. Someone's small hand gently bandaged the wound, and a gentle voice said, It must hurt a lot. Once we get back and disinfect it thoroughly, it'll heal quickly. Joffrey sat leaning against a tree trunk, his small legs with bandaged knees, softly said, Thank you. Just then, Felix and Eden also approached. Eden's voice softly rang out, We are indebted to you. Raina replied, puzzled, Do you know this child? Hearing that, Felix let out a soft, Ah. Immediately, Eden smiled cheerfully and continued for him. Yes, we know him very well. We came to volunteer at the orphanage, but this boy went missing, so we went looking for him, and you eventually helped us find him. It's really no big deal. By the way, since you've already helped, could you also show us the way back to the orphanage?" Hearing that, she looked confused and hesitated, saying, "Huh? Don't tell me you two are also?" Having gotten lost while looking for Joffrey, Eden, still smiling brightly, immediately replied, "Yes, we're lost too." Meanwhile, Felix just subtly glanced away, as if to confirm. Seeing their expressions, Raina said softly, "I'm actually on my way back too. Just follow this direction. Thank you." The atmosphere then became unusually peaceful.
In a modestly designed house, inside the room, medical tools were neatly arranged. A gentle voice carrying reassurance rang out. "There, it's all healed now." Joffrey's leg had been carefully bandaged. He joyfully exclaimed, his voice full of relief, "I don't hurt anymore." Raina spoke softly, gently cautioning the boy. "If you come to volunteer later, please be very careful when going into the forest behind the orphanage. There are many caves, and if you go deep inside, there will be many snakes." Joffrey replied clearly, "Yes, I'll be careful from now on." Felix and Eden stood aside, thinking to themselves. Saying it was a picnic was a lie. Joffrey, because he didn't want to volunteer, planned to run away, but unexpectedly got lost. Suddenly, the room door burst open. Two boys poked their heads in, their faces beaming, shouting loudly, "You're here! Sister Raina is here!" She was slightly startled and turned to look. The brown-haired boy immediately spoke up. "Sister Raina, come play with us." The children's faces lit up, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Raina smiled, replying, "I know. I need to put away the medicine first, so you kids go play first." "Yes, we understand."
The brown-haired boy walked over to where Joffrey was sitting and asked, invitingly, "Do you want to play with us?" "Sure. Let's go quickly. And you too?" The brown-haired boy went to Felix and said, "You come play with us too." Felix smiled faintly in response. "Perhaps I should?" Hearing that, Raina glanced over. Immediately after, she spoke up. "This person will clean with me, so you kids go play first." "Understood." Hearing her say that, Felix was confused, thinking to himself, "Did I promise that?" By the window, gentle rays of sunlight filtered in. A hand gently wrung the cloth, and drops of water fell from it, rolling like tiny crystal beads. Raina placed the cloth on his forehead, her voice sounding like a reassurance. "Since it's a fever reducer, you'll feel better soon." Felix lay on the bed, his eyes showing a questioning look. Then he hesitantly spoke. How did you know I had a fever?" A thought flashed through his mind. "I've never been seen in this state before."
Raina smiled, slowly explaining, "Hiding your illness is bound to be found out eventually. When we're together, I can tell your body temperature occasionally rises, and your cheeks flush red like this." Hearing this, Felix paused briefly, and feeling a pang of guilt, retorted, "It's not that red." She just chuckled. Then Raina gently instructed, "Just close your eyes for about 30 minutes. You'll feel much better when you wake up. I'll tell the others we're cleaning the storeroom together, so don't worry about anything and just rest comfortably." Outside, the children chattered and played happily, their laughter echoing through the air. Amidst this scene, a little girl subtly looked up expectantly, whispering to herself, "Hasn't Raina arrived yet?" Raina then walked away, smiling as she said, "I'll come wake you up in 30 minutes then. Sleep well." Felix replied in a low voice, "Thank you." A slight confusion stirred within him, a peculiar restlessness. Later, as Raina had something to attend to, the orphanage director came to wake Felix up. After that, Felix occasionally visited the orphanage to donate or volunteer. However, encountering Raina again after a long time was like a fleeting accidental encounter, akin to a miracle. Time continued to flow quietly. On a beautiful sunny day, Raina gently held something in her hand, walking and chatting with the little girl beside her.
The clear laughter of both of them rang out, lighting up the entire yard. Seeing that familiar figure, Joffrey's face briefly lit up, his eyes filled with joy as he called out eagerly, "Raina!" Outside, Joffrey and Felix stood together, their eyes following Raina as she walked out. Suddenly, Joffrey seemed to freeze, a strange, unnameable glint appearing in the depths of his eyes. But time passed so quickly, and now, at this moment, Raina no longer recognized us. Joffrey's face briefly fell, covered with a heavy layer of sadness. Felix just quietly looked at him, not knowing what to say. But right after that, Joffrey tried to smile, and cheerfully spoke to reassure himself. "It's all right. Raina not recognizing me also means that I've grown up so fast. It's better if she doesn't remember me crying like a baby." Felix just stood thoughtfully beside him, his deep gaze following him. In his heart, he thought to himself, "It's actually quite a pity. But whether Raina remembers or not, the kindness I received hasn't changed at all. I promised to repay Raina for what I could do. But Raina even noticed my pain?" Suddenly, a sound rang out, interrupting Felix's train of thought. He wondered and gently turned to look at her, thinking to himself, "Grumble, grumble." On the bed, Raina had woken up at some point, her face flushed red, her eyes awkward and embarrassed, because her own hungry stomach had rumbled in this quiet space.
In the dimly lit room, only a faint light streamed in from the window, and a silent atmosphere embraced every corner. Raina lay on the bed, her eyes still tightly shut, her mind still clouded by the fog of a long sleep. She groggily thought to herself, "My head hurts so much. When did I fall asleep? Oh, right, am I sick?" Raina slowly opened her eyes. She had never caught a cold before. At that very moment, Raina faintly realized something was different. Her hazy gaze flickered to the side. Felix sat quietly on the chair beside the bed, his eyes pensive. Seeing him, Raina's heart inexplicably raced. She thought to herself, when had he been there, and why was he even here? Before she could find an explanation, at that very moment, her stomach let out a sudden growl, making Raina freeze. She immediately panicked, her hands gripping the blanket tightly, thinking to herself, "My stomach."
Felix was slightly startled. His surprised gaze briefly swept towards her, his face showing confusion, as if he didn't know how to react to this somewhat naive situation. Felix smiled faintly and said, "Are you awake?" Raina shyly and awkwardly replied, "Yes." Immediately after, Felix moved to sit on her bed. He gently reached out, his hand lightly resting on her forehead, his low voice saying, "It seems your fever has gone down quite a bit." Raina thought to herself, "This is the first time I've been taken care of. I don't know why I feel so shy." Suddenly, his voice broke her train of thought. "You must be hungry, right? I'll bring some food from the kitchen for you. Just rest, I'll go get it." As soon as he finished speaking, the door gently closed, and the atmosphere became quiet. Raina secretly marveled. He's already gone. Those long legs make him so fast. Did I sweat that much? The kitchen is downstairs, so I should quickly take a shower before he comes back. The mansion was still brightly lit. Felix walked silently down the hallway, a fleeting hesitation in his heart, wondering, would warm milk be all right, or would fragrant black tea be better? Thinking of that, Felix paused, then decided to turn back to her room. He thought he should ask her which one she preferred.
The room door was just opened. He stepped in, softly calling her name. "Raina?" His eyes scanned the room. Then he wondered to himself, where is she? Suddenly, his face froze, his eyes wide with shock, as if he had just seen something he shouldn't have. Raina was standing in the corner of the room, her hands paused mid-action as she was about to take off her clothes, her bare white shoulders exposed under the dim light. Catching his gaze, she was utterly stunned, her face flushed crimson like fire, her heart pounding. Before she could even think, a scream tore through the air, echoing throughout the mansion. Without waiting, Felix immediately slammed the door shut and went outside. Recalling what just happened, Raina secretly marveled. So it was possible to scream that loudly. Outside, Felix was kneeling on the floor, head bowed low. Eden and Joffrey began to scold him. "Heavens, what have you done? Did you really lose control and cause trouble? You really know how to make a scene. Is this a misunderstanding, or are you a pervert?" Hearing the commotion, the others rushed over, enraged. A new day had arrived, starting with a fresh atmosphere. Someone's voice softly echoed. "The injection might cause a stinging sensation. It hurts, it stings. Bear with it. Good job." It was Joshua's voice. He gently reminded, "Even if the medicine is bitter, please take the full dose, and don't take it on an empty stomach." The person being reminded thought to themselves, "Mr. Joshua is treating me gently again, like a child. I'm almost well. I mustn't let my guard down." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Evelyn walked in, holding a tea tray, and immediately asked, "Aren't you bored staying cooped up in your room? Since vitamin C is very good, I've squeezed some lemon juice for you. Drink it with Raina, please. She's not fully recovered yet, so don't sit for too long." "I understand." Today's sky was a deep blue, blended with white clouds drifting idly.
Raina sat on the sofa and praised, "The lemonade is so sweet. Mom added honey and warmed it up to make it easier to drink. It tastes better, doesn't it?" Yes, it's delicious, she thought to herself, a mix of gratitude. Lately, because she had been sick, she hadn't had the energy to do anything, but everyone had treated her very well. It turned out everyone had told her to eat high-calorie foods. Everyone's caring words gently echoed in her mind. Don't get sick. Even so, she looked much better today. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful. Raina, you won't make me regret coming to your home. Raina, you don't have to do anything at all. Although she thought so, if she didn't make an effort, she wouldn't be able to find her proper place. Breaking from her thoughts, Raina gently spoke. Mom, regarding what you said last time, do you mean about studying? Yes, I agree. I will study very hard. Evelyn smiled and gently reminded her, you really don't have to try so hard. Health comes first. Raina's hands on her lap gently clenched. She hesitated and replied, I don't know anything at all, so it's really embarrassing. That's why I want to learn more. As a member of this family, I cannot bring shame upon everyone. Hearing that, she was momentarily stunned, her eyes widened in surprise. Raina's voice continued, full of determination. I also want to be more confident in the future. Evelyn smiled. Raina, thank you very much.
As dusk fell, in the wine cellar, a glass of red wine was poured. Felix took a small sip, then let out a weary sigh. He thought, after that day, he never came home again.
He gently chided himself. He had come for work, but now that he was back, he should apologize to Raina. No matter how urgent it was, he had neglected to knock and simply walked in. Suddenly, footsteps approached him, accompanied by a voice saying, "Hey Felix, when did you get back?" Felix flinched slightly. That voice. Suddenly another voice rang out. "I saw you spending money," and that was the Duke of Cornwall, Lloyd Cornwall. Lloyd spoke with a cheerful tone. "I hear you've been spending quite a lot of money, haven't you?" Felix didn't reply, his gaze subtly lowered, thoughts quietly gathering in his mind. As expected, rumors spread quickly. While it makes sense, lately he had been spending money like water, so it would be strange if there weren't any rumors. Next, the image of Morris became clear, standing beside the front of a shiny tar, with a radiant smile as if showing off a trophy. That was the standard required to promote marrying off a daughter to a viscount. He had already anticipated this level, and it was worth knowing. All of this was simply because of the incompetent, greedy couple that such a noble family had been driven to bankruptcy. Furthermore, the eldest son, Morris Homewood, he was quite foolish and lacked any ambition, so there was no need to worry about money matters.
The one to be most concerned about is Rosie Homegood. She always led a lavish life and disdained Raina without any compassion. Although Felix had met Rosie at the ball, details about her were still scarce. Just then, Lloyd sat on the chair beside him, his excited voice ringing out and interrupting Felix's train of thought. "Hey, wasn't that a large sum of money for Dispenser? You've already spent that money anyway. Shouldn't you be regretting it every day now? What else could it be?" Suddenly, Felix's gaze dropped somewhere, and he said casually, "Is it about men?" Hearing that, Felix replied irritably, "You're blind if you keep acting like that."
That made Lloyd laugh even harder. "You know, the more you act like this, the more I like you. I'm sorry, sometimes I forget that acting like this looks perverted. So you're really not going to say anything about your wife? I heard you were coming and dropped everything to come out here." Felix replied indifferently. "I didn't call you," Lloyd said softly. "If you don't tell me, I'll just find out myself, all right?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Felix's face darkened. Just then, a deep, warm voice rang out, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. "What were you planning to find out?" The voice belonged to a man with long white hair, casually leaning back in a chair. Lloyd smiled brightly upon seeing him and replied, "You're here, Aaron. It seems His Grace the Duke is impatient because he can't catch Felix." Felix merely glanced over, cursing inwardly. "Doesn't he ever get tired of following me?" The man with long white hair spoke softly. "I'm a little late, aren't I? And I am Count Aaron Haig." Thinking about how Aaron had followed Lloyd since their time at the Royal Academy, and Lloyd was the valedictorian, Felix felt disheartened and helpless, thinking to himself, "From that moment on, my life began to turn upside down." In the luxurious space of the mansion, the two of them chatted cheerfully. "No matter what, I still think Count Homewood is on the verge of ruin. Right. If it's Felix, better families will just follow suit. The excellent appearance and achievements of the Royal Academy's first-year valedictorian. Yes, that was an unparalleled achievement for a viscount."
He is indifferent to everything, a carefree young master. If the young ladies who admire Felix knew, there would surely be a sea of tears. Upon hearing those words, an image of Felix frowning irritably came to mind. Why are people like this? Will you bring that person to the Atonement Ceremony? So we'll meet at the festival then. Suddenly, Lloyd's gaze subtly flickered towards him. Felix calmly stood up and said in a low voice, "It seems you two have a lot to talk about, so I'll take my leave." Lloyd hastily interjected, "All right, I get it. No more talk about that. Let's discuss work." But Felix paid no mind, his leisurely footsteps echoing through the vast space of the mansion. Lloyd exclaimed in alarm, "Are you really leaving?" His face momentarily fell, a pang of sadness in his heart. Haven't we become close enough to discuss such things? Aaron, who was beside him, immediately reassured him. That boy's temperament has been like that since childhood. The door slowly opened. Outside, the sunset had bled a deep purple hue. Felix stepped out, his face pensive, a thought echoing in his mind. The Atonement Ceremony wouldn't be long now. At a mansion with a simple yet refined design, amidst that scene, a voice rang out. "This landscape painting that arrived is truly beautiful." Hearing this, Raina happily asked back, "Really? It's true, Mother wanted it too, but your father snatched it away." Alex's voice was triumphant. "Be quicker next time, my dear wife." Raina softly said, "This spring at Contita's castle, I will paint an even more beautiful picture and hang it in your study, Mother. Please wait for me." Evely crossed her arms and softly said, "Many families are hunting for your paintings." Suddenly she switched to another topic, her eyes as if understanding something. "But have you two had a quarrel?" Caught off guard by the question, Raina let out a bewildered gasp. She then explained, "I mean, you and Felix, what's going on with you two? If you go to Flat Hill, you won't be able to come back and won't be able to have the engagement ceremony." Speaking of him, her face immediately flushed red, and she stammered,
No, we weren't fighting at all. Afterwards, she thought to herself, thinking back, we haven't seen each other since that day. Was he hurt by his reaction that day? Evely spoke up. Even though the engagement ceremony hasn't been held yet, you've been a dispenser since you arrived here. Do you understand? Upon hearing that, Raina's cheeks flushed slightly with happiness. She replied, Yes, I understand, Mother. And I have this for you. I originally intended to give it to you at the engagement ceremony, but I don't know when that will be held, so I'll give it to you now. Evely then picked up a square wooden box. Seeing the box, Raina thought to herself, Just looking at the box, you can tell it's expensive. Raina, embarrassed and with a flustered voice, said, I've received so much already. She thought to herself, I've already received so much from Joffrey. This gift, thank you, but it's too much. At that moment, Joffrey said confidently, Only Raina knows. I earned it myself, so this is nothing. And when the lid of the box gently opened, the light from the diamonds immediately reflected, emitting a dazzling glow.
Raina stammered in confusion. This looks incredibly expensive. Evely said softly, A gift this expensive is a bit... I know it sounds like that, but this is the blue of our family's blessing. So even if it feels a bit like a burden, please accept it. You are a member of our family now, after all. Finally, Raina replied, Yes, I will keep it very carefully. Immediately after, she sighed softly, secretly scolding in her heart. That boy Felix has a ceremony coming up, and I don't know what to do about it. As if realizing something, she spoke up. Homewood contacted us and said he would stop by before the ceremony. Hearing that name, Raina's heart skipped a beat. Her entire body froze, and her eyes flashed with an unspoken mix of worry and fear. That person is coming here? Those words from that time resurfaced in Raina's mind. Evely's voice gently reassured. It seems he's just stopping by briefly before the ceremony. If you don't want to see him, I can tell him. Would it be like before? The image of Roxy in her elegant dress, her cold hand striking her down, sending her sprawling, her triumphant smile etched deep in her memory. Raina's eyes blurred with tears then, and a heavy thought arose. If the people here saw me like that, they wouldn't consider me family anymore, would they? That truth, her words from that time flashed. Even though the engagement ceremony hasn't been held yet, you've been a dispenser since you arrived here, do you understand? You are our family now.
Hearing that, Raina immediately cheered up. That's right, I'm no longer Raina Homewood, but Raina Dispenser, so everything will be fine. At a display table of fruits and pastries, along with an evening tea party, a polite voice rang out. Please come in, Countess. It's a pleasure to see you here. Catherine smiled brightly in response. I was just about to say the same thing. I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Hearing that, Evely softly replied, After all, you are Raina's guest. I was on my way to the capital, so I stopped by to visit. But why don't I see the girl? She had to get ready, so she's a little late. She'll be here soon, so don't worry. Roxy chuckled softly, thinking sarcastically to herself, She must be hiding. What else? There's only one reason why the invitation cards haven't been sent out even by spring. The wedding isn't happening.
She seemed to be trying her best not to reveal her dirty appearance, but where had she gone? A cleaner trying to fly high. Meanwhile, Raina was reassuring herself, then opened the door, preparing to step out. The scornful words in Roxy's mind still echoed, Raina, you're nothing more than that. At that very moment, as Catherine brought the teacup to her lips, her eyes briefly caught sight of an image across from her. In just a fleeting moment, her face changed color, the tea she had just drunk spilled out, and her eyes widened in horror, as if she had witnessed something beyond imagination. Raina appeared in a magnificent pink princess dress. She bowed slightly, her soft voice echoing, I apologize for being late. Roxy glanced at Raina, her bright golden eyes narrowing slightly. In that gaze, surprise flickered for only a split second, then was quickly replaced by an expression of intense displeasure and disgust, as if Raina's appearance was something she simply couldn't stomach. Catherine spoke up. Good heavens, is that really Raina? Have you been well all this time? Roxy's voice cut in, each word dripping with sarcasm, her finger tapping on the rim of her teacup. Perfect timing, really. It couldn't be any other way. Since you're here, why don't you make me some tea? You're the kitchen maid, Raina. Hearing that, Raina's hand unconsciously tightened its grip on her skirt.
Those sarcastic, contemptuous words were still uttered. It was what she always did, wasn't it? Eveline immediately spoke up. You don't need to do that, Raina. Then she turned to respond to Roxy, her voice full of annoyance and irritation. I'll give it to you when the children bring the tea back. Seeing her actions, Raina was utterly astonished. Immediately after, she smiled faintly, a flicker of happiness in her eyes. Roxy's lips curled slightly, thinking arrogantly, that's how it should be, right? No matter how much she tried to hide it, her previous demeanor was still more fitting.
Finishing her thoughts, she stood up and said, "Before the tea arrives, may I look around a bit?" The woman sitting next to her saw this and exclaimed, "Child, where are you going? This Roxy child is truly something." But Roxy was already gone.
With standards lowered to this extent, it seems she's managed to earn a bit more money. She walked, her eyes scanning her surroundings, assessing. The decor was quite nice. Let's see how much she's swindled now. Roxy's gaze suddenly stopped. Seeing a maid walking down the corridor, Roxy immediately commanded, "You, over there, take me to Raina's room." Jane replied, flustered, "Well, even with guests, entering the young lady's room is a bit difficult." The words had barely left her lips when a slap landed squarely on Jane's face, leaving her stunned. Roxy glared, her voice hissing coldly. "I don't care how well the people here treat you, but a mere maid dares to raise her voice?" Jane clutched her cheek, tears streaming down her reddened face, trembling. Roxy emphasized, her voice full of menace. "I won't say it a second time. Lead the way." Having no other choice, Roxy was led to Raina's room. She casually pushed the door wide open. Looking inside, her eyes froze. Roxy immediately snarked. "What is this? Do you have any decency at all?" Jane stammered fearfully. "Yes, this is the right place. If you finished looking, please leave." Roxy silently glanced at her, and then, ignoring Jane's words, she slammed the door shut. Roxy stood nonchalantly in Raina's room, cursing inwardly. This again. All because of that wretched girl. The dresses were pulled out for her to see. In her eyes there was a mix of stunned disbelief and envy. And all this was prepared? She picked up a piece of crimson fabric. Seeing that it was expensive fabric, she frowned. She scanned the room, then stopped at a box. The box was opened, and it was full of expensive items, from red fabric and jewelry to shoes. Roxy scanned the room, then her gaze landed on a spot, thinking to herself, if that's the case, this can't be the only place. Immediately after, she walked over to a table and pulled open a drawer. Inside, a square wooden box was revealed, the very gift Evely had given her. Roxy smirked, thinking to herself, I knew it. Isn't it incredibly naive to hide these things here? A moment later, Evely sighed tiredly, complaining, I can't entertain this guest a second time. Raina spoke softly, her voice full of sincerity. Mom, thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to see those two off without any difficulty. Let's go. Are they gone already? And what's more? She gently stroked her head in a gentle voice. Looking back, one truly sees what a prestigious young lady dispenser is like, doesn't one?
Thank you for giving me courage. Hearing this, Raina smiled brightly, full of happiness, her heart feeling warmed. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Roxy wore a triumphant smile, her bright golden eyes gleaming with calculation. You've really worked hard, Raina. The morning light filtered through the window, dispelling the night and signaling the arrival of a new day. Raina stretched slightly and yawned deeply after a profound sleep, a tear still lingering in the corner of her eye, not yet dry. She mumbled to herself, I can't believe it's already a new day.
Dazed steps led Raina to the table, her hand slowly pulling open the drawer that was usually empty. As she pulled, she was lost in thought, having fainted as soon as she returned to her room. But at that very moment, her daze immediately vanished. Raina froze, astonished to the point of speechlessness, and let out a gasp. Then she immediately spoke, her voice full of fear. Jane! Jane! Jane, who was standing outside, was startled and replied, What is it? Raina then asked in confusion, Did anyone clean my room yesterday? No, ma'am, because the Grand Madam instructed not to disturb you, so I only attended to the bedding after you fell asleep. Then, I wonder, did anyone enter my room? Hearing this, as if her secret had been exposed, Jane immediately froze, her body stiffening. After that, Jane's hand, trembling with fear, reached out. Immediately, Jane kneeled down and quickly spoke. Please forgive me, young madam. Actually, one of yesterday's guests was someone I introduced. After hearing those words, Raina was stunned, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Without saying a word, she peered into the drawer. Seeing this, Jane worriedly called out softly, Miss. Raina, tiredly, softly said, First of all, don't tell anyone about this. Outside, in the garden, vibrant roses bloomed, and the sky was high, blue, and clear, but a faint sadness still lingered on Raina's face. Her gaze quietly settled on a cluster of roses. Her hand gently lifted a pale rose branch, as if wanting to hold on to a fragile piece of peace. The memory from earlier flashed through Raina's mind, when she had looked at Jane with astonishment and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Jane was sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks.
Raina's cheek was swollen. Perhaps Roxy had laid hands on her for not obeying, just like he had treated her before. Sitting amidst the vibrant rose garden, what was Raina to do now? Immediately after, tears silently streamed down Raina's smooth, pale face. She was consumed by self-reproach, softly whispering with a choked voice, Evely, I'm sorry. Evely trusted and entrusted everything to me with all her heart, yet I
That thought made her chest tighten, and uncontrollable sobs burst forth. I should have been more careful. I should have realized it right away. What if it can never be found again? Just then, soft footsteps padded across the lush green grass, approaching where she sat. A warm, deep voice softly called out, "Raina." Along with that, a delicate handkerchief was offered. It was Eden. He bent down, a gentle smile gracing his lips, and said, "Here." Seeing Eden, Raina hastily wiped away her tears with her hand. Noticing this, Eden quickly said, "Don't wipe them like that." Raina, embarrassed and flustered, began, This is because—"
Seeing her expression, Eden seemed to understand somewhat, letting out a soft sigh and a faint smile. Then he spoke. Could it be that life here is too difficult? Those words made Raina freeze. A stream of thoughts poured out. Although I want to say it's not like that. If I tell Eden the truth, then— Before she could finish her thought, Eden gently reached out and touched her hand. Raina looked at him in surprise. Eden reassured her in a soft voice. If you find it hard to talk about, you don't have to say anything. Who doesn't have days when they want to cry? Today is such a day for you, Raina, isn't it? If so, it's okay. Those words seemed to seep into her heart, and Raina's clear golden eyes widened. At that very moment, a smile bloomed on her lips. Eden's voice came out full of confusion. "Raina, please don't cry." He lightly scratched his cheek, inwardly thinking awkwardly, did I make her cry a second time? After wiping away the tears from her face, Raina gradually regained her bright smile, and her voice rang out cheerfully. "Thank you, Eden. Thanks to you, I'm calmer now. I'll wash the handkerchief and return it to you." She gently placed the handkerchief neatly on her lap. Then she continued, "Do you know about the Blue of Blessings? I've lost it." Eden froze, his voice coming out in a panic. "What? That?" "Yes. More precisely, my sister took it." Immediately, Eden blurted out a silent curse. "Damn it." Suddenly, Raina became pensive, her distant eyes clouded with a veil of sadness.
Her voice was gentle, like it was carried by the wind. If Roxy liked something, she would do anything to get it. Part of me also hoped that wasn't the case. As soon as the words left her lips, she hung her head. Eden, who was beside her, called out worriedly, "Raina." As soon as her name was uttered, Raina sprang up, her eyes filled with determination. A resolute declaration rang out. "So, I will take it back." Realizing this, she awkwardly explained, "Although I'm not sure if I can enter Homewood, if I were to meet her and speak directly, I could get it back, right?" Hearing this, Eden chuckled. Then she said softly, "If you only need to meet Roxy, you don't have to go there. You can meet her in the capital on the festival day." Understanding, she became extremely excited. Her face flushed, and she thought to herself, "That's right. At the festival, won't there be a chance to meet her?" Eden's voice rang out again, half joking, half serious. "I almost went to the deserted mansion. So, let's go to the festival together to find the Blue of Blessing. Though not as capable as my brother, I will still lend you my strength." Hearing this, Raina burst out laughing, her eyes narrowing and curving like a crescent moon. Immediately after that, Eden's hand gently squeezed hers as a reassurance, and his deep, warm voice rang out. "Raina, honestly, I felt reassured when you didn't cry earlier, and I know it's not because life here is easy. Everyone was worried that you would struggle living alone in a strange place. So if you feel things are difficult, please speak up, just like you did today. Please promise that today is the last day you cry alone. We're family, after all." Those words were like a warm flame lighting up Raina's heart. Her cheeks flushed, and she spoke softly.
At the silent desk, Eden quietly wrote letters. The words in the letters were both a report and carried a hint of personal sentiment. "I've escorted Raina as you requested, but remember, if things continue like this for 2 more years, the one walking down the aisle might not be you anymore." On the other side, Felix finished reading the letter, raised a hand to scratch his head, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, his face clearly showing discomfort. Suddenly, Lloyd, who was comfortably lying down reading a newspaper, spoke up, his voice soft but not without a hint of sarcasm. "It's not wrong. Time flies." Hearing this, Felix angrily slammed the letter onto the table, his voice flaring up. "Do you even know what you're saying right now?" Lloyd subtly frowned, his eyes glancing over, his voice deepening. "Hey, Felix, snap out of it. Even if I don't know what happened between you two, running away isn't the solution." But just then, Lloyd returned to his playful demeanor, his lips curving into a half smile. "Of course, those are just normal things, but if you want to see her, it's best if you show up in person this time."
Felix heard that and simply closed his eyes in silence, not responding further. Somewhere, Raina sat on a chair, her mood deeply somber, her face indescribably sad. Eden sat opposite her, her voice filled with worry, her eyes never leaving Raina for a second. "Raina, are you really okay? You don't look so good." Raina immediately spoke to reassure. "If it's because of the carriage, going a bit slower is fine." She continued, "No, it's not that. I'm just too stressed."
Finishing her sentence, she sighed, telling herself, this time I absolutely must get it back. She faintly recalled the time she had avoided Evely, and that image made her heart ache. She reminisced about a conversation. Why isn't Raina here? Well, the thing is, Raina had been unable to answer. Back in reality, tears fell from her eyes as she whispered to herself, I'm so sorry, Evely. Even if you scold me, please scold me to your heart's content. Suddenly, Eden's voice rang out, pulling her from her thoughts. That night, it probably wasn't just talking, was it? Raina was surprised. What? Eden continued, her voice playful. You must have had to throw a few punches to feel relieved, right? Isn't that so? Hearing that, Raina replied, flustered. But if I hit... Without waiting for her to finish, Eden continued, we have to get revenge too. As she spoke, Eden extended her hand to demonstrate. Come on, put all your strength into your fist and swing it out. Raina followed suit, her heart both anxious and excited. Like this? Raina, your punch must reflect how much you've struggled. Just then, a sudden sound rang out.
The coachman, startled, immediately stopped the carriage. He worriedly turned around and asked, Are you two all right? Inside the carriage, Eden was kneeling on the floor, his whole body leaning towards Raina, his hand holding hers. The unexpected situation made both of them blush deeply, their eyes meeting awkwardly. Eden quickly spoke up. No, it's nothing. He gently reminded her, a hint of shyness still on his face. It's very dangerous to wave your hand out the window like that. Raina, still stunned, replied, I'm sorry. After that, Eden gently released her hand. Raina cupped her cheeks, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Eden immediately spoke up to break the atmosphere. Raina, look outside. It seems it's getting dark. Following his words, Raina immediately looked outside. Immediately, her golden eyes lit up, full of surprise at the scene before her. Outside, the sky was tinged with orange, about to be engulfed by sunset. In the grounds, ribbons were hung everywhere, and a bustling crowd was moving towards the party.
Raina's voice rang out, full of surprise and excitement. This is a baptism. I heard it's the biggest festival in the world. How amazing. Somewhere, Eden let out a soft sigh, muttering to himself, he must have arrived by now. Raina was still full of excitement, her eyes bright with curiosity as she looked outside. Eden briefly thought of Felix. Although it was a bit much, he only lacked a bit of formality. Was it really necessary to go this far? Breaking from his thoughts, he reached out and tapped the wall, then called out a signal. Please go straight to the plaza. Hearing this, Raina asked, puzzled, Not to the hotel, but to the plaza? Father and mother must be waiting for me. We can go sightseeing later. Eden looked over, smiling faintly. Not the central plaza, but the plaza of Chaparral Palace. Inside the palace, the guests had arrived one after another, each dressed in luxurious attire.
Eden gently spoke to reassure. Don't be too scared, your brother is also inside. That remark made Raina pause for a beat, a hint of apprehension suddenly rising in her heart. It had been a month since she last spoke to Felix. They hadn't spoken again since that day. Was that okay? Raina's hand gently took Eden's. He seemed to notice her expression, softly calling, Raina. After speaking, he put his arm around her shoulder. Now, don't think about anything else, just go. Eden smiled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. I'll wait for you here. Raina's cheerfulness returned, and she smiled brightly as she stepped inside. Eden thought to himself, when she heard him say her brother was also there, she seemed more uneasy than reassured. What had happened between her and her brother? If she truly hated her brother then... Raina stepped inside the palace, her heart pounding, her eyes frantically scanning around as if searching for something. Immediately, her gaze landed on Roxy, who was laughing and talking, wearing a striking bright red dress that stood out in the crowd. Seeing her, Raina frowned, her eyes filled with hatred.
Without hesitation, she stepped closer to her. Her voice rang out, full of resolve. Roxy. Roxy flinched and looked over. Raina continued, her voice full of determination. Give it back to me. It's something incredibly important to me. Immediately, whispers and murmurs rose from around them. What's going on? It seems Lady Roxy is in some kind of trouble. Who is this lady next to her? Immediately after that, she pushed Raina's hand away. Roxy hurried away, her voice filled with annoyance. Crazy, just showing up here out of nowhere. Raina retorted. If you don't give it back, I won't leave. What you're holding is a precious item my mother gave me. Her mouth curved into a smile, full of contempt. You're truly amusing. Then Roxy burst into a cackle, then stopped. Roxy turned her face back. Her sharp eyes, mixed with disdain, looked at her. Hey, watch your tone. Have you forgotten? It's thanks to me that you can live as you do now. I sent you there. You should be grateful to me. But for a few trivial things, you dare to appear before me like this? At that very moment, Roxy held up a sparkling earring. Raina stared at it, stunned. Anyway, the Vice-Countess doesn't know this has gone missing, does she? Elsewhere, a resounding voice echoed. Are you thinking at all?
Evely's angry voice rang out. How could you leave her alone? She's never even been in high society before, wife. Hearing that, Eden's face darkened, and he didn't reply. A moment later, he spoke. Raina isn't a child anymore. Why would you say that now? Eden, resolute, reassured his mother. You don't need to worry, Mom. She has a specific reason to be there. He mumbled inwardly. I wish I could say that too. While Evely grumbled, Raina softly pleaded. I'll try it myself first, so can you keep it a secret from Mom? Evely rested her hand on her head and sighed. Even so, I still have to worry, don't I? What if something happens there? Eden said nothing, only sinking into his thoughts. I'm the one who wants to be by her side more than anyone, but today the person by Raina's side isn't me. In a corner of the palace, amidst that space, Roxy's voice rang out, bitter and sharp as a knife. How cunning. You prepared in advance, fearing you'd be kicked out, didn't you? If you do that, even if you steal, you won't be caught, right? Hearing those words, Raina immediately cried out in protest. No, it's not like that.
You're looking a bit better now, aren't you? Immediately, Raina was overcome by a mix of discomfort and anger. She retorted, her voice serious and sharp. Mind your words. Do you think everyone in this world is like you? Those words seemed to seep into every crevice, making her tremble with anger. Her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, uttering each word. Honestly, the nerve. Raina didn't back down, continuing in a firm voice. No matter how difficult the circumstances, and no matter how good and expensive your possessions are, not everyone steals like you do. As if hit where it hurt most, unable to bear it any longer, she immediately swung her hand up, her face contorted, shouting, Are you done talking? At that very moment, the glass shattered and dark red wine spilled out, as if adding to the tension in the air. Lloyd stood right behind Raina, his right chest stained with the dark red wine. He looked at her in surprise. Roxy began to blush, calling out shyly, I apologize, Your Grace. Lloyd smiled brightly in response. It's all right. Red suits me quite well. Raina was still bewildered, thinking to herself, that was intentional just now. Immediately after, Lloyd glanced at Raina, then he winked, offering a reassuring smile. Seeing this, Raina became even more flustered. Suddenly, Roxy's voice rang out. I was a little flustered, so my greeting was delayed. It's been a long time since we last met, Your Grace.
I am Roxy Homewood. So it's Miss Homewood. I'm surprised you remember. You're the one marrying Dispenser this time, aren't you? Another voice unexpectedly chimed in. No, it's not her. A hand wrapped around Raina's shoulder, and a voice spoke up. It's this girl, Raina Dispenser. Felix looked gently at Raina, and in a warm, deep voice, as if confirming, said, This is my wife, Duke Cornwell.
Felix, I've just arrived. Immediately after, his cold blue eyes darted towards where Roxy was standing. I have many things to say, but it seems now is not the right time. Roxy stood there, her face contorted in discomfort, wondering to herself, what exactly is that person's relationship with Duke Cornwell? Lloyd stepped forward. No kidding, if they're husband and wife, why would they art off separately? No, I just met the Duke earlier, but then it was all because of that little girl Raina. She stood there silently, watching the three of them, her hands clutching the hem of her dress tightly. Immediately she turned and walked away. Seeing this, Raina didn't hesitate to call out, Wait! Felix pulled her back, softly saying, Raina, just let her go. We still have things to settle between us, and I absolutely must resolve them today, so please trust me and let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, Raina ran after Roxy. Felix and Lloyd just stood there, stunned, watching her go. Lloyd spoke up curiously. It seems like something's going on. Will she be all right? On this side, Raina caught up and immediately spoke. Hold on, Rosie, we're not done talking yet. Roxy? She angrily turned back and yelled, Why do you keep haunting me like this, honestly? As she spoke, she grabbed the necklace. What's so special about this thing that you keep bothering me about it? At that very moment, the sparkling, precious earring was mercilessly thrown onto the floor.
Witnessing that scene, tears gently fell from her eyes, an indescribable emotion rising within her. Just then, a voice rang out. What on earth made our Raina cry? It was Evely. She picked up the earring, her gaze lingering on it. So it's because of this, the missing piece for our Raina's dress. Around her neck was an exquisitely crafted necklace. Roxy, startled, gently raised her hand to touch the necklace. Evely, with a displeased expression, said sternly, You even took the gift I gave the child, Miss Roxy? Hearing those words, Roxy's mind reeled in confusion. What gift are you talking about? So she didn't really steal it? Immediately she spoke up. I didn't steal it. She gave it to me. Evely gently held up 2 fingers, her voice soft but full of sarcasm. Stealing and lying. There was nothing more to say. Bring it to the Sandpeck Hotel before noon tomorrow. Because you are Raina's family, I will forgive you. Roxy stood frozen, biting her lip, her face flushed with anger, and a resounding scream erupted from her. But ignoring her, Raina spoke softly, her voice full of hesitation. Mom, the thing is, before she could finish, Evely interjected.
I'm sorry, Raina. I should have asked sooner. You've truly had a hard time.
At Roxy's mansion, a scolding voice rang out, and a beautiful necklace was thrown directly at Catherine. "How dare you, a Viscount, forgive me," she said irritably. "What are you doing? Do you know what I had to hear from the Viscountess because of that? Moreover, you were humiliated in front of Duke Cornwell." Roxy even shrieked, drawing everyone's gaze. After hearing this, Catherine sighed, her gaze falling on the necklace. She wondered, what is this after all? As if realizing something, her eyes widened, astonished, as if she couldn't believe it. Immediately, Catherine approached Roxy, shouting, "Child!" Her hands trembled as she took the necklace. Is this really what Raina lent you?"
Catherine's face turned pale with fear. She quickly spoke up, almost snapping. "Don't just stand there dumbfounded, tell me." Roxy frowned in annoyance, replying irritably, What is it? What on earth is that?" Immediately, she held the necklace out in front of Roxy, her voice dropping, mixed with a slight tremor. "You see this inscription, Felix II, and you still don't know?" On the back of the gemstone on the necklace, a small inscription was carved, the reflected light making each stroke seem to come alive. "To Lily Dispenser, from Felix II, the 17th King of Benedictus." "Great-grandfather Duke Cornwell?" Roxy questioned. "What does that have to do with Dispenser?" Catherine began to explain, her voice firm again. "That king's mistress was Lily. The love affair between the royal Felix family and the commoner Lily, it wasn't until 30 years after their deaths that their love was made public. This romance was quite famous, but there were still many doubts about her existence. It's truly unexpected that Lily was actually Lily Dispenser. What an ironic truth. It makes sense. No one was curious about Lily's surname, because the girl in the rumors had to be a commoner to be perfect. Anyway, we must investigate that Viscount."
Who knows? They might be a more important character than we thought. With that, she lowered her voice, stroked her chin, and a wicked smile played on her lips. As for Evely, she sighed softly and spoke up. "Raina, do you realize your mistake now?" Hearing this, Alex spoke up in her defense. "Why are you losing your temper with a child like that? You're not angry now, are you?" Those words made Raina's eyes widen, and her heart skipped a beat. Evely continued, her voice trembling, yet full of love. "A brazen, thieving child treated Raina like that. It pained me that I couldn't do anything, that she had to try and think so much by herself." Those words were like the morning light seeping into Raina's heart, melting the cold ice that had bound her for so long, and her tears welled up. Evely, still full of worry, said, "Why do you have to suffer alone like this? Family is where you can speak your mind, and we can think things through together in times like these."
As soon as the words ended, she gently reached out and touched her shoulder. Then Evely opened her arms wide, gently calling her name, Raina. In that moment, Raina couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed into her arms, hugging her tightly, and burst into tears. "You who were once rejected when you reached out will not have to endure any more pain." Evely looked at her, her eyes full of tenderness. Her hand gently stroked Raina's back like a whispered comfort. "Because we will draw a little closer." After calming down, her voice was hoarse from crying, her eyes red and puffy. "Then I'll go inside now." Both Alex and Evely also had red and puffy eyes. They replied in unison, "You've been through a lot. Get some rest, Raina." Stepping outside, Raina gently tilted her head back to take a deep breath. At the same time, right next to the door, Felix was quietly leaning against the wall, looking completely nonchalant. His deep voice rang out, "Is everything settled now?" Raina was startled. She cried out, flustered and embarrassed, "You? When did you get here?" Felix then leaned closer and explained in a warm, deep voice, "Actually, I was worried about you, so I waited here. If you didn't want to see me, then I apologize." Hearing that, Raina smiled, her eyes crinkling, and replied, "Oh, I see."
Suddenly he reached out and stroked her hair, calling her name softly. "Raina, could you spare some time for me today?" The sudden invitation made her face flush. For a moment, she recalled the party earlier, the moment her heart wavered. That was truly a heart-stopping moment. At that time, Felix had boldly declared, "This is my wife." Felix's cheeks also had a faint blush, and he hesitated before continuing. "It's been a long time since I've been to the capital, and it would be a shame to only worry about these matters. Just pretend you've been tricked into coming with me. It would be wonderful." It was already getting dark, but the streets were still bustling with people. Raina and Felix strolled leisurely, stopping at various shops. Looking at the stalls, Raina was full of excitement. She flashed a bright, radiant smile that made her eyes crinkle. Felix stood beside her, his gaze never leaving her. He smiled, thinking to himself, "So this is what she looks like when she smiles brightly." Suddenly realizing he had been scaring for too long, Felix quickly cleared his throat and composed himself. But at that very moment, Raina exclaimed joyfully, "That place looks wonderful too." As soon as she finished speaking, Raina started to step towards it. At that moment, Felix unexpectedly took her hand. This action made Raina freeze, and she turned back in surprise.
Felix just smiled and softly said, "It seems like you keep forgetting about me. Let's walk hand in hand." Hearing that, Raina lowered her face, her heart pounding, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. Finally, the two of them walked hand in hand like that. Inside, Raina was still full of confusion, secretly wondering, isn't he supposed to be angry with me? A thought flashed through her mind. Thinking back to the times they went out and he bought her the stuffed animals she liked, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he always indulged her wishes. This is a good sign, isn't it? A moment later, Raina sat down on a roadside bench, looked up at the sky, and sighed, her face showing a hint of fatigue. Suddenly, something soft and fluffy touched her cheek. Felix smiled gently, holding a light pink cotton candy in his hand, fluffy like a sweet cloud. His warm, deep voice rang out, "Let's take a break. I saw you seemed to be paying attention to this earlier." Raina took it, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's my first time eating this." In that moment, memories suddenly flooded back. Back then, a little boy walked by, his eyes accidentally catching sight of white cotton candy, fluffy like a cloud. Immediately, several children excitedly gathered around her, innocently chirping, "Sister Raina, have you ever eaten cotton candy? Do you think it's delicious? What's it like? Tell me what it tastes like." The boy's eyes were sparkling, curiously awaiting her answer. The little girl back then hastily described, "It's like a cloud, and it's sweet, too." As the memory faded, she smiled softly. "All right, now I can tell them what it truly tastes like." Raina took a bite, feeling the sweet candy melt in her mouth, her eyes wide and bright with astonishment. Then she exclaimed, "So this is what it's like." Unable to contain her joy, Raina turned to him, smiling brightly. "Felix, let's share this."
Before the words were out, Felix gently leaned closer, bending down to bite a piece of candy from her hand. In that moment, their eyes met. After eating, a bit of sweet candy still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Felix gently raised a hand to wipe it away and spoke in a deep, warm tone. "Indeed, it's too sweet for me."
Seeing his action, Raina shyly turned away, stammering, Then I'll just eat it myself." Felix was stunned, not understanding anything at all. But immediately, he vaguely recalled his gaze unintentionally lingering on those pink lips earlier. As if understanding, his whole face flushed hot, his heart pounded erratically, his mind in a mess. Wait, just now, if I'm not careful, things could get serious. Raina and Felix sat next to each other, neither of them speaking, the atmosphere awkward. A moment later, when the lollipop was finished, Raina subtly glanced at him, her gaze hesitant yet resolute. An idea echoed in her mind. Given this kind of atmosphere, I guess I can ask now, can't I? Breaking off her thoughts, without hesitation, Raina spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. "The thing is, Felix, I wonder if you saw anything back then." Felix replied in surprise. "Me? When? Was it that time?" Realizing, his heart seemed to skip a beat, his whole body stiffened, and he hastily and flusteredly explained. I'm sorry, I wasn't intentionally looking." But he didn't understand why it had come to this. Raina remained silent, her lips slightly pursed, a thought flashing through her mind. This is clearly just an excuse.
Immediately after that, Felix spoke softly, his voice both hesitant and sincere. "Actually, when you were sick, before everyone woke up, I saw you crying and unable to take care of yourself. That image was deeply etched in my mind and made me want to take care of you. That day, in a fitful dream, you called for your mother, begging for forgiveness. I'll wake up early, so please don't scold me. I couldn't apologize for not noticing, because I was afraid I would hurt you, who always tried to act like you were fine. I should have apologized, but in that situation, I ran away like an idiot. Raina, if I say I did it because of you, then perhaps I'll be hated even more. I'm sorry for not saying it sooner." Hearing this, Raina immediately burst out laughing, her heart filled with relief. If only we had been a little more honest with each other, then we wouldn't have to worry about drifting apart. After that, she also spoke softly, extending her hand slightly. "Oh, me too. I'm also sorry for running away then, and thank you for being honest with me. We can forgive each other, right?" Hearing that, Felix paused for a moment. His hand then rested on her small hand, thinking to himself, "That was the expression I couldn't help but fall in love with." At that very moment, their thoughts seemed to echo in unison as if by fate. I'll be with Felix.
"I will take Raina to the festival." "That's good." A new day dawned. In a room, Joffrey's voice rang out cheerfully. He smiled brightly, rushing to embrace her. "Raina, I missed you so much." Raina smiled back. "Me too." "Wait, step back a little so I can get a good look at you," she exclaimed. "It's only been half a month, but you've grown so much, haven't you?" Hearing this, Joffrey puffed out his chest, smiled confidently, and replied, "Right? Now I'm even taller than Raina. With this, I can escort you to the next masquerade festival, can't I?" Watching him, Raina thought to herself, a warm smile gracing the corners of her lips. At times like these, he truly was a child. Suddenly, Eden appeared from behind, pulling Joffrey's shirt and sternly saying, "That's enough. Don't cling to her too much. You'll make Raina uncomfortable." Joffrey frowned, angrily replying with a resentful tone, "There are other things that are awkward, aren't there? Unlike some people, what's wrong with me being honest with my feelings?"
And then his words, like an invisible arrow, struck straight at the dark hearts of two certain people. Eden paused briefly, then quickly snapped in embarrassment. "You brat. If you have time to spout such nonsense, hurry up and go escort her." In a corner somewhere, Felix's face darkened, and he leaned his head against the wall, hiding the shock that had just washed over him. Finally, Joffrey, with a scowling, resentful expression, walked away with Raina. Felix softly called out, "Eden."
Thank you for looking after her while I was away. This time, it's going to be a big challenge. At this, Eden's hands clenched. He spoke up. If I hadn't done that, Raina would have been left behind. And it seems there was help from others, wasn't there? For a moment, Lloyd's image flashed in Felix's mind, making him flinch slightly. Eden's words continued, heavy with meaning. Remember this. If you continue like this, Raina's heart won't be yours forever. He continued, "Look, from now on, I won't let anyone take her away from me again. So you're admitting I'm your rival. For that, you'll need to try much harder." Eden said nothing, his gaze fixed on him. "Because I'm not the one who decides that." A sudden flood of memories rushed back, Joffrey's resounding shouts echoing. "What is this? Instead of a picnic? What am I supposed to do in a shabby place like this? Everyone's an idiot. I had such high hopes." Without hesitation, he turned and ran off.
Joffrey, the child, was so calm. Perhaps it was because he was too sad. "We will take him home." That day, in the quiet space, an urgent voice echoed, "Joffrey, Joffrey, where are you?" Suddenly, a faint cry came from a nearby bush, causing both Felix and Eden to stop immediately.
They didn't hesitate, quickly moving forward, pushing aside the dense branches and leaves to advance towards the source of the sound. Then Felix's voice rang out, "Joffrey, if you're here, speak up." At that very moment, a voice as light as a breeze spoke up. "No matter how sad things get, we're still family, aren't we?" That was also the first day he met Raina. Felix thought to himself, "I've bothered her." Another voice rang out, "Do you know this child?" In the room so quiet that even breathing could be heard, Felix's deep voice resonated, word by word, slowly yet decisively. "You'll have to work hard for that, because I'm not the one who decides it." It was dinner time, and on the table was a perfectly grilled steak. Felix chewed slowly, silently thinking. Although I said it confidently, his deep blue eyes unconsciously looked towards a certain direction. The sight of Raina and Evely sitting opposite him, chatting, stopped at his gaze. Felix thought to himself, those words weren't just for Eden. He told himself, even so, I've already resolved the misunderstanding. If things continue like this. Suddenly, Lloyd's familiar voice appeared in his head, the words like an undeniable truth. Do you really think so? Do you actually think there's nothing else you can do because it's already past? You're afraid she'll smile at someone else, not you. That fear keeps repeating endlessly, doesn't it? Lloyd's image in his mind appeared like a little devil, constantly taunting him.
Cornwell and Eden, if it weren't for these two, would you have stepped up like this? You're regretting not approaching Raina sooner, even though you care about her. At that very moment, Felix gripped the knife handle tightly, then suddenly slammed it onto the table. A sharp clattering sound echoed, making the food and water glasses rattle violently. An anxious voice began to speak, pulling Felix out of his chaotic thoughts. "Felix, are you all right? You're lost in thought again." Immediately, Felix awkwardly blurted out, "No, I'm fine, I just saw a bug." Eden and Joffrey exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with suspicion, as if silently thinking, is he thinking about something else? Focus more on the meal. Yes, I'm sorry. After that, Felix rested his hand on his head, his gaze subtly shifted towards Raina, who sat opposite him. Raina noticed his gaze, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Then she mouthed the words to ask, "Are you all right?" Felix, embarrassed, didn't reply, quickly turning his face away. A quiet comfort stirred within him. That's right, things are better now than before. Instead of worrying and deliberating all by myself, I can have Raina by my side, smiling like this. If I just keep trying little by little from now on, then Raina's heart... Everyone, please continue your conversation at your leisure. After the meal, Felix propped his chin with his hand, his face serious. That's what they had told Raina. It was a good thing Raina wasn't here. Evely, sitting opposite him, immediately asked, "All right, while we're on the subject, I'll ask, why did you two leave Raina alone back then?" Felix quickly replied, "Raina isn't a child anymore." Evely continued, her voice reproachful. Even if she's no longer a child, she never received proper care from her parents. Now, just as she's opened up, she has to endure so much pain in that treacherous place. Felix gently countered his mother. It's clear that Raina intended to handle this herself. Preventing a child from doing what they want isn't protection. She needs a certain amount of self-confidence to break free from the past. That's why I entrusted her to you, so she could gradually engage with the outside world. But what if she just handles it on her own? Isn't that a huge contradiction?
If that's the case, then let her go, to Green Lake.
Hearing that, both Evely and Alex immediately sprang up in anger, protesting in unison. That's impossible. They will soon run out of money, and those Homewood people will somehow get close to Raina again and hurt her. If that's the case, even if she tries to avoid it like that, if it's something she's bound to go through, it's better to face it together. Felix remained calm, his words clear. What's the difference between you and me? What Raina needs to overcome is not just the past, but also accepting that Homewood is no longer her family. What about the pain she'll endure by giving up what she's protected all this time? It's better to just go far away. Evely stood up abruptly, her eyes resolute. Therefore, it would be better if she stayed with us. Your father and I will be a strong support for her. I want to let that child, who has never had any expectations, know that we are here for her. Felix's voice continued. But that's selfish. What we're doing is merely coercion in the name of goodwill. If our home also becomes a suffocating place for Raina, then how are we any different from Homewood? Raina didn't decide to come here on her own in the first place. Don't forget that. The tense conversation finally subsided, and in Raina's quiet room, a hand touched her, causing Raina, who was sound asleep, to groggily wake up.
Evely's voice rang out gently. Little one, time to wake up. Raina sat up, rubbed her eyes, let out a long yawn, and replied in a sleepy voice, Mom, how long have I been asleep? Is it not too late? Just then her hand accidentally brushed against a bouquet placed beside her. Raina quickly hugged it, a bright smile blooming on her lips. Did you bring it, Mom? Evely immediately said, Felix brought it for you. Just hearing his name, Raina was stunned, her cheeks immediately flushing crimson. In a flash, she recalled the florist's words at the time. It's a bouquet of white tulips blooming during the forgiveness ceremony. Traditionally, giving a bouquet of tulips is to ask for forgiveness. A warm feeling gently crept into her heart. Raina admired the bouquet in her hands, smiling as she whispered, Is this the meaning of this bouquet? Holding it like this, it feels like I'm holding a cloud, like cotton candy. At the same time, the image under the festival night fountain suddenly reappeared, so sweet and romantic that it made her face flush even redder, like a tomato. Evely saw her reaction and was momentarily surprised. Immediately after, as if realizing something, she gently smiled, thinking to herself, It seems that boy went to the festival with Raina, and things seem to have progressed a bit. How fortunate. A few seconds later, she clapped her hands and called out to her, Raina, shouldn't you open another gift? I prepared it for you. A meticulously wrapped purple gift box. I hope you'll like it. Raina opened the lid of the box, letting out a soft, hesitant gasp. This?
She lifted a corner of the dress's pink fabric. Evely smiled gently, her voice warm. Do you like it? Raina couldn't hide her happiness, clutching the gift to her chest with deep appreciation, and replied with a trembling voice, I truly love it. Evely stepped forward, placing a hand on Raina's hair, her eyes filled with pride. Now get ready, and let's go. It's your first ball, after all. When the festival day arrived, the luxurious blue carriage clattered along the road. Eden's voice rang out. Vivedia Palace is a magnificent and unique palace, opening its doors only once a year for the Festival of Forgiveness. How fortunate that Raina's first ball is here. Be careful when you get out of the carriage. Raina, in her pink and white dress, shyly spoke up. Sister Eden, is this dress all right? Since it's my first time, so... Eden took her hand, then reassured her. Don't be silly. It's beautiful. So beautiful that I feel incredibly proud to be the first to see it. Hearing this, Raina blushed, her heart pounding.
Inwardly, I thought, thank goodness, I want to look really presentable for that person. A few minutes earlier, elsewhere, hurried footsteps echoed on the pavement. You, what are we going to do about this situation? Lloyd said urgently to Felix. 2 hours have passed already. When will the madam finally arrive? Felix's face darkened, radiating a menacing aura, and he replied, Is that what we should be worrying about right now? Lloyd's eyes welled up, almost on the verge of tears. But a teasing remark rang out. Would she really want to spend this boring time with the Duke? Recalling that moment, Felix angrily picked up the elegant blue invitation card. On it, the delicate handwriting clearly stated, I think going to Nisa for the summer holiday is quite good. What do you think? Accompanied by the explanation, we need to discuss, so please come a bit early. This location belongs to Vina Dispenser. After reading it, Felix let out a soft sigh, his gaze drifting to where Raina was sound asleep.
Felix's voice rang out. Are you trying to provoke someone by sending a letter like that? Lloyd startled, crying out indignantly. This is truly unbelievable. Thanks to that, I got to see her rare sleeping face. Are you really going to help? Lloyd began to act pitiful. Don't you know all my efforts are for you and your wife? Let's talk about feelings a bit. Felix frowned, replying bluntly, I don't see how that helps at all. Just leave it be, you ungrateful wretch. Just then, Roxy softly spoke, interrupting their conversation. It's the Duke, isn't it? Roxy approached, bowing her head in greeting, her lips curved into a charming smile as she continued. May the blessed sunlight of the Benedictus festival also reach your grace. Lloyd immediately glanced at Felix, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, as if to convey, look at this. Then he quickly spoke up, extending his hand. It's because of Lady Homewood whom I met back then. She smiled brightly, shyly exclaiming, Roxy,
Please, just call me Roxy. Looking at the Duke's magnificent appearance, not only Ravenna Palace but also Lethe Palace would suit him perfectly. Hearing that, Felix frowned, contempt in his heart. Lethe Palace, what nonsense. She was dreaming an absurd dream. She had boldly approached him, and then even mentioned Lethe Palace, a place where only royalty resided. He hadn't expected her to be so foolish and greedy.
Lloyd then skillfully released her hand and whispered, "Roxy, although that line sounds quite good, next time please whisper such things to me, okay?" Roxy blushed shyly and quickly changed the subject. "But what is everyone doing here so early in the morning?" Lloyd replied nonchalantly, his voice sounding unintentional yet deliberate. "I am waiting for Viscount Felix's wife." Hearing that, her face seemed to freeze, her eyes wide with astonishment.
Her mind was instantly in turmoil. What was this? Was she waiting for her? As if unconcerned, Lloyd and Felix continued their conversation. A stream of unpleasant thoughts still echoed in her mind. How annoying. If it weren't for the need to send that thing back, everything would have been in chaos since this morning. Suddenly, Lloyd smiled brightly, his voice full of eagerness. "That's right. Now that I think about it, Miss Roxy here is Miss Raina's sister, isn't she? What was she like as a child? She must have been adorable, right?" Hearing this, a laugh burst from her mouth, making Felix turn his annoyed gaze towards her. Roxy continued to laugh. "I'm sorry, that's something I can't even fathom." Roxy began to speak sarcastically, her voice full of disdain. "She's the type who's practically invisible. She was already quiet to begin with, so she wasn't really all that great." At the same time, Felix clenched his fists in annoyance. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Felix's face darkened, his eyes sharp and cold as he looked at Roxy, reminding her in a stern voice, each word like a sharp blade, "You shouldn't be like that. Speak politely, young lady." At the same time, at the entrance, Eden and Raina had just arrived. Eden smiled reassuringly. "Brother has gone ahead to wait, so you can meet him in a bit." As soon as the words left his mouth, Eden suddenly froze, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Seeing his expression, Raina, bewildered, turned to follow, softly wondering, what is it? Amidst the gentle breeze, what appeared before their eyes was Felix, standing opposite Roxy. Witnessing that scene, Raina's heart suddenly clenched, as if being squeezed, her eyes wide open, her mind a chaotic mess. Why is Felix with Roxy? Roxy is different from me. She has an allure, so she's always surrounded by people. So even Felix. On that day, Felix had embraced her shoulder and declared in a firm, resolute voice, as if etched deep into her heart, "This is Raina Dispenser, my wife, Duke Cornwell." Back in the present, Raina, trembling, covered her ears, tightly shut her eyes, and silently scolded herself, "Fool. I won't run away anymore." Then her gaze narrowed, her eyelids trembled slightly, and the golden light in her pupils gradually shone with a resolute glint. Her face became serious, and she took a strong step forward. "He already said I'm his wife."
Felix clenched his hand when he heard her say with a mocking expression, "She's the kind of person who's neither here nor there, naturally quiet, so she's not much good." As soon as Roxy finished speaking, he angrily furrowed his brows and admonished, "You shouldn't be like that. Speak politely, young lady." Seeing this, she became annoyed again, thinking to herself, "What is this? Why is he acting as if he knows?" The two were engrossed in conversation, not noticing Lloyd staring blankly after them. He blushed with delight, raising a hand to cover his mouth as he mumbled, "This is truly amazing." The happy days of enjoying tea between Aaron and Lloyd came flooding back. Cronwell had been enjoying himself lately, all thanks to his close friend who had been making diverse appearances daily since the shocking news of the marriage. Recalling Felix when he was young, back at the academy, Lloyd mused, "So, Felix, what even is passionate love?" He glanced over again, secretly assessing. And that reaction? Felix must have known his wife longer than I thought. Then Lloyd stepped between the two, offering a smile as he complained, "Hey, you're all talking about things I know nothing about. I'm so sad." Lloyd's next sentence directly made Roxy break out in a cold sweat. "Can I hear the details about that?" She lowered her face, her expression malicious as she calculated inwardly. No matter what the Viscount knows, continuously talking about her isn't good. She told herself, "I can't let these trivial matters ruin this opportunity."
Roxy's hand was now clenched, trembling incessantly as she wondered, how could she attract attention? Lloyd looked over, as if seeing something, and was startled, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. Just then, the story's protagonist appeared. A clogs-clad foot ran ceaselessly, a voice calling out followed urgently, "Wait, wait for me!" The running footsteps suddenly halted. Raina was skeptical. But she stood frozen there, her face sorrowful as she wondered, what should I say when I get there? Is that something I can ask about right away? Following her was Eden, with worry clearly visible on his face.
Raina frowned in disappointment, muttering, "I've only just opened up for a few days." Suddenly, a loud call of her name made Raina jump and look up. "Miss Raina!" On the other side, Felix stared in surprise, then called softly, "Raina!" Lloyd, beaming, waved his hand, inviting them over. "Over here, over here!" A moment later, Raina and Eden stood before the other three. Everyone looked bewildered and worried, while Roxy was utterly furious. Lloyd cheerfully suggested, well, since the main characters are all gathered here, let's move somewhere else first, shall we? A little later, a hand tapped the teacup on the table. Raina at this moment bowed her head, blushing and feeling shy, while screaming internally. What on earth are you thinking, Raina Dispenser? The embarrassment overwhelmed her. Then she squeezed her eyes shut, gulped down the tea in her hand, and thought, I'm so ashamed I could die. It's a misunderstanding. Lloyd looked at Raina, full of confusion, and chuckled, muttering, It seems Miss Raina here is having some adorable thoughts again. Suddenly, Lloyd began to recount, making her eyes widen in surprise. While waiting for Raina, we were talking about your childhood. Hearing this, Raina trembled and stammered in response. It's like that. In her heart, she continuously told herself, full of fear, I don't want to talk about it. I'm afraid everyone will look at me a certain way when they find out.
Raina was looking down, completely ignoring Felix's anxious gaze fixed on her. His face hardened slightly as he heard her struggle to continue. It's nothing special. Raina's hand gently touched the rim of the teacup and she said, It's just normal. A sharp voice immediately cut in. Huh, just normal? Roxy cast a sly glance, propping her chin on her hand as she asked, You must have done something, right? Watching her cover her mouth to laugh, Lloyd secretly sighed. Seriously, it's really hard to get close to anyone from the Homewood family. Picking up his teacup, he glanced at the person opposite him and thought, Meanwhile, Miss Raina. Lloyd's gaze returned to Raina, who looked sad and confused. Raina subtly glanced at Felix. Lloyd remarked, She's paying attention to Felix. He raised a finger, smiling as he suggested, Perhaps she's not outgoing, as there are some young ladies who prefer the study or a quieter garden. Lloyd was still rambling on. Miss Raina must also. Suddenly, someone slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Felix walked over to Raina, respectfully offering, It's such a beautiful day today. Shouldn't we go out dancing and on a date? Seeing this, Raina turned to look at him with an incredibly shy expression. Without waiting for Raina to agree, he looked up at everyone, politely smiling as he added, Then, if you'll excuse us, we'll be leaving first. Lloyd froze, realizing, So that's how it is.
Raina and Felix turned and left, leaving Roxy with a resentful expression, cursing, How rude of them! He turned to look at Raina with affectionate eyes. Lloyd watched his expression and assessed, just like her, Felix also cares about her. By then, Roxy angrily crossed her arms, her face sharp as she reproached, Everyone hasn't even stood up yet, and you're suddenly leaving like that. How rude! Then she made a superior gesture and sneered, It seems both the Viscount and Viscountess need to become more familiar with high society. Eden immediately interrupted, Let's see. A second later, he stood up and continued in a serious tone. If someone is as familiar with high society as you, shouldn't they, for the sake of their family, restrain themselves from speaking ill of others as you just did? Eden's next question made Roxy's face flush with anger, and she gritted her teeth in annoyance. Suddenly, Lloyd also stood up, smiling as he expressed, This place doesn't have a good atmosphere to stay in any longer. Roxy exclaimed in alarm, Your Grace! He pointed to his face, subtly reminding her, Next time you should smile a bit more, then you'll be prettier, young lady. Once again, she was utterly enraged upon hearing Lloyd's hurtful words. In high society, it's better to hide your expressions. Roxy gritted her teeth in hatred, thinking, This is all your fault, Raina Homewood. On this side, Felix held Raina's hand and walked away. She softly called out, But, Felix!
Raina looked around, asking in confusion, Isn't this the auditorium? Suddenly, melodious music played, startling her, and she urged, The music has started. The show is about to begin. We need to hurry. Just then, Raina accidentally tripped. Felix quickly caught her, exclaiming worriedly, Be careful. Raina's face flushed, and she thought shyly, What on earth is happening today? As soon as she regained her balance, Raina felt embarrassed, avoiding his gaze, and explained, I'm still not very used to this, so... Felix bent down, taking her swollen foot, and reminded her, In this condition, where could you possibly go? Raina sadly thought to herself, So he already knows. But if we dance together, I can still manage. Raina's high heels lay discarded on the ground. Felix looked up, smiling kindly as he said, We can dance anytime. His gaze narrowed on her small feet. A second later, he lifted Raina into his arms, making her gasp in surprise. And now I want to show you something else. Unexpectedly, Felix looked at her sincerely and confessed, Raina, let's go on a date today.
Hearing Felix's sincere confession, Raina blushed, feeling flustered inside, secretly wondering what to do now. Everything felt like a dream. Suddenly, he spoke up, reminding her, Well, we're here. Seeing this, Raina glanced over. Nestled in Felix's arms, Raina gasped in surprise as she saw the vibrant roses before her. He gently set her down. Raina exclaimed with delight, Oh my! Leaning down close to Raina, he gently asked, Are you pleased with this date spot, my lady? Raina placed a hand over her chest, her lips pressed tightly together in shyness. She thought to herself, Is it because my feet are touching the ground? What is it? I feel a slight tingle. She shyly glanced at him, and Felix smiled attentively in response to her gaze. The beautiful rose garden unfolded before their eyes. Felix's voice rang out evenly.
This place, the rose garden, is the rose garden that Philip II created for the woman he loved. Then Felix raised his index finger, saying knowingly, however, it was a love that transcended their social status. Thinking of that couple, he calmly recounted. Therefore, the girl had to make a difficult decision for the one she loved. Felix's expression darkened as he continued. From that day on, no one ever saw that girl in this country again. That's not a happy fairy tale ending. Raina put a hand to her chin, awkwardly offering her assessment.
Raina turned to Felix and asked softly, "Could her name be Rosie?" He immediately replied, "Why do you think so?" as he reached out to touch the flowers. Raina slowly said, "Everywhere you look here, you see roses." Felix smiled and continued, "It's a pity, but her name is Lily." Raina sighed, regretting, "What a shame." Suddenly she was startled as she realized something. "Huh? Wait a minute. If it's Lily, then it must be." Thinking of that strange key, Raina concluded, "It's the inscription on the blue color of blessing." After that, Raina put on a determined look, staring intently at him. Felix avoided her gaze, sweating as he thought, "Oh, is she going to ask right now?" Then he turned to her and praised. "Anyway, that was a good approach." Raina's eyes widened in surprise as he explained, "Because roses are the flowers she likes."
A moment later, she smiled happily. Her hand gently brushed over the flowers. Raina replied, "Then I understand." The arrogant man's figure waiting on the chair still lingered. She deduced that the garden was Felix II's longing. Someone's strands of hair fluttered in the wind. Raina's voice still echoed, filling the space with things that person liked. The man's eyes reddened when a figure appeared. The girl opened her arms and embraced him. Raina continued, "Then I will show her this place when she returns." Felix's eyes widened in surprise when he heard her next sentence. "It's just a bit regrettable, if not for the difference in status." He carefully asked, "I wonder if you, Raina, pay attention to that issue." She sadly wondered to herself, "Is it worrying about the difference in status between us?" Thinking of the moments the two embraced, Raina sincerely expressed, "Actually, I don't think much about it. It's a pity that the happy time couldn't last a little longer, because both of them still spent moments sharing their hearts." Remembering the time she sat with her family, Raina recounted, "Initially, when the Dispenser family treated me well." Thinking of how she was once stunned by Evelyn's warm smiles, she continued, "I thought it was because of the Homewood name, but..." Evelyn gently took Raina's hand. She said with emotion, "It turns out everyone treated me with all their heart." Immediately after, Raina boldly took his arm and affirmed, "Felix, too." Leaning her head on his shoulder, Raina expressed with a happy smile, "That's right, I never really cared about that in the first place." Holding the small baby in her arms, Raina affirmed, "Instead of focusing on who's higher or lower, I want to concentrate on spending more time with important people, just as I've always done." Felix smiled contentedly upon hearing her sincere reply. Immediately after, she smiled brightly and asked Felix back, "Shouldn't it be that way?" Suddenly, he didn't answer, but raised his hand to touch Raina's cheek. Felix unexpectedly placed a kiss on her cheek. Raina immediately cried out in a flustered panic, "Suddenly?" Adjusting his collar, Felix gently reminded her, "That was a good story, but perhaps we got too caught up in it and almost ruined the atmosphere of our date. I want to recreate the mood for our date." Finishing his words, he bowed and offered his hand, asking, "Shall we dance here, madam?" Raina smiled cheerfully, placed her hand in his, and replied, "Yes, all right." After that, the two danced intimately in the flower garden. The next day, a new day began with a clear, soaring blue sky. Raina lay on the lush green grass, her eyes closed, softly smiling as she thought, "I've had such a peaceful time. I never expected spending a day together, sharing similar feelings, could be so enjoyable." Images of her playing happily with Eden, Felix, and everyone else slowly appeared in her mind. Raina exclaimed, "This is truly interesting."
Now, Raina comfortably sat down next to Felix, thinking to herself, "This house, along with the Dispenser family? No, our family has become much better." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a voice cried out in alarm, Everyone!" Alex, panting, stood before Evely and announced, Duke Cronwell is coming." She asked in surprise, "Suddenly? When exactly will he arrive?" Alex held up the invitation card. Evely took the card and exclaimed in alarm, "What? The 27th? Next week?" He added tearfully, "There's also an official proposal from the Cronwell family. It seems you've done many good things lately. All good things are coming your way." Felix, upon hearing this, frowned unhappily, thinking, "Cronwell again?" Remembering Lloyd's mischievous face saying, "Only I am your friend," Felix's face turned pale as he wondered, what kind of tricks is he planning to pull this time? Raina beside him looked at him in confusion. Poking Felix's shoulder with a finger, she covered her mouth and whispered, "Both father and mother look so happy. Isn't that a good thing?" Felix leaned into her ear and softly replied, "Actually, it's extremely troublesome." Hearing this, she looked bewildered, not understanding anything. Despite Felix's helpless expression, Raina still chuckled to herself, thinking,
It seems this person has been bothered before, hasn't he? It's not something to laugh about anymore, he sighed inwardly. He's clearly coming again to find Raina. At this moment, someone clapped their hands and spoke. Well, if it's already decided, there's nothing else we can do. Evely smiled resolutely, clenching her hands as she exclaimed, "Let's prepare the most wonderful ball."
Light streamed through the small window. A flustered servant spoke up. "It's almost done." A man turned to Evely and carefully informed her. "As you said, the curtains have been replaced. Let me know when you're done looking so I can find suitable flowers." Her eyes remained fixed on the stack of papers in her hands. Evely replied, "Everything is fine. Tell Amanda to place the order immediately." A moment later, she looked forward with a determined expression, thinking to herself, "This is a great opportunity. Although I know my son is doing business with the Duke, an official visit like this is a different matter." Thinking of Lloyd, she assessed, because of the influence of the Duke's family. Then, thinking of the people gossiping, Evely sighed. It's difficult to act in a way that justifies siding with a specific family. Fortunately, the decision was made thanks to a connection at the academy, but even just one visit like this has brought great benefits to the Viscount.
Evely clutched the paper in her hand, her brow furrowed as she pondered. If this party goes well, then... The maid beside her quickly reminded, "Madam, those are documents that need approval." Ignoring everything, her mind was buzzing with excitement. It will surely turn out well for that child. On this side, Raina was lying face down on the table, looking dejected. A maid approached and asked with concern, "What's wrong, young madam?" The maid quickly smiled reassuringly. "Oh, look at me. You must be very stressed about the party, aren't you? It's all right. Madam Evely is working diligently on it." Raina replied indifferently and vaguely. Yes. She thought to herself, "No way. I'm acting like an idiot." Internally, Raina was crying and banging on the table. A moment later, she leaned back with a sigh, making a guess in her mind. "Even if my parents don't know, Roxy will still come, because Duke Cromwell will also be there." The maid was puzzled when Raina suddenly hugged her head, muttering incessantly, "If I tell Felix right away, Felix will agree and accept it." But Raina frowned, full of worry. Thinking of Evely holding Alex's hand and laughing happily, she mused, they really had a lot of fun. Sitting and gazing into the distance, Raina sighed inwardly, "I hated so much," then unconsciously blurted out, "Duke, it would be so much better if you didn't come." Meanwhile at Homewood, a loud voice called out, Wife, look at this." Walter rushed to fling open the door, cheerfully announcing, "Now we don't have to worry about money anymore." He was stunned to see Catherine already dressed, ready to go somewhere. Walter's mouth fell open, and he foolishly asked, Where are you going?" With a look of disdain, she instructed, "You, hurry up and get washed and ready to go out." He immediately replied, "Oh, no, that's not important." Catherine pointed straight at his face and yelled, "It's 100, 1,000 times more important than that piece of paper." Walter, embarrassed, asked incredulously, "No way. Why are you yelling?" Roxy stepped forward, arms crossed, and announced, "Duke Cromwell plans to visit Nisa." Hearing this, he put a hand to his chin, asking in confusion, "To Dispenser? But why? Even though they are both dukes, what kind of close relationship do they have?" Instantly, a sky-shattering scream that shook Walter's ears rang out. "Are you still talking about that now?" Catherine stepped forward, pointing at his chest, and instructed, "Go there and flatter him a bit, then our status with Morris won't drop." Then she crossed her arms, turned to Roxy, and said, "You've come at just the right time. That little Raina will be useful in times like these."
She heard Catherine's coercive words and immediately flared up, radiating a fierce aura. The Duke was still the Duke, but most of the nobles gathered there to see him. "You go there and find young men to marry." Roxy placed her hand on her chest and cried out, "From the very beginning, the Duke and I." Before she could finish her sentence, Catherine interrupted, punching her chest repeatedly while yelling, "Oh, I'm going to explode. Please stop with your fanciful dreams. Are there really no marriage prospects from the Duke's side?" Despite being scolded so cruelly, Roxy still made a shy, delusional face and said, "Oh, mother, don't you know that no talented fiancé has appeared yet? The better the relationship between two people, the better their reputation will be." A luxurious car stopped, and her voice still rang out, "So this is the opportunity, during the Duke's stay and Dispenser." Lloyd sat in the car, holding a handkerchief and humming softly. She confidently asserted, "Time will be on our side." A moment later, Lloyd rushed over, a smiling face, extending both arms towards Felix. He put out his hand to stop him, exclaiming with a look of disgust, "Seriously, don't do this." Lloyd grumbled and asked, "Is this how you treat a guest who came to enjoy the summer?" Felix indifferently waved his hand away, reminding him, "If you have a conscience, pay attention to what's happening outside." Outside, the high-ranking nobles were happily chatting, while Alex and Evely were nervously busy entertaining. He complained, "Everyone is practically dying because nobles from all over the country are gathering, and you brought that here." Lloyd placed a hand on his shoulder and defiantly replied, "But if I didn't do this,
I wouldn't be able to set foot inside, would I? Watching him walk away leisurely, Felix's face turned purple with anger as he secretly grumbled, "Of course, because of you, Raina is also tired." In his mind was the image of Raina shyly saying, "Because my stomach isn't feeling well." Suddenly, Lloyd turned his head, pointed, and reminded him, "I've already planned my vacation, but I only thought of Nisa, so I'll probably stay for about a month."
After sending it, he immediately sent a heart emoji and smiled, saying, "Then please take care of me, my friend." Felix scratched his head annoyed, thinking to himself, "I'm already bothered and it's just started." Outside the party, people bustled about. A woman holding a glass of wine stood in front of a family portrait on the wall. Alex approached her, asking kindly, "Are you interested in paintings?" The woman put her hand to her chin thoughtfully and replied, "I heard that the Viscount has extensive knowledge of painting, but," pointing to the family portrait, she frankly assessed, "In my opinion, this is merely a pure portrait." Then she turned her head and smiled, asking Alex, who was gaping in astonishment behind her, "I wonder if there are any other paintings. Of course, rumors can also be exaggerated." Immediately he put on a professional smile, clasped his hands, and exclaimed, "Other paintings?" Alex's next words stunned the woman, leaving her rigid. "Of course there are. Coincidentally, my daughter's masterpiece of the century is currently in my study." The two girls over there, hearing this, also wondered and whispered to each other, "A daughter? Doesn't this family only have 3 sons?" Aaron, who was approaching with Lloyd, turned his head and remarked upon hearing this, "At the tea party, I heard that the wife deeply cherishes her eldest son's fiancé, which is likely why she refers to her that way." The rumor had spread throughout the upper class, so everyone was curious and came to attend today. Looking towards Alex, who was eagerly inviting the woman, he said, "Come, come, everyone, please follow me." He continued with an exclamation. He must be eager to show it off, but he's a bit too excited. A moment later, the room was completely empty, not a soul remaining.
Holding a glass of wine in his hand, Lloyd muttered helplessly, "It has to be like this, doesn't it? What kind of painting is it that even everyone—" Lloyd's gaze fell upon Aaron, who was tiptoeing away, and he exclaimed irritably, "You too!" Aaron quickly denied, "There's nothing else I can do. I was curious too." As he walked away, he turned his head back and smiled, explaining, "I was just taking a peek to pass the time." Suddenly, he bumped into someone. Catching Raina, Aaron quickly exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry." Raina put her hand to her face and replied, No, it was my fault for rushing." Placing her hand on her chest, Raina respectfully stated, "I sincerely apologize for the late greeting. Welcome to the Dispenser mansion." Pointing, Aaron joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, Lady Raina, you've arrived at just the right time. I was just on my way to see Lady Raina's work." Raina's expression became bewildered when she heard him ask, "Could you guide me?" She gaped and asked again, "Pardon?" She quickly realized inwardly, so those people earlier.
Immediately after, Raina turned and ran, not forgetting to call back, "I apologize, I'll take my leave first." Aaron, puzzled, called after her, "Lady Raina." Raina hurried down the hallway, panting as she flung open the door. Alex smiled and began, "Oh, Raina, I was just about to call you anyway." The nobles were now standing in front of the large painting, turning to glance at her. Alex continued, "Well, everyone, the master of this wonderful piece has arrived." At that moment, Raina stood fearfully before the malicious gazes of the crowd, clutching her dress, thinking to herself, "It's impossible for all these people to like it. What if they find fault of it?" Suddenly, a man placed his hand on his chin and spoke up, "This is truly—"
The next words directly caused Raina to open her eyes wide in shock and disbelief. Alex, with a grateful expression, clasped his hands and stepped beside him, exclaiming, "Count Atli." Atli turned, extending a hand with a smile of appraisal. "Viscount, this is truly a born talent." Seeing this, the surrounding crowd also whispered amongst themselves, "That Count Atli, isn't he truly a masterpiece?" Pointing at the painting, he continued, "As the Viscount just mentioned, this painting was completed in less than a year." The image of Raina, her face smudged with paint, holding a brush and painting the picture, appeared in his mind. His voice continued steadily, "This painting contains warmth. There is joy in it too. It is a wonderful work that expresses the heart of the painter, wishing that all who see this painting feel happy." Raina blushed shyly, her eyes sparkling. The crowd, following the herd effect, immediately praised it endlessly. "Indeed, just looking at it makes me feel more at ease. I never imagined she could paint something like this." Suddenly, a hand clapped and an unfamiliar voice rang out, "Well, well." Alex laughed excitedly and said, "Everyone, let's enjoy it together while we admire it." The servants had now brought out the food. A woman, picking up a pastry, immediately broke into a sweat as Alex boasted, "This is also the result of our Raina's efforts." The man was also stunned, muttering, "Oh, the young lady made it." More lively chatter erupted, causing Raina to lower her head in fear. She thought to herself, "These are tasks for subordinates, probably a form of artistic activity like painting." Closing her eyes tightly, Raina thought helplessly, "That's right, ordinary nobles don't do this. I've become too accustomed to my family members lately."
Suddenly, a hand reached for the plate of pastries. Immediately after, Lloyd, chewing a mouthful of pastry, bit into it and exclaimed, "Good heavens, this is really delicious." Then he looked around at everyone and declared, "It would be perfect if I brought it back to my family's kitchen." The others were once again dumbfounded.
Then Lloyd, puzzled, asked, "What's with the atmosphere? Is something wrong?" A second later, he looked at the woman from earlier and reminded her, "You there, if you're not going to eat it, I will." She immediately looked up, then down at the cake she was holding. A moment later, the woman took a bite of the cake. Her face immediately showed surprise, and she blushed as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I understand now why the Duke praised it so much." Raina looked at Lloyd in confusion, who was excitedly exclaiming, "See, you people really are something. How would you have known without me?" From that remark, the crowd incessantly bombarded her with questions. "Miss, how is the recipe made? I'm curious too. I'll tell our chef." This scene surprised Raina. Lloyd smiled, watching Raina successfully integrating with everyone. She replied, Now, everyone, please calm down." He let out a sigh of relief. Afterward, Raina was surrounded by people asking questions. A moment later, she tiredly walked down the hallway, muttering, "That was too stressful just now." Suddenly, Raina stopped short when a voice came from behind the door. "Viscount, although it might be quite cruel to painters, but—" Inside, Alex and Atlee were standing in front of a painting. Raina hid behind the door, hearing Atlee say, "Art is innate." Atlee placed a hand on Alex's shoulder and continued, "And that ability, it only shines when someone like the Viscount here recognizes it. In this regard, it's fortunate that Miss Raina's ability has not been underestimated." Atlee's voice echoed to where Raina was standing. She smiled happily as Atlee advised, "Please don't miss the different facets Alex displays." Night had fallen, and melodious music echoed throughout the space. Felix walked over to Raina, who was holding a glass of wine. He smiled reassuringly, thinking, it's a relief that she seemed quite cheerful since daytime. Taking the wine glass from Raina's hand, Felix bowed his head and asked with concern, "Aren't you tired? This glass is confiscated." She shyly whispered, "Oh, my glass." He continued, "Because it's your first time meeting so many people." She looked up thoughtfully, then Raina smiled and replied, "It's more interesting than I thought." Felix, with a weary expression, continued, "As for me, I just wish everyone would leave quickly." He thought to himself, "I'm tired too." Raina covered her mouth and smiled brightly as she asked, "Oh, right. How long will the Duke stay?" Remembering Lloyd with his fake smile and heart-shooting gesture, Felix's face darkened, and he replied with disgust, "He said a month, but I'm already exhausted just thinking about it." Hearing that, Raina helplessly thought to herself, it would be great if he went back quickly. Under the stars, Raina awkwardly clasped her hands and began, "I know you're not pleased with the Duke's actions, but—" Then she looked at him gently and expressed, "Even so, please don't hate him too much." Raina's next words made him look at her in confusion. "Today, I was truly very grateful to the Duke." Felix asked, "That kid?" Raina thought calmly to herself, "Anyway, even if I hide it, he'll know soon enough." She then recounted, "The thing is, Father boasted about the cookies I made." The two were now sitting side by side on a bench. Raina continued, "Of course, the atmosphere wasn't very good. Thinking of the unpleasant remarks about her related to the cookies in the painting, it seems only a young lady knows how to paint, but not how to cook." Raina sighed and expressed, "Although I don't know what the big difference between painting and cooking is," but remembering Alex from earlier, she exclaimed, "Anyway, in that situation, if it weren't for the Duke, Father would have been in quite a lot of trouble." Then Raina smiled cheerfully and recounted, "Even at the festival, I wondered if there was any way to repay him." In her heart, she silently gave thanks. It's fortunate to have this opportunity. The next day, Felix stared blankly ahead. Standing by the horse, Lloyd turned his head and called out loudly, "You there, what are you doing? Hurry up and come here." Immediately after, he was stunned when he heard Felix sincerely thank him. "Duke Cronwell, I truly thank you." Lloyd turned away with a shrug, frowning as he exclaimed, What is this? Felix, did you eat something wrong? Even if you say that, I won't let it slide." He raised a hand to his chin and chuckled softly. Immediately after, Felix laughed loudly, waving his hand as he replied, "I heard you enjoyed some rather delicious cake yesterday, so I'm just thanking you." Seeing Lloyd looking bewildered in front of him, he asked, "Now, what am I supposed to do with that foolish expression of yours?" Lloyd's eyes widened as he cried out, "Oh my goodness!" Remembering his previous eye contact with Felix, Lloyd thought to himself in disbelief, "I can't believe I actually heard a thank you from him." Immediately after, he looked annoyed, complaining as he climbed onto his horse. Ugh, he really is a terrifying fellow. Grabbing the reins, Lloyd turned his head and enthusiastically suggested, "Do that more often." Just then, Lloyd leaned back in his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. Looking at Felix, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the boy since early morning. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Ah, you've all arrived at just the right time." Holding a newspaper in his hand, Aaron asked,
I just heard something today. I wonder if you all have heard about it. Behind Felix at that moment was a wall covered in bloodstains. Aaron announced, I heard someone else died in Larian. He calmly assessed, anyway, that company has a lot of problems. On the newspaper was the news of someone's passing. Felix recounted, that makes 3 people just this year. Lloyd turned and asked, they don't even compensate the relatives? From behind, Raina was bringing a cup of tea and offered, please try this. Aaron reached out and took it, replying, thank you. Felix bowed his head and replied, to them the laborers are slaves, not workers. Aaron put a hand to his chin, looking worried, and continued, even so, there's nothing we can do. We must quickly find someone who won't accept bribes from that company. Lloyd silently gazed at his reflection in the teacup. Tapping his fingers on the table, Felix pronounced, it's truly difficult for those who have never known hunger to think of those who are starving. Therefore, they cannot know the true weight of 5 shillings for a day's work. Lloyd scratched his head hesitantly and said, I'm hesitant to say this, but the rich usually don't decline easily. Then Lloyd gave a foolish laugh, which made Aaron cast a look of utter disgust at him. Raina looked at him worriedly. Lloyd's voice continued, there's one thing to consider. Even if society changes, its structure remains the same.
At this moment, Felix continued, asserting that there needed to be more systematicity. He steadfastly looked at everyone and proposed that workers must be protected within the framework of the law. Aaron broke out in a sweat and replied, that's easy to say, but the backlash will be fierce, and power will be used in times like these. Then Felix reached out his hand, smiling as he advised, it's not for your own satisfaction. Raina, on her side, looked at him with an admiring expression, thinking to herself, Felix, even among such figures as these, he speaks without any discouragement at all. A sudden snap of fingers rang out. Now, we can't conclude anything like this.
Lloyd looked towards Raina, smiling, and asked, what's an outsider's opinion? Raina looked at him startled. Then she lowered her head, placed a hand on her chin, her expression thoughtful. Before she could answer, Lloyd, flustered, interjected to ease the tension. These kinds of things aren't interesting at all, are they? Raina awkwardly waved her hand and replied, no, it's not like that. Everyone is still talking seriously. Then she smiled shyly and asked, so is my opinion needed? Lloyd joyfully continued, of course, new opinions are always welcome. After that, Raina mumbled awkwardly, if you say so. Her face instantly flushed red. Lloyd froze in surprise when he heard Raina suggest, even if it's forced, should we let everyone step forward on their own? He secretly wondered, this is a bit unexpected, isn't it? Suddenly, Aaron covered his mouth and chuckled, asking, the meaning is good, but will anyone be willing to step forward? My wife often says such naive things too. Raina imagined a beautiful future where everyone smiled. She rattled on, expressing, so if wealthy people step forward to do good deeds, they will be rewarded, just like giving candy to children who take bitter medicine, or receiving tax exemptions, or being granted priority business rights.
Holding a biscuit in his hand, Felix replied, that's not an impossible task. It will show us new possibilities there. He broke off a corner of the biscuit. Felix continued, how much has been provided to the workers so far? Aaron looked at him blankly and said, the same amount will be provided this time. If the proportion of workers increases, then employment will be more dynamic, and it significantly boosts productivity, ultimately achieving a beneficial cycle for business owners. Aaron crossed his arms helplessly and replied, that sounds good, but which boss would give up their benefits? Suddenly, Felix and Raina firmly sklong in unison, our mother, do it, do it. A second later, the two turned to look at each other in astonishment. Aaron pointed, reminding them, no, the madam would. Before he could finish, a hand quickly reached out and covered his mouth. Lloyd rushed over, grinning as he exclaimed, now hold on, let's change the atmosphere a bit. Then he pointed behind him, suggesting, Lady Raina, why don't you come camping with us later? With a puzzled expression, she pointed to herself and asked again, me too. Pointing at the annoyed Aaron, Lloyd scoffed, if you keep staying with these guys, you'll probably just spend your time talking about these boring things. Then he put on a pitiful face and pleaded, please, Lady Raina, you'll save me, won't you? Raina immediately clasped her hands politely and replied, I should be thanking you for inviting me.
Felix saw this and his face fell into a pensive frown. A moment later they were walking in the garden. Even with Felix grumbling behind, Lloyd smiled ingratiatingly. That's why this place is so beautiful, Raina happily replied. It's all thanks to our mother. Felix frowned, his lips pressed tightly together, thinking to himself, it's good that Raina can blend in without any hesitation, but then he glanced sideways, musing. The problem is, recalling his own disdainful avoidance, he wondered, why does it have to be this kid? Lloyd chattered around him. That's the style. Aren't you completely unbothered when meeting your fiancée? He then remembered the scene of Lloyd smiling and chatting with girls, and now his gaze was fixed on the 2 people in front of him, grumbling to himself, I don't like it at all. Suddenly Lloyd glanced at him. Felix, startled, quickly turned away.
Lloyd mused with amusement. I see. That kid is jealous. Raina looked up at him. Lloyd surmised, well, they must be very worried over there. And here, he smiled, bringing a hand to his chin and thought,
So much affection is being shown, but looking at their past rejections of each other, it's clear this is a troubled couple. A moment later, Lloyd brought a hand to his forehead, arrogantly deluding himself. There's nothing else to be done. As long as this body is here, I must try my best. Suddenly, Aaron exclaimed, full of confusion, "Oh, is someone still not here?" In the distance, the tea table was empty. He shielded his eyes from the sun to see more clearly, and surmised, "It seems an entire family has arrived together, as I saw a rather large carriage." Suddenly, Raina's expression changed, filled with fear as if she had seen something terrible. A woman in high heels stepped down, feigning delight as she exclaimed, "Oh my, I never expected your grace to personally come and greet us like this." Catherine, with a malicious expression, thanked him. "It is truly an honor, your grace." Walter walked over to Lloyd, exclaiming cheerfully, "Oh, Duke Cornwell, it's been a long time. I met you when you were just a child, and now you've grown into such a mature young man." Hearing this, Lloyd quickly waved his hand, replying with a polite laugh. "Anyone looking might think I'm the host here." Catherine, standing nearby, also chuckled and added, "Everyone knows that this party was organized thanks to Duke Cornwell." Felix stood there watching the scene unfold, unable to help but frown when he heard the voice. "How long do you plan to stay? This time we have a connection with the family, and to become closer, we wish to leisurely stroll around and sightsee together. A connection, a connection." Suddenly a hand was raised, as if remembering something, and said, "That's right, Homewood." That hand belonged to Lloyd. He leaned forward, his face excited as he asked, "That's Miss Raina's family, isn't it, Felix?"
Suddenly he beamed, approached, and took Walter's hand, to everyone's surprise, then praised, "You two must be very proud of Lady Raina. She is skilled in many things and possesses deep thoughts." Walter was a little startled and forced to smile, saying, "Raina? Oh, yes." Felix turned his head to watch the two of them chatting animatedly. Lloyd praised incessantly. "This is the first time I've seen a lady so intelligent and multi-talented." Felix looked at the scene before him, his face thoughtful as he mused. "This is all ruined. He came without an invitation. I must quickly inform father." A pair of leisurely footsteps approached. Roxy stood behind Raina, frowning unhappily, and asked haughtily, "Hey, where are you going?" She reminded her arrogantly, "You haven't seen your parents in a long time. You should be here." Raina was a little hesitant, sweat trickling down her cheek, and whispered, Suddenly she grabbed Raina's wrist and hastily snapped, "Stop dawdling, hurry up." With that, she indifferently pulled Raina, who was standing frozen, away. Her face serious, she thoughtfully calculated in her mind, "I must stick with her to be able to speak with the Duke again."
Roxy's voice rang out, drawing their attention. "Father, Raina has come to greet you." Hearing this, Walter beamed with a welcoming expression and said, "Oh, Raina, my beautiful daughter has arrived." He took her from Roxy's hands, put an arm around her shoulder, and introduced her. "You've already spoken highly of this flawed child of mine. Well, Raina, go thank the Duke." Seeing her still silent and unmoving, he quickly explained, "She's just shy around strangers." Raina felt a bit awkward, thinking to herself that she had to say something no matter what. Walter's face turned grim. Fortunately, Catherine, understanding the situation, quickly changed the subject. "Now that I think about it, is my youngest brother Eden still at the academy?" She quickly walked up to Lloyd, excitedly introducing, "Our Morris also studies at the academy with him, but he couldn't make it today because he had to study."
Hearing that, Lloyd, standing next to Felix, thought of the scene and asked, puzzled, "Joffrey and Eden are also at the academy, right?" Felix looked at him calmly and replied, "That's right, Joffrey is the youngest." Hearing them talk, Walter happily and quickly interjected, "That's great, later we can all meet up, including Morris." Catherine, who was nearby, couldn't help but add, "Yes, your grace, he is an incredibly intelligent child." Lloyd politely smiled, his eyes crinkling, and said, "Even so, I'll have work at the academy, so I'll get to meet all three of them." Catherine covered her mouth with her hand, smiling shyly, and replied, "Oh, thank you." Suddenly, a distracted voice asked, "But if there's work, shouldn't it be at Academy number 1? Lloyd also fell into thought, stroking his chin, thinking, "That's obvious, isn't it?" The voice continued, "Then it'll be quite difficult for us to meet up." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, looking stunned as he listened further. Eden and Joffrey are already at Academy number 2. Only then did he react. He walked over and patted Felix's shoulder, giving a wry smile as he said, "You're really something." Felix didn't stop, but continued, "I just assumed they would naturally attend Academy number 1, like you." Naturally, these words completely enraged Catherine, making her whole body tremble. She thought to herself, "In this situation, I can't say that Morris is also at Academy number 2. I need to establish a truly natural relationship with Morris." She bowed, but her eyes couldn't hide her anger. "Only then can I spread rumors that I have a connection with the Duke."
Raina stood motionless, a prodding voice echoing, "At times like these, you have to do something, Raina, you useless girl." A pair of hurried feet ran up. Alex panted, his voice stammering as he looked at them and said, "Good heavens, if you had contacted me, I would have probably arrived earlier to pick everyone up, and Raina would have also." His words suddenly caught in his throat when he saw Raina standing next to Catherine, and he suddenly froze. Afterwards, he politely chatted with Walter. "Come on, everyone, don't stay out here any longer. Let's go inside. We still have to unpack the luggage." He suddenly tilted his head, glanced at Felix behind him, and continued, "I will show everyone to their rooms." Felix quickly stepped forward, offering his hand to Raina. "Let's go inside too. We've been out here for too long." Just a few steps in, Roxy from behind imperiously ordered, "Raina, how rude. You should be guiding us." She paused, forced a smile, and stammered,
Felix gripped her shoulder, not letting go, and said in a deep voice, "No." He didn't turn his head, explaining and commanding at the same time. "The Viscount will personally guide everyone, so there will be no shortcomings. Otherwise, does that mean the Dispenser family is not hosting well right now?" Roxy shouted indignantly, "What are you saying?" Her shout drew Catherine's attention. She coldly called out, "Roxy, come here quickly, the Duke will also be coming in." Hearing that, she turned and followed, muttering, "I'm speechless." Raina tiredly bent down and sighed. Felix saw this and asked worriedly and kindly, "Are you very tired?" She raised a hand to her head and quickly replied, "No, not at all, I'm fine." She suddenly leaned against Felix and with a pensive expression explained, "I want to show them that I'm living well." He embraced her, listening as she said, "But it seems it's not going as I wished."
She looked up at him and suddenly heard him remind her, "You should rest. I'll bring dinner to your room." She politely replied, "Thank you, but I'll come down when I feel better." Hearing that, he smiled faintly. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Young master, young master." He coldly looked at the servant, who announced, "The Duke is looking for you." He immediately replied, "I'll be right there." As soon as he saw Lloyd, Felix flared up and yelled, "Are you finally planning to come back now?" Lloyd was suddenly yelled at and grumbled irritably, What now? What's the problem?" He looked at Lloyd, who was packing, and complained, "Because of your vacation, all the flies have swarmed here." Lloyd looked aggrieved and shouted in explanation, "I thought they would just be quiet and leave. Don't I usually just stay with you? So did you think I'd know so many people would come?" He coldly glared at Lloyd and sternly warned, "If what happened today happens again, there will be no staying for a month. You won't even need to unpack your luggage. You'll just pack up and leave." Lloyd was completely enraged. He was so annoyed that his whole body trembled, and he yelled, "Why, exactly? Why is everyone going crazy around me?" He threw the pillow onto the floor, creating a thump sound. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and thought, "A generous person like me must be patient, but still something feels very strange." He recalled the details and wondered, puzzled. Clearly, the morning atmosphere was still cheerful, wasn't it? Exactly. After the Homewood family arrived, everything became unpleasant, especially when young Lady Raina's family also came. He sat in the chair deep in thought. Suddenly remembering something, Lloyd sprang up. Smiling as if he had understood the problem, he mumbled, "This situation, it seems quite different from what I predicted, doesn't it?"
The party was lively, with melodious music stirring people's hearts. Yet Roxy wore a scowling face, her eyes as if wanting to stab someone. Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but think to herself that ever since dinner ended, she hadn't been able to talk to anyone. Suddenly, a silver-haired girl proactively offered an idea. By the way, since there are new people here, let's note down some other opinions as well." Hearing this, Lloyd cheerfully chimed in, "Oh, that's not bad." A hand suddenly reached out towards Roxy, asking her, "So, Lady Roxy, please tell us about the division of wealth. What are your thoughts?" Roxy hesitated in her reply. The silver-haired girl didn't press for details, but continued to offer her opinion. "Felix and his wife here want the ruling class to be responsible for dividing the wealth. As for me, I find that quite difficult." Suddenly, she turned to Lloyd. The Duke, it seems, has not yet stated his position. Roxy's face darkened, and she bowed her head, muttering with a faint smile, For us to be the ones to divide it. How naive." Her last remark suddenly startled Raina.
She changed her facial expression to an awkward smile, asking, "Are we a charity? What is there to begrudge?" With that, she casually raised her wineglass. Roxy mused to herself, "A foolish child who knows nothing, along with a child of no value because they have no special status." She raised her wineglass in front of Felix and Raina, sarcastically praising, "Anyway, since the two of you have compatible thoughts and ways of thinking, you'll live well." She calmly brought the wineglass to her lips, startling the person next to her. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lloyd seemed to intentionally shout out when he caught the melody. This is the song I like." Suddenly, Lloyd walked up to Raina, politely extending his hand to invite her. "Lady Raina, would you take this sad hand that has no partner?" Raina was taken aback, stammering in response, "Oh, I'm not good at dancing."
Without waiting for her agreement, Lloyd pulled her away, comforting her. "It's okay, trust me." Raina didn't have time to react, only letting out a soft, "Oh, oh." The two people behind them also stood up one after another to say goodbye and leave. I'll also be gone for a bit, and we'll come back later. Sir Felix, I don't have a partner either." Roxy didn't understand what was happening, frowning as she drank her wine and wondered, What's going on? What's wrong with everyone? The silver-haired girl from earlier helplessly rubbed her nose. Then she also became serious, asking with a cold expression, was what just happened called a discussion? Roxy, questioned unwillingly, her face changing color, replied, You asked, so I answered, didn't I? She continued to mumble and grumble. Respecting others' opinions and expressing your own thoughts is common sense. Haven't we learned that since childhood? Roxy, not wanting to listen, turned her face away. Seeing Lloyd and Raina, she couldn't help but ponder. Why should I care about her mood? But what if the Duke thinks the same way? Her back looked a little desolate.
As long as there was an opportunity, she had to talk at all costs. While she was deep in thought, Lloyd stood before her and called out, Lady Roxy. Then he gently extended his hand, inviting her, which made her shy. Come on, Miss Roxy, let's dance a song. Although he smiled cheerfully, he secretly thought, if they keep being together, she will treat Raina badly again. Seeing the scene before her, Raina turned away, secretly sighing in relief. Suddenly, someone holding a glass of wine approached Raina with words of comfort. Don't take it too much to heart. It was the silver-haired girl from earlier. She smiled brightly and chatted with Raina. Even if you're family, you don't have to worry about everything. You really don't have to worry. Raina took the glass of wine, watching the person in front of her babble on, unaware that someone was watching them from a distance. My sibling and I have argued countless times too. Our thoughts are so different that we even wonder if we're truly from the same family. Felix held 2 glasses of wine, watching the girl sigh in relief. He secretly cursed, these guys are nothing but trouble. With that, he walked over to them. At this moment, Roxy was explaining to Lloyd, see, I just answered the question, but everyone talks as if it's too much. Can they really look down on others like that? She clung to his shoulder, her cheeks flushed as she spoke to him. Yes, you must be heartbroken, she told herself. Look, the Duke doesn't even care that much. He steadied her, holding her hand and reminding her, really, please focus a little. Suddenly, her emotions dropped, and she softly asked, by the way, Duke, when do you plan to get married?
Lloyd didn't answer immediately, but chuckled teasingly. I didn't expect you to be curious about that. She laughed along and replied, That's what young ladies of high society are most curious about. Roxy's next words made him freeze for a few seconds. I also want to be by the Duke's side. Suddenly he burst out laughing, attracting the attention of those nearby, then replied, How rude. Lloyd regained his serious demeanor, looking at her as he explained, First of all, I'm very happy that not only to you, Roxy, but also to others, I'm not a bad person. But I already have a fiancé, promised for the future. His last statement shattered her calm composure. Roxy couldn't believe it, stammering back, But no one has ever seen her face. He smiled gently and replied, well, that's due to circumstances.
Catherine was getting ready, subtly glancing at the figure with her face buried behind her. Roxy buried her face in the cushion, sobbing, Mom, let's go home now. Not knowing what had happened, she casually asked, What are you talking about so early in the morning? There's still so much to do. Suddenly, she sprang up and yelled, What does that have to do with anything? I've been rejected by the Duke. I'm too ashamed to eat breakfast anymore. At this, her attitude changed. She frantically grabbed Roxy and snapped, You confessed your feelings? Are you out of your mind? She patted her, repeating, Didn't I tell you to get close to the Duke first? What are we going to do now that you've already confessed? Even though I've told you hundreds and thousands of times, why do you still do as you please? She angrily waved her hand, adding harsh words. If you're already stupid, then don't cause trouble. This is so annoying. If you like it, then go by yourself. It seemed she slapped Roxy's face, making her scream in piercing pain. Ah! Roxy clutched a corner of the blanket on the bed, hearing her mother's shouts. How annoying, really.
Why is everything so good for that girl? But for me? Raina flung open the door, and dazzling light shone upon her. Raina, a little flustered, stammered, This matter right now. Before she could finish, Roxy, clutching her cheek, growled in order. What are you still doing? Aren't you going to clean up? She quietly turned and walked out, leaving a single sentence. I'll call the staff. Seeing her leave, Roxy unwillingly yelled, Hey, are my words so trivial? Raina didn't run away, but turned to face her, saying, Because you are a guest, I came to see if you needed anything. She was unreasonable, pointing at Raina and replying, That's right, because I need it. That's why I told you to do it. Raina, without a hint of fear, refused her. It's not my job anymore, so don't order me to do these things in the future. She was utterly furious, her face contorted as she thought, seriously, I just vented a little anger on her, and she's already being insolent before even leaving? She swung her hand and yelled at Raina, If I told you to do it, then you have to do it. As her hand was coming down, someone grabbed her arm. Fortunately, before the slap landed, Joffrey stopped it. Joffrey frowned. Hey, what are you doing? Raina awkwardly called her younger brother's name, Joffrey. Suddenly caught doing something bad by someone else, Roxy's embarrassment turned to anger. What? This is my family's business, so you should stay out of it. Joffrey didn't hesitate to confront Roxy. Who is the uneducated one for laying hands first? Moreover, she is our family now.
Roxy was furious. She screamed at Joffrey. What? Education? Joffrey sarcastically remarked to Roxy, a countess's daughter, yet she uses her fists so uncouthly.
Suddenly, a 15-year-old kid jumped out and criticized her harshly, hurting Roxy's pride. Did he think he would get away with saying that? Joffrey sneered. What, are you going to tell on someone? Your parents? Or the man you're head over heels for, Duke Cronwell? Go ahead and explain that you had an argument with a 15-year-old. Joffrey pulled Raina's hand and ran away from the spot. Roxy furiously yelled, "You just wait!" They ran quite a long distance until they were outside before daring to stop. Whew, they surely won't chase us any more now, will they? Raina was worried because she had caused a big problem. After all, that was the Earl's family. What should they do now? Joffrey burst out laughing. It's okay. At most you'll just get scolded. Next time, just kick her in the butt. You have us on your side. After giving Raina his advice, Joffrey waved goodbye to her. Raina also waved goodbye to Joffrey, but her worries hadn't faded. But will things be all right if they continue like this? Both Sir Aaron and Duke Cronwell are good people. Everyone in the family protects her. But how long can she keep running away? Raina feared that the past would repeat itself once more. At home, Raina was always criticized harshly. What good can you possibly do? Everything you are is thanks to us. She couldn't hide behind others forever.
Feeling someone approaching, Raina looked up. Just then, Duke and Duchess Alex arrived. Raina suddenly realized, yes, this was the moment. I couldn't help but change. Get a grip. In the banquet hall, Mrs. Catherine was examining the paintings hanging on the wall. She brazenly criticized the Alex family's habit of spending money on art. Look at this high-class painting. They must have spent all their money on it.
It should have been me who came instead, Roxy grumbled softly. Mother, are you out of your mind? Mrs. Catherine lamented to her dear daughter that if it hadn't been Raina who received that favor, but you, Roxy instead, wouldn't we have been able to live here? Still annoyed by what had just happened, Roxy asked, Are you serious, Mother? You expect me to live with these brats? Mrs. Catherine pointed a finger at Roxy's face and reproached her. So what do you expect? You haven't received a single marriage proposal. Sigh, what a hasty decision. That Cronwell boy. I should have stopped you when you were trailing after the Duke. Even if I had to hit you. You're already 20 years old. If this year just passes by like this... all right, I'll have a word with Raina later. At the mention of that name, Roxy immediately spun around, searching for Raina's figure. She was jealous that Raina had better connections. Everything that girl enjoyed should have been hers. She should have been the one to have it. The more Roxy thought about it, the angrier she became, to the point where her entire body tensed up. Roxy stumbled out of the noisy banquet hall. I don't want to believe any of it. Who would have known? This grand house, the money, even the connections, they were all rightfully mine. It's like I kicked away gold myself. She walked, lost in thought, then unknowingly returned to the banquet hall once more. As soon as she saw Mr. Alex, Roxy quickly hid. Damn it, it's the Viscount. Nobles were gathered around him, asking, How have you been, Viscount?
I heard you've been expanding your business aggressively lately. I was quite surprised to hear that. Oh, and on top of all that, you're also handling charity work? Mr. Alex was overjoyed. He must be truly busy like this. The nobles there didn't expect Mr. Alex to be so childish. He would surely be very sad if he couldn't express himself. Mr. Alex smiled brightly. Actually, there's a reason for me to work even harder. Recently, I've gained a daughter-in-law, so to be able to provide for both my children, grandchildren, and daughter-in-law, I still have much to do. A noble asked Mr. Alex, Are you planning to let your daughter-in-law inherit as well? Mr. Alex replied without hesitation, Of course, I've looked into everything. Kel, Pulaka, Exile, Bespera, villas have been prepared for my daughter-in-law in all these places. Because she naturally loves to paint, I want her to be able to do whatever she wants. Everly said it would be better if she inherited the business, but no matter what she wants to do, I will support her. Roxy clearly heard everything that Viscount Alex said. Everyone said Mr. Alex truly doted on Raina. The Viscount is truly something else. We're so jealous of your daughter-in-law. Due to extreme jealousy, Roxy, hidden in the shadows, gnashed her teeth and hissed. Something she could never have.
Wait, spring is here, and if there's still no invitation, there can only be one reason. They haven't even held the wedding yet. I haven't missed it. I still have a chance. The people in the banquet hall were starting to thin out. Raina felt both tired and sleepy, but she only needed to endure a few more days. Seeing Raina yawn widely, Felix gently poked her cheek. Felix burst out laughing because Raina had startled so adorably. If you're too tired, you should go up and rest. Raina also smiled. She hesitantly said, But earlier His Grace the Duke also invited me to play a game together, so... Joffrey suddenly appeared behind Raina without warning. Hey, we can play the game later. Seeing Raina startle, Felix gently scolded his younger brother. Joffrey!
Joffrey clicked his tongue, feigning innocence. Well, just leave this to your brother and go rest. As Joffrey spoke, he pulled Raina's hand, helping her stand up. She hesitated, saying,
But if Felix is left alone, then... Felix quickly reassured Raina. I'm fine, Raina. Take her home carefully, Joffrey. Felix's younger brother pouted, scolding him. Oh, come on, what a show-off. After Raina left, Felix sat alone on the chair. He leaned back and let out a sigh. Anyway, it's thanks to Raina that I could endure it. No matter what that kid says, I'll still go in. Felix closed his eyes, intending to rest for a bit, when suddenly Roxy appeared. Oh my, why are you alone today? Are you perhaps waiting for the Duke? Felix was startled and quickly sat up straight. Yes. Roxy acted as if she had just coincidentally passed by. Well, that's good then. May I sit here for a bit? Felix rolled his eyes because he was feeling extremely annoyed right now. Truly, nothing would happen if it weren't for that kid. Roxy was extremely pleased.
She was very proud that Felix allowed her to sit next to him like that. He probably didn't know what to do when he was next to a beauty like her. Good, just a little seduction and he'd fall right away. Since it was just the two of them, Roxy said, "Don't you feel regret?" Felix frowned slightly. He didn't understand what she meant. What? What do you mean by that? Roxy began to play the role of an understanding woman. A smart man like you surely deserves to be with a better girl, don't you think? Felix replied indifferently to Roxy's question. I don't understand what you're saying. Roxy suddenly smiled. She didn't hesitate to mock her sister in front of her fiancé. Raina isn't interesting at all, is she? Wouldn't it be a shame to be with a quiet child who only knows how to do what she's told her whole life? So I'll give you a chance. Felix didn't need to hear anything else. He seemed to have understood Roxy's intention. What kind of chance are you talking about exactly? Roxy coquettishly addressed Felix in a whiny, clingy voice. You don't need to hide it. You had no choice in this marriage, so I'll save you. The wedding hasn't even been held yet. Felix asked her in a low voice. Why do you think I don't have a choice? Roxy, still misinterpreting Felix's intentions, continued eagerly. It's obvious, because you're a man of title. There's no other way than to marry someone from our family. That's why you have to marry such a taciturn person.
Roxy continued to caress Felix's face with her dirty hand. Come on, the wedding hasn't happened yet. You can do it with me. I know it must be an honor. A man like you, a Viscount, you won't find this opportunity anywhere else. Roxy was basking in her fresh delight when she heard Felix's rejection. I don't like it. Roxy was startled. What? Felix forcefully pushed Roxy's hand away from his face. He warned her, if that's what you want to talk about, then wake up.
Roxy watched Felix's retreating back in a daze. Was she hearing things? Roxy was so furious that her whole body trembled. What in the world is this? The next morning, as soon as he left his room, Felix was already in a bad mood because of what happened yesterday. How irritating. What kind of person was she after all? If she suddenly did something else, it would be incredibly annoying. Preoccupied with his thoughts, Felix didn't notice his little wife approaching. Raina mimicked Felix's cheek-poking gesture from yesterday. She even imitated Felix's tone when he told her to rest. If you're too tired, go up there and rest. Felix asked Raina, that sounds like what I said yesterday, doesn't it? Raina giggled. Oh, it is, isn't it? Eden and Joffrey approached from afar and playfully teased them. It looks like you two are having a lot of fun without us, huh? Felix, utterly smug, lifted his chin and challenged them. If you feel unfairly treated, then come join us. Everyone was chatting happily when suddenly Roxy appeared. Felix, could you spare me a moment? The cheerful atmosphere abruptly halted. Felix looked at her with an annoyed expression. Oh yes? Roxy suddenly shot Raina a resentful look. Roxy's gaze made Raina feel quite uneasy. As she watched the two figures disappear into the distance, Raina thought to herself, she called him so casually, what could be going on? Noticing Raina seemed a bit distracted, Eden decided to tease her. Hey Raina, you're not bothered by those two, are you? Joffrey also chimed in with his brother. You're not jealous, are you? Raina lowered her head in embarrassment, and thinking of something, she unconsciously smiled. Just a little. In the silent waiting area, only the footsteps of Roxy and Felix echoed.
Roxy walked, thinking about yesterday's conversation between her and Lloyd. Why are you here alone? Being easily startled when Lloyd appeared, Roxy was so surprised that she stammered. I was just here talking a bit with Felix. Lloyd still didn't know why Roxy had been left there, so he said, but to leave a young lady alone like this? Just then Aaron appeared with a scowling face. Lloyd said to him, Hey, that guy ran off again without saying anything. Aaron angrily shouted, No way, Felix disappeared again? Lloyd looked at Aaron with a helpless gaze. That's right, what do we do now? That kid is like a brother to me, so I have to be generous. Aaron didn't think so. There's a limit to how much you can care for someone. They're not even blood relatives to be called brothers. Fearing Aaron might get carried away and say something inappropriate, Lloyd signaled his friend to be quiet. Shh, that's enough. Don't be curious. If you know any more, you'll get hurt. Aaron complained to Lloyd. Again, you've abandoned me again. Roxy began to devise another plan, after understanding more about the relationship between Lloyd and Felix.
Her reaction at the time was probably because of the name and the color of blessing. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Well, it doesn't matter. Now I know. I absolutely must win it back.
Roxy was still lost in thought when Felix's call suddenly pulled her back to the present. "Young miss, where are we going? Didn't you call me because you had something to say?" Roxy spun around, flashing a bright smile. She was unaware of how worried Raina was feeling because of her scheming older sister's arrival.
Raina was a little surprised because she had accidentally blurted out her true thoughts earlier. She quickly covered her face, which was flushed with embarrassment. What did I just say? Not only Raina, but even the Eden siblings were equally surprised. Joffrey was so startled that the hair on his head stood on end. No, that's not right, is it? Is it true? Raina turned away, utterly mortified, looking like a timid rabbit trying to hide. What am I going to do now? As for Felix, after he frankly asked about Roxy's intentions, she replied with a laugh. "We didn't finish our conversation last time, did we? I'll give you another chance to think about what you want." Felix sneered, coldly cutting off her fanciful delusions. "What I want? Don't be mistaken. That's what you want, the wealth of this estate. What I want is already right beside me. You seem to have mistakenly thought this marriage was a calculation, but I proposed because I fell for Raina from the very beginning." Felix clapped Roxy firmly on the shoulder and warned her in a low voice. "I don't know where your confidence comes from, but there was never any place for you from the start." Roxy, as expected, was so enraged she lost her composure, her face twisted into a ferocious expression. "What are you talking about?"
Felix suddenly approached and leaned close to Roxy's ear. He whispered to her, "If you already know, then I hope this is the last time you mention this, because it will only waste both your time and mine." Felix left decisively, leaving Roxy alone with her surging anger. In love? Buying a bride with money? And now what is he saying? Is there no justification? In love? Does he think I like him? It's for money. It's all just for money. I can't be sold off worse than Raina. Roxy frowned and thought, and then she thought of someone. Why didn't I think of that? It doesn't have to be that unlucky guy. Roxy quickly ran to Raina's bedroom, unceremoniously opened the door, and walked in. I just need to seduce the more obedient kid, and that'll be it. By then, he'll regret it. The youngest sibling is too childish and disrespectful, so there's only the other one left. What was his name again? Roxy tilted her head, thinking for a moment, but she couldn't remember the name of the eldest brother, Eden. She looked at herself in the mirror and muttered to herself, "What? Even if I don't know his name, what does it matter? Father will transfer everything remaining from the business to that idiot Morris."
"So I also have to find a way to survive for myself." Raina sat blankly on the sofa, filled with worries. What did the two of them talk about? Since then, I haven't seen Roxy, which makes me even more uneasy. Felix was still sitting beside her, but Raina paid no attention to him, which made him a little flustered. Felix suddenly leaned closer to Raina and called her name. "Raina! Raina!" Felix's sudden call startled Raina, who unconsciously blurted out her thoughts. Could it be that the two of you... that thing? Could it be that you and Roxy this morning already... Raina's incredibly cute reaction made Felix unable to hold back his laughter. He said, "It's nothing at all. I just asked for help when her younger brother arrives." Raina quickly looked at Felix with sparkling eyes. "Really? Did you really only talk about that?" Felix reached out and placed his hand on Raina's cheek. "Raina, are you worried about me? If not, then could it be jealousy?" Raina frantically interrupted Felix. Yes, it's about Roxy. I'm worried that I behaved badly towards Felix." It was almost time for Raina to confess her feelings to Felix when Lloyd suddenly appeared, playing the third wheel. "If you're worried, you should be worried about me, the one who has stood up. You abandoned me, so you must have had a lot of fun, right?" Felix retorted indignantly to Lloyd, who was interrupting. "What about Sir Aaron all alone?" Lloyd replied to Felix. "Oh, he received news this morning and left early. He said a child was sick and he had to go immediately." Raina, startled, asked, "Oh dear, no. Is everything all right? We can help." Lloyd chuckled and said, "It's fine. The child thing is just an excuse." Raina still didn't fully understand Lloyd's meaning. "An excuse?" Felix explained it to Raina. "Actually, it means he has to get there quickly." Lloyd's eyes crinkled as he laughed. "It's because the madam wants to meet him quickly, just like Felix wants to meet Lady Raina." Felix yelled furiously, "Your Grace, since Sir Aaron is leaving, why don't you go with him?" Lloyd looked as if he had no other choice. "If I go back, Charlotte will scold me. Spare me." Felix grumbled at Lloyd. "So you should have gone to that person, not come here." Lloyd pointed at Felix indignantly and complained, "Wow, you're so carefree, aren't you?" Felix suddenly pulled Raina into a hug, much to Lloyd's astonishment. "Of course, we're stuck together like this, aren't we, Raina?" The gentle kiss on her hand reminded Raina that she couldn't stay there any longer. Oh, right, I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll go for a bit and come back later, okay?" So Raina quickly ran out of there, her face flushed.
Raina placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heart pound wildly. The moment Felix had kissed her hand kept replaying in her mind. Raina silently urged herself, "Run, just run."
Raina, embarrassed, quickly ran away, leaving behind only one sentence. "I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be gone for a bit and come back later." The two men watched her fleeting figure, accompanied by the loud bang of the door slamming shut. Lloyd, resting his chin on his hand, exclaimed with interest, "How adorable." Felix let out a helpless sigh, then gently warned him, "That's my fiancé. Don't you dare get any ideas." Lloyd complained with a tone full of dissatisfaction. "No way, that's too much. I can't even compliment her on being adorable. If that's the case, why don't you hide her somewhere and admire her all by yourself?" Felix seemed to snap awake, suddenly covering his mouth as he excitedly thought, "That's actually a pretty good idea." Lloyd, seeing through his thoughts, said irritably, "Again, there it goes again. I really made a mistake." Felix suddenly clenched his hands, then seriously said in a low voice, "You might see that as an exaggeration. Just her mere existence, I'm already grateful for. What about Duke Charlotte? Is there someone whose existence is like that for him?" Lloyd chuckled at Felix's sincere words.
He laughed so hard his face turned red, then finally spoke, teasing Felix. "That's a knockout blow. I really have no business teasing you." Felix suddenly crossed his legs, then made a suggestion that left Lloyd bewildered. "Anyway, why don't you tell me about your fiancé? I thought there was nothing about the Duke that I didn't know." He leaned closer to Felix and repeated doubtfully, "Me? I am the one?" Immediately, Felix spoke at length, which left Lloyd stunned by the analysis. "You are very interested in history, not just Benedictus, but also have a deep understanding of the federal nations. You like everything about art. You like whiskey and wine, but you prefer beer above all. You have an ambition to learn new things. You pay more attention to the lives of the working class than I thought, and sometimes you use your family as a weapon to deal with incompetent flatterers." Lloyd quickly stepped away from him, then helplessly wiped his face with his hand and scoffed. "You know me so well, and yet you haven't even bothered to learn about my fiancé." But Felix's next words suddenly made Lloyd's eyes widen in astonishment. "It's not about getting to know. Those are things I naturally came to know by being around you for a long time."
Lloyd awkwardly jerked his head away, avoiding Felix's gaze. He stammered, "You really are." Felix slammed the teacup down on the table. Then, returning to a serious demeanor, he advised, "However, if your feelings for the young lady are as genuine as mine, then you should pay more attention." Lloyd asked doubtfully, "Huh? Pay attention to what?" "It means not blocking those who approach, nor forcing those who leave, doesn't it?" Felix cleared his throat, picturing Lloyd's unrestrained demeanor. "Pay attention to your own actions." Lloyd felt a pang of guilt and immediately shouted indignantly, "What kind of image is that? I'm being terribly wronged." Lloyd, disappointed, knelt down sullenly. "Hey, do even you think that of me?" Felix continued to unleash a powerfully damaging story that he couldn't refute. "Even in the middle of the party, you went out with those young ladies." Lloyd, dissatisfied, urgently leaned towards Felix, irritably explaining, "Those are Charlotte's friends. They don't want to get married like this, and they cried, asking me to introduce them to better families." Felix retorted indifferently, "Oh, the rumors say otherwise." Lloyd painfully ran his hand through his hair, feigning a pitiful look. "All right, getting angry here won't do anything. You have to understand my difficult situation, too." Elsewhere, Raina stared at the cards, her mind blank, unsure how to decide. "So, raise? Raise to 5 shillings? Felix beside her whispered into Raina's ear, "It's only fun if you spend a lot of money." She hesitated. "Even so, that's enough money to buy 10 chicken eggs, 10 potatoes. I can't win like this. Although I've struggled to get used to the rules, for some reason I want to do really well when I see everyone getting serious."
I also want to present a great image to Felix. Everyone didn't bet much money because they were concerned about me, but I can't back down in the game. I have to win big. Raina's 2 cards were laid down, followed by the announcement. Raina won. Felix excitedly hugged her, praising loudly, "You're so good! Raina hasn't secretly learned to play cards behind our backs, has she?" Lloyd leaned back, complaining in dissatisfaction. It's really impossible to be Raina. Both husband and wife have completely cleaned me out." Eden propped his chin, laughing loudly as he reminded him, "If the Duke keeps losing like this, won't he end up living here permanently?" Just then, Roxy suddenly walked over, gently tapped Eden's shoulder, and politely asked, "Hello, Eden. May I be a little rude? It's something important, and I hope you can spare some time for me." Eden reluctantly replied in a soft voice, "All right." At this moment, Raina suddenly darkened her face, stood up abruptly, and exclaimed, "Roxy, that dress." A hand gently pressed down on hers. Felix softly reassured her, calming the rising agitation within her. "It's okay. Just trust him. Because it's Eden, he'll handle everything smoothly, and then come back."
In the corridor, footsteps continuously echoed, disturbing its inherent quietness. Eden walked behind Roxy. He suddenly looked away with a hint of suspicion and indifference, asking, "So what's this important matter? Given our lack of acquaintance, I can't possibly guess what it might be."
She pointed at herself in bewilderment, repeating, "Strangers? We've been here not just once but twice already. I am Roxy, Raina's older sister, Roxy Homewood. These youngsters in this house have no manners." Eden said indifferently, "All right, Lady Roxy. So what exactly is the matter? Have you encountered any inconvenience recently?" Roxy muttered irritably and suspiciously to herself, "What kind of reaction is this? Completely oblivious. Or is he intentionally making things difficult for me? There's nothing else to it. Do you think I'm someone who deserves to be treated like this by you?" She unexpectedly threw her arms around his neck. With a brazen look, Roxy spoke in a captivating voice. "I heard you still don't have a fiancé. It seems you haven't decided on a marriage partner yet, have you? In that case, let me be your wife." "Marriage?" He suddenly burst into loud laughter, much to her surprise. "Ha ha ha ha! Lady Roxy, I'm just asking as a precaution. Regarding your proposal just now, did you ask my brother?" Roxy angrily growled, questioning Eden. "What does that have to do with anything? I am the Count's eldest daughter, and I've already expressed my intention to marry. Can't you still grasp the situation?"
He suddenly reverted to his cold demeanor, raising a hand full of suspicion as he asked, "You've always been trailing Duke Cornwell, haven't you? There's no reason you'd suddenly propose marriage to me, even if, as you say, I am the second son." Roxy flinched, hastily pointing a finger directly at Eden's face and yelling, "All right, that's easy for you to say. Aren't you the second son? Shouldn't you know better? Even so, I've already given up and said I'd marry you, so what's with that attitude? What a rude, unrestrained person who doesn't hesitate to look down on others. Raina must have had a very hard time being with someone like this." Eden indifferently observed her, then remarked, "You're no different from how you were at the festival, young lady. Furthermore, that habit of always coveting what belongs to others. Ah, no, it must be your true nature, mustn't it? That truly hasn't changed." Roxy angrily shrieked, "It's all because of that Raina. She tricked me." He wearily closed his eyes tightly, then turned half his body away. "If you keep blaming others and saying such worthless things, then I'm leaving. From now on, apologize to Raina." She suddenly raised her voice, smugly recounting a story. "Let me tell you something interesting. The person you took with you isn't the Countess's daughter, but merely a slave. If I can't have her, then you shouldn't even dream of it, Raina. You're just protecting an empty shell." Eden turned his head in annoyance, glancing at her with disdain. Roxy, still excited, continued to babble on. "Marrying a girl like that?" Eden suddenly leaned in, getting close to her face, and assessed. "You, it seems, are quite jealous of Raina, aren't you? Then you should follow her example, instead of stealing your sister's gift clothes." Roxy slapped Eden's hand away from her, angrily retorting, "What? I bought this dress at the boutique." As soon as these words were spoken, Eden smirked. It was then that he revealed a secret. "Do you know that I made that dress myself?" Eden pointed directly at the outfit on her and threatened, "If you don't want to be humiliated like you were at the festival, then return that dress to its owner. That's not a dress made for you to wear." Roxy glared at him defiantly. She was so angry she trembled, uttering a few words through gritted teeth. "Everyone in this family is cursed," Roxy shrieked furiously. Eden didn't care in the slightest, decisively turning and leaving. "Thank you for seeing it that way." And then he quickly returned to the banquet hall, where everyone was gathered around a table, chatting animatedly. Eden immediately regained his cheerful mood, walking over to ask Raina, "It seems you had quite a good time while I was away, didn't you?" She looked at him in surprise. "Eden." Joffrey, however, was displeased by his delay. "What is it? What took you so long?" Seeing her curious expression, Eden replied, "Oh, it was nothing. Just helped a lost guest on the way." But Raina still seemed a little worried. "That Eden." He ignored her words, quickly changing the subject. "What is this?" Then Eden shifted his gaze to the pile of chips in front of her. "You haven't switched places with that Duke, have you?" Hearing those words, Lloyd leaned back wearily in his chair. "Don't even mention it. It's my first time, and she's putting the pressure on me like this." Raina, flustered, could only wave her hand and say, "It's just luck. The next round will probably—" Next round? Morris, who had been sitting thoughtfully, felt a spark of interest upon hearing this. He smiled confidently, interjecting into everyone's conversation. "May I join?" As soon as he said that, Lloyd's face fell, casting a hateful glance towards Morris. Then he uttered a chilling remark. "Who are you? You seem to be someone I don't know at all." He bowed before Lloyd. "Pleased to meet you, Duke Cornwell. I am Morris Homewood." He merely replied indifferently, "If it's Homewood, oh, are you Lady Raina's younger brother?"
He still wore a radiant smile. I also play a bit of cards, so if you let me join, you won't regret it. Walter seized this opportunity and interjected, flattering profusely. This is my son. Although he's young, he has some talent. Please let him try playing. Lloyd, well aware of his intentions, spoke meaningfully. What can be done about this, Mel? Many people have already played. The implication was too obvious. Catherine quickly understood and without hesitation pulled her away. Raina, what are you doing? You should be perceptive enough to stand up and leave. Seeing her rude behavior, Felix indignantly sprang to his feet. What? But Lloyd held his hand back, shaking his head to signal him not to act rashly.
However, Walter shamelessly asserted, "That's right, card games are for boys only. Furthermore, it's rude to intrude on men enjoying themselves." But Lloyd disagreed with him. "That can't be right. Lady Raina has taken a lot of my money, so—" At that very moment, the atmosphere around her grew heavy. Raina, bewildered, spun around to question Catherine. What kind of act is this now? Catherine didn't flinch, placing all the blame on her. "You're the one who was rude to the Duke. Quickly give it back to him." Just then, he slammed his hand on the table, cutting short this ridiculous conversation. "Enough," Lloyd said coldly and impatiently. "Honestly, I'm at a loss for words. Do you think I'm concerned about a few shillings?"
Seeing this, Walter impatiently explained to him, "No, it's not like that, but it's because Raina, that girl, has no shame." But Lloyd loudly interrupted, "Count Homewood." He stammered in response, "Yes, yes." He commanded him with the authority of a duke. "Get out! Take everyone out!" The moment those words were spoken, Walter was instantly stunned. Watching their entire family leave, Lloyd said with extreme contempt, "Some people only understand when you get angry." He tiredly could only close his eyes to relax. "Raina, are you all right?" A little worried, she ran towards Felix. I'm fine, just a little surprised." Then he finally turned back to look at Lloyd and said, "You shouldn't have stopped me then." He let out an annoyed sigh. "So I should have ignored you causing trouble with the Count's people? But you also saw how they treated Raina." She clung tightly to Felix's arm.
He still wanted to argue, but Raina stopped him. She said, "Felix, I'm perfectly fine. I'll go and be right back." Felix still couldn't bear to let her leave, but if she left now— Raina calmly reasoned with him. "I apologize for letting you see such an unpleasant scene, but I want to directly say what needs to be said and receive an apology from them. Please, trust me one more time." She flashed a radiant smile, confidently asserting, "I will handle this conversation well." After speaking, she turned and left the place, her lustrous golden hair gently fluttering in everyone's gaze. Only now did Lloyd regret his behavior towards Raina's family. He muttered, "I should have held back a little longer. Isn't this just dragging Raina into trouble?" Eden also had some reservations. Is it really okay to just let her go like that? Felix could only place his trust in her, because she had said to trust her, so they shouldn't stop Raina from doing what she intended to do on her own. Raina's earlier words still echoed in his mind. "I still have things to say, and I will definitely resolve this matter, so please trust me and let me go." Felix knew well that Raina was only just getting started. Meanwhile, after the group had left the mansion, Catherine's mood was a chaotic mess. No, this isn't how it should be. She couldn't understand. It had been fine during the introduction. Where did it all go wrong? Raina chased after her, calling out loudly, "Mother!" She panted, trying to stop Catherine. "Wait!" Suddenly, she uttered an indifferent remark that stunned Raina. "I have never had a daughter as useless and thoughtless as you." Surprised, she quickly defended herself to her. "I didn't do anything wrong. If you had told me beforehand not to be so rude, we could have had a good conversation with the Duke, whether it was about Morris or father's business." Catherine, full of disdain, sneered. "How ridiculous!" Then she immediately turned and walked away. "Who do you think you are?" However, Catherine angrily spun back around and criticized. "What could you possibly do when you've just finished working in the kitchen? Someone like you." Despite her utter disappointment, Raina still wanted to salvage some affection. "We are still family after all. I have endured and suffered so much for you, for your glances, your movements." She closed her eyes tightly, then loudly poured out her heart. "I just wanted to help the master a little. Truly, that's all." Hearing this, Catherine raised her hand, intending to slap Raina. "What makes you so special to be yelling?" However, Raina didn't let her. She quickly grabbed Catherine's hand. Catherine was bewildered by this unexpected action. "Don't you dare hit me, Mother." Raina's eyes widened, and she said in a raised voice, "I am a human being too."
Catherine shoved Raina's hand away, feeling that Raina had slipped from her control. Are you talking back to me?" Looking at Raina's trembling, frightened appearance, she wasn't surprised, nor was she unfamiliar with your kind. Then Catherine pointed directly at Raina and declared, "I don't need you or the Duke's help at all." Next, she pulled Walter and Morris away. "Let's go, Morris. Your father has prepared everything for you. No need to fuss."
As for Raina, she lost all her strength, slumping down, exhausted. In Raina's heart, there was only a profound disappointment. She had thought things had changed so much. Yet to her mother, she was still just a useless daughter. Images of her mother's cruel treatment flooded back into Raina's mind. Recalling Catherine's horrified expression at that time, she suddenly realized, but no longer found her as terrifying as before. At this moment, at the Earl's mansion, an exasperated shout rang out. "Oh dear, it's all ruined." In Roxy's room, Catherine continuously complained. "Where can I hide to escape this humiliation? What are you going to do now?" Suddenly, Roxy, sitting by the chair, giggled softly. Hearing this laughter, Catherine became even more furious. "You can still laugh." She calmly placed her wineglass on the table. "There's a saying, don't gaze at a tree you can't climb. So shouldn't we just round up all the sons of this family instead?" The more Roxy thought about it, the angrier she became.
She turned and snarled at Catherine. "It's all Raina's fault. I've told you countless times it's because of that girl." Her mother ignored her words. "Stop complaining and sober up tomorrow to accept the marriage proposal." Even now, Catherine was still lost in fanciful dreams. "Do it well. They have so many companies. Wouldn't it be great if Morris could get one later?" But Roxy was tearing her hair out, utterly exhausted. "Yes, they said they're trying to set up another one for Raina." Catherine couldn't believe those words. "What? How so?" Catherine remained cheerful, wanting to secure more benefits for her family. "So if I also become a daughter-in-law of that family, won't they give another one?" However, Roxy shattered her dreams. "They don't like you." She smashed the wine bottle, leaving a bright red stain on the luxurious carpet. "From the very beginning, they said they sent the marriage proposal because they approved of Raina." By this point, Roxy's spirits were utterly exhausted.
Catherine was also somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, is that so?" And then she burst out laughing, which left Roxy dumbfounded. She said, "You should have told me sooner. It turns out Raina can be useful after all." Catherine happily began to ponder again. What should I send the girl so she'll quickly have a son? Roxy angrily called out loudly, "Mother!" But she gave a meaningful smile. If that's the case, won't that family just give us everything? At the same time, at Dispenser, Raina had also regained her composure.
She sighed softly, thinking she should act as normal as possible. When Raina returned to the room, Eden quickly jumped up and called out, "Raina!" Felix stepped forward, asking with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Joffrey also asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Eden followed up, "What happened?" Seeing this scene, Lloyd was reminded of puppies, no different from puppies waiting for their owner to return. She helplessly pushed her way out, wanting to escape their encirclement. I'm really fine. The game is over anyway, isn't it?" He always maintained a welcoming expression. "We can play again next time. We always welcome you, Miss Raina." She could only force a smile and reply, "I'm sorry, because of my family matter." However, Felix's expression darkened. He knew all of Catherine's immoral actions, but no matter how she was treated, she was still family. Felix gently lifted her face. "Raina, this isn't your fault. You don't need to apologize." Raina's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Everyone!" He asked further, "Are you all right, Raina?" She remained dazed, realizing that everyone was genuinely worried about her. Felix smiled gently, soothing her mood. Eden spoke up to comfort her. "That's right. Raina didn't do anything wrong." Joffrey sighed thoughtfully. "Exactly. Upon closer inspection, it was her fault." Feeling everyone's concern, she comfortably leaned into his arm. They were worried she would be hurt. "Thank you all for worrying about me. Having such wonderful people around me, I'm truly fine." A while later, someone rushed in.
Jane cheerfully ran over with a dress. "Milady!" Hearing this, Raina curiously turned around to see what the rush was about. Jane quickly held out the dress for Raina to see. Seeing this dress, Raina couldn't believe she was seeing it again. Raina immediately pulled back the curtain to look at the person in the courtyard below. Observing Roxy grinding her teeth in anger, Jane explained, "Since your sister left earlier, I packed her luggage for her. In the meantime, the clothes also arrived." After hearing this, Raina stared at Jane through the window. Jane excitedly added, "You've been upset about these things anyway, so take it. I'll fix it later." But Raina didn't respond, only clutching the dress tightly in her hand. Suddenly, Raina said something that left Jane bewildered. "Should I apologize?" That made Jane furious. "To whom? Not to your sister, surely." Raina awkwardly replied, "Oh no, apologize to Eden, because this dress was a gift from Eden, and I couldn't even keep it carefully, let alone wear it beautifully, so I'm a little worried." Jane only felt guilty. "Ah, my little lady, does your heart really have to be so kind?" Jane gently placed her hand on Raina's and smiled confidently. "How about we do this? Instead of worrying about how to apologize, you should ask the young master out for dinner." Hearing this, she was a little surprised. Raina put on a beautiful dress, smiled brightly, and waved at her. Then she would show them how well she took care of herself with the gifts her family had given her. "I'm off. Everyone at home will be very happy to see it."
After that, Raina skipped away cheerfully. Surprisingly, a fair hand reached out. Catherine extended her cunning hand towards her, whispering, "Raina, my beautiful daughter." She embraced her, whispering devilish words. "I've been too harsh on you lately, haven't I?" After searching for a while, Raina called out in confusion, "Eden! Eden, where could he be?" She had no idea Catherine was lurking behind her. Suddenly, she reached out towards her. Soon, Catherine had grabbed her hand. Then she put on the benevolent face of a mother. "Oh, Raina, I was just looking for you." She was surprised. "Why are you here?" Catherine began to coax. "Can you spare a moment?" Raina could only remain silent. She continued to smile and say, "Something happened yesterday, so I have something I want to talk to you about. Let's chat for a bit." In contrast to Catherine's cheerful mood, she sat glumly on the chair, thinking to herself, "I'm being dragged away again."
Catherine maintained her cordial expression. "Where are you rushing off to?" Raina couldn't help but be surprised by her attitude. I have something to do, so I'm looking for my family." Catherine asked curiously. "Who, Dispenser?" She kept probing her situation. "They treat you well, don't they?" Raina replied hesitantly. "Yes, they are all good to me." It was unclear what she was thinking, but upon receiving the answer, the corner of her mouth subtly curved upwards. Next, Catherine gently caressed her face. "I'm sorry. We should have treated you well too, my gentle Raina. You must have been so tired." As soon as these words were spoken, she felt a chill run down her spine. Raina clenched her hands, trying to remind herself, "It's strange. Roxy isn't bothering me anymore, and Mother is more concerned about me. Even though Mother is saying all the things I've always wanted to hear, I don't feel happy at all." Suddenly, her voice, like the hiss of a snake, rang out, "Raina, my beautiful daughter." Catherine hugged her, pretending to take all the blame. "I've been so thoughtless lately, haven't I?" That action made Raina uncomfortable. She would have been more at ease if Catherine had just hated her bitterly as before. She wanted to pull away, but couldn't. "Mother, may I be excused?" Joffrey appeared out of nowhere and pulled her away. "Raina, I've been looking for you everywhere." Only then did he look towards Catherine. Although somewhat displeased, Joffrey still gave her a slight bow. "Excuse me, madam, I have an urgent matter, so I hope you'll understand." Catherine smiled politely and said, "Of course, feel free. As for this child, see you later, Raina." She cheerfully waved goodbye to her. Watching the two of them leave, Catherine's expression changed and she became lost in thought. In her heart, there had always only been Morris and Roxy. Both Morris, who had to bear the family's burdens, and Roxy, who was seeking marriage, were essential.
For someone abandoned in the shadows like her, Raina, a child who was neither lovable nor good at anything, truly used to be a burden. Now Catherine has a different view of her. Raina, my useful daughter. At this moment, Joffrey noticed Raina trembling behind him and stopped. Seeing that he didn't continue, Raina was a little surprised, wondering, what's the urgent matter? Has someone else arrived? Joffrey mysteriously pushed the door open and said, "Not exactly, but there is indeed an urgent matter. Behind this door is the ducal family, and we need Raina's opinion." At that moment, Evely clapped her hands to gather everyone, saying, "All right, everyone's here. Let's begin." Once everyone was seated, she said, "Everyone has worked hard, so I've called you all here to discuss the holiday in advance. This is Raina's first outing with the family, so please tell us if there's anywhere you'd like to go." Suddenly, Joffrey jumped up, excitedly suggesting, "A lake. I love boating, so of course, a lake." However, Eden remarked, "We can go boating at sea too." Then Alex turned to ask for her opinion. "Raina, is there anywhere you'd like to go? This time I hope we can go somewhere you wish." She was a little pensive. Remembering the landscape photos in books, Raina couldn't hide her excitement, asking, "Would going to the sea be all right? I've only seen it in books, so I'm very curious." He also agreed with her words. "If it's the sea, let's go to Phrasemar Beach in the northern region," Lloyd stepped forward and added. Everyone was quite surprised. The Duke gently smiled and said, "I apologize for interrupting your family meeting."
Lloyd beamed as he explained why he was there. "But an important person is about to arrive, and I thought I should introduce them to you." Just then, the click of high heels echoed. Catherine, with a feigned expression and a fawning smile, walked over. "Oh my, everyone's here?" Seeing this, Raina looked at him with a disappointed gaze. "Don't tell me that important person is—" Lloyd, feeling helpless, hastily denied it. "No, it's not. How could I do that?"
He tried to regain his composure. After all, she had already arrived. Perhaps the lady had forgotten what I said. She still maintained a solicitous attitude as she placed her hand on her shoulder. "Oh dear, I'm still tormented by thoughts of the times I was harsh with you. I didn't mean to say such things. After all, we're still family." Upon hearing this, Raina cried out in horror, "Mother!" Elsewhere, as the carriage door opened, an urgent voice rang out. "Viscount, I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but a new carriage has just arrived. It's the Duke of Rothsay's carriage." Upon hearing this, Cornwell slowly stepped out of the carriage. As for Catherine, knowing this, she was overjoyed. "Is that Rothsay the eldest son of Arthur Rothsay of the ducal family?" The person replied, "Yes, however, there's an important matter, so he only requested to meet Duke Cornwell." She still wanted to meet him. "Oh, don't be like that, just—" But Evely cut short her dream. With Catherine's stiff face, Evely said in a cold tone, "Madam, the Duke has requested it. We must respect our guest, so family matters can be discussed later." Then she stood up, intending to leave. "In that case, if you'll excuse me."
Catherine was not resigned and deeply resentful. She thought that if she just treated them a little better, they would immediately come back and cling to her. But things were not that easy, not with Raina in this family. Annoyed, she plopped down onto the chair, sighing wearily. Catherine listlessly complained, wondering what the point of her solitary efforts was. Walter interjected, "Why alone? I've suffered so much too." These words startled Catherine. "What is it, old man? What have you been doing? Only just arriving now?" He smugly recounted his actions. "I just had a meeting with a very important business." What Walter received was criticism from Catherine. "Stop bothering with those trivial business matters. You've already missed the chance to greet Duke Rothersay." He decisively rejected her suggestion. "Forget it. No need to flatter anyone here anymore. Let's just go home, because this time I've really made a breakthrough." Walter confidently thought of a scene of a full gold mine. "This time it's a gold mine. Just you wait and see. This will truly be a top-tier business deal."
Outside the mansion, Felix could only see Lloyd off here. Felix said, "We'll see you off here. See you later." Lloyd forced a smile and replied, All right then. Please excuse me." Raina vaguely realized something. It seemed this matter was very urgent. Both Felix and Raina watched Lloyd's retreating back. The reason he only requested a private meeting with Duke Cromwell, without letting other nobles know, was probably something related to His Majesty. Seeing Lloyd approach, Rothsay excitedly said, "You're back? It looks like you're truly enjoying your vacation, aren't you?" Lloyd replied coldly, "Just got back." Rothsay felt regretful. "I originally intended to surprise them, but as you might have guessed, we have to go to the capital immediately now. I came to pick you up." These words stunned Lloyd, and he unexpectedly asked, "Why?" Before Lloyd could finish speaking, Rothsay nodded slightly. "It seems His Majesty is facing more difficulties than I thought." Lloyd averted his gaze. "I suppose I'll have to give them Fry's mayor's address privately." He followed Rothsay, remarking, "My vacation ends here."
After attending a social gathering, the whole group slumped onto their chairs, looking exhausted. Recalling the people they had met, Raina forced a smile. They came so quickly, and left just as quickly. Eden sighed tiredly. Since the party had no main character, I guess that's how it had to be. Joffrey, however, grinned cheerfully. "Maybe that's for the best. We should focus on planning our trip." At this moment, she spoke up, asking, "Is Joffrey all right?" Hearing that, he looked bewildered. "What?" Raina remained steadfast in her concern for his situation, as he hadn't returned to the academy in a long time. When he gets there, he'll have to go to the academy immediately, so now he needs to rest at home. Suddenly, Joffrey spoke up, saying, "Together." Those words stunned everyone. He could only respond awkwardly. "I want to go there and create beautiful memories together, so I don't want to be left behind." Raina couldn't hide her confusion. "Joffrey!" She happily smiled, her eyes crinkling. "That's right. This time I'll go there too, and we'll have lots of fun playing together." Eden and Felix burst out laughing. His face flushed red as he quickly retorted, "Don't laugh, I'm serious." Just then, Evely walked over and admonished, Now, don't tease our youngest anymore." Then she handed Raina a list. "Raina, could you take a look at this for me?" She looked bewildered. "What is it, Mother?" Raina immediately took the paper, then listened to her explanation. "This is the list of people who will be traveling with our family. Normally, we would take them in order of age." She thought of the scene where the maids would scramble. "Madam Mary, please let us go too. I don't even know if I'll get to go." Evely was utterly helpless, but perhaps because it had been a long time since they last traveled, the others also wanted to go. "So this time, you choose who you want to go with." She looked at the list. She then remembered the time Jane sobbed uncontrollably. If that's the case, then of course.
"I want Jane to come along," Raina happily suggested to her. Then her gaze fell as she remembered the times Jane was teased by the other maids. Jane had been very diligent lately, and opportunities like this rarely came along. Evely readily agreed to her choice. "All right, anyone else?" At this, Raina was very happy. "So this is what it feels like to have someone pay attention to and respect your opinion," she thought. It felt wonderful. Sometime later, as the train started moving, she eagerly looked at the scenery outside, feeling that this would be a wonderful trip.
Raina gleefully smiled beamingly and told Everly, "Mom, look, the sea is so beautiful." Seeing this, she felt much relieved. "I was worried because you get motion sickness, but seeing you like it so much, I'm so glad." At this moment, Raina's face glowed with happiness. Previously, when she brought her set of paintbrushes, Alex was a little surprised. "Wow, you even prepared these," he happily suggested. "The scenery there is also wonderful. You've worked so hard lately, and the long-awaited holiday is almost here. Shouldn't you paint to your heart's content?" Alex took her arm and gently said, "There's a big market there, so you and Felix should go check it out." She contentedly accepted, yes. Back in the present, Raina continued to gaze at the scenery outside the window. She said in a relaxed tone, "Thank you, Mom." Hearing that, Evely was a little surprised. Raina turned back and smiled radiantly at her. "Perhaps this will be a trip I'll never forget. But I keep feeling something isn't right. I feel so nauseous." Evely sighed helplessly.
Are you starting to get motion sickness now? Soon after, everyone arrived at the beach. We're here. Look, the sea. We'll unload the luggage, so you go play first. Joffrey excitedly pointed towards the sea. Raina, come on, let's go wade in the water. She looked bewildered. Shouldn't we help them unload the luggage? He pulled her arm, gleefully suggesting, This is the first beach. Just go and have fun. Raina giggled. I guess that's fine.
As soon as she turned around, she saw Jane unloading her luggage. Raina called out to her, Jane. Jane looked doubtfully towards the sound. She immediately ran over and took her hand. Jane, you come with me too. But she looked worriedly at Joffrey. Me? How can I? I'm already so grateful just to be here. He didn't care about Jane's status. Just play today. It's fine, Raina said joyfully. It would be great if Jane could also get some rest. Jane then complied. I understand. And then the three of them happily splashed around together. Jane picked up a large seashell, and Joffrey chuckled, finding it resembled a biological specimen. After a while of playing, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable because sand had gotten into her shoes. Playing was fun, but the sand. As she thought this, Raina noticed a shadow fall over her. She called his name in confusion. Felix. But he had already knelt down on one knee. Is it very uncomfortable? Then he carefully removed the shoe from Raina's foot. It's probably because the sand is so fine that it easily gets into shoes.
Felix emptied the sand from her shoes, suggesting that if she didn't know what to do, going barefoot was fine. Seeing Raina's expression, he froze. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. It's okay, it's not the first time I've seen someone else's bare feet. Knowing Raina was now barefoot, Felix quickly tried to smooth things over. I feel just as awkward as you do. Then he immediately took off his shoes and placed his feet on the fine sand. This is fair now, isn't it? It's just us here, so feel free to relax. And so the two stood comfortably, enjoying the cool breeze by the azure sea. He said softly to Raina, Since we're barefoot, let's try this. Then she slowly dipped her feet into the cool water. This was her first time at the beach. Raina exclaimed with delight, It's so refreshing. Seeing the smile still on her lips, Felix felt more relieved than ever to see her laugh so naturally and joyfully. Their hands intertwined tightly, and he smiled contentedly. Perhaps there were too many things to worry about during the party. It's a pity I didn't bring you here sooner. In the future, I'll take you to many more wonderful places, Raina. Raina eagerly looked into the distance. What's that? Sometime later, the carriage stopped on a cobblestone road. Her eyes were covered, and she asked curiously, Why can't I open my eyes? Felix remained mysterious. All right, we're here. He slowly counted, 3, 2, 1. Then Felix removed his hands from her eyes. Looking at the scene before her, Raina couldn't hide her surprise. Raina excitedly observed everything with curiosity, then suddenly exclaimed, Wow, the supermarket is really big. Felix stood behind her, casting his gaze towards where Raina was looking, then gently said, You're right, I didn't expect it to be this big either. Raina felt helpless due to the overwhelming side of everything. Because it's so big, I don't know where to start. Felix pointed somewhere, then smiled and suggested, How about we just take our time, like we're taking a stroll? Their hands clasped tightly together, like a normal couple blending into the crowded street. Raina suddenly froze, thinking to herself, Oh, even though it's not the first time we've held hands, why is my heart beating so fast? After explaining about all the places they passed by, Felix realized something was off and turned his head to ask, Raina, are you listening? She was flustered and quickly replied to him, I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Felix patiently pointed to the gate ahead and suggested again, I was saying we'll enter through this way. What do you think? Yes, Raina quickly agreed. Okay. Felix observed her hesitant demeanor, then silently speculated, Perhaps she's still shy around me?
The door opened, welcoming them. Raina happily picked up bottles of paint inside the store with excitement. Wow, there are so many beautiful colors. Felix gently informed her. Feel free to take your time and look at anything you like here. Raina smiled and replied, Oh, thank you. Then came a series of Raina's curiosities about the tubes of paint she saw. The color was similar to the color of the frieze Marries. What if she painted with a thick but flat brush? This color looked exactly like the gem on the necklace Joffrey gave her. There were many types of canvas paper with different textures that she had never seen before. What would it be like to paint on this canvas? Overwhelmed with excitement, she picked up item after item, and her basket was already full. The bigger problem was that she realized she had no money. Just then, Felix suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled softly from behind Raina, then asked curiously, Are you done choosing? I see some canvas there. Aren't you buying it? Raina hesitated, glancing at Felix, and thought, Should I borrow from him? But I don't even have the means to pay him back. Felix, unaware of her predicament, simply crossed his arms, captivated, and exclaimed, You're so indecisive. It's really cute.
Raina awkwardly and hastily put the tubes of paint back on the shelf, then shyly made up an excuse for Felix. On second thought, I probably don't need that much. He snatched the tube of paint from her hand, intending to put it back on the shelf, along with the basket of items Raina had just chosen. Felix generously exclaimed, I'll pay for everything, so just take whatever you need, don't worry. Raina still hesitated, but not this much. Felix looked at her happily with affectionate eyes, then whispered softly, "Just leave this to me. I'm your husband after all." Raina's eyes widened in surprise, embarrassed by his words. Felix also turned his head away, embarrassed himself. He hastily walked to the checkout counter and requested, "Please pack all of this for me and get me the purple paint over there. Also, please pack the canvases by type." Raina turned pale and quickly interjected, "Felix, that's too much." But Felix maintained his wealthy demeanor and reassured her, "It's been a long time since we went shopping, so just buy whatever you like. I'll give these items to the driver, so go look around some more. If you find anything you like, make sure to put it in the cart." Raina stammered, "The cart? That's quite enough already." She walked to the checkout counter and quietly asked, "Excuse me, how much is the total?" The salesperson smiled and announced, "Our products aren't available anywhere else, so the price will be a bit high. The total is 20 florins." Raina immediately fell into a panic, standing frozen on the spot. 20 florins.
That amount of money is already equivalent to a worker's 10 years' salary. It must be incredibly expensive to acquire. Felix suddenly approached from behind and whispered into Raina's ear, "What you're thinking is clearly written on your face. Actually, I'm not giving it away for free. I also have something I want to receive from you, Raina." Raina, bewildered, looked up at him. "Something you want?"
Felix quickly suggested, "Draw a painting. Any painting will do. I want to put Raina's painting on my desk." Raina bowed her head, still immersed in embarrassment, and replied, "Of course, I can draw it as a gift for you, but it's not even worth 20 florins." Felix helplessly said, "What does it matter if it's enough? Then there's no other way. From now on, you'll date me." After that, the two of them went together to a luxurious bakery that resembled a castle. Raina excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, this is my first time at a bakery." Felix extended his hand, inviting her in with a teasing voice, "Do you like this place, my lady?" She looked around curiously and happily replied, "Yes, I've always wanted to experience this place. Thank you, Felix." He generously called out, "Raina, choose whatever you want to eat." Raina sat down at the table, awkwardly looking at the food on display. Everything looked so beautiful and delicious that she found it hard to choose. Anyway, she wouldn't be able to eat everything if she bought too much, so she thought she'd probably just pick two. "I'll take this." Felix then looked at the polite server and ordered, "I'll have this, a macaron, and a lemon cream cake too." The waitress smiled cheerfully. "Yes, please wait a moment. We'll bring them right out." Raina sat down on the chair next to him and exclaimed, "This place is truly lovely. The pastries are beautiful and the interior is charming." A little later, she leaned back in her chair and exclaimed contentedly, I've eaten too much. My dress is probably about to burst."
Felix suddenly stopped the hand holding the teacup and innocently asked, "If I eat too much, will my dress tear?" Raina awkwardly and hastily explained with a flushed face, "Oh no, that's not what I meant. I meant eating so much that the dress would burst open. Don't make it difficult for me to explain anymore. Just pretend you didn't hear anything." Felix suddenly bowed his head and laughed, closing both eyes tightly. "I was just kidding. I just like your earnest look, Miss Raina." Raina awkwardly clutched her hair and turned her head, muttering to herself, "That kind of laugh isn't convincing at all." Felix spoke up again, suggesting, "After we finish eating, shall we go choose some cakes to buy for everyone?" She immediately leaned forward excitedly. "Oh yes, let's go. What kind of cake would Mom like? Oh, everyone likes black tea, so how about we choose an Earl Grey cake?" Felix touched Raina's shoulder in approval. "That's a great idea. Everyone will be very happy, you'll see. Raina, go wait in the car first. I'll pack it up and bring it out later." She obediently replied loudly to him, "Yes, I understand." Outside the bakery, Raina sat in the car with a happy face, waiting for him. A hand gently tapped on the car. Felix looked at her with affectionate eyes and then asked caringly, "Have you been waiting long?" Raina shyly replied, "No, I just got in. But Felix—"
"Among all my shopping trips, today was the happiest. Thank you for coming with me." Raina quietly closed her eyes, sleeping obediently in her room. The sky outside suddenly started pouring rain, startling her awake. Raina looked out the window, lamenting regretfully. Such heavy rain. Just a moment ago, the sky was still clear when I went to the outdoor market. At least, there's no need to be afraid of things like rain. I keep thinking about that time, the piercing sound of thunder. Despite it being summer, I still felt a chill that seemed to tear through my legs, that night when no one helped me. It's not like that anymore. In moments like these, I just need to close the window. Raina resolutely stepped to the window and swiftly closed it securely. She suddenly looked up at the window, her eyes wide with surprise. Huh? The side of the rain outside seemed to be cut off from the small world inside Raina's room. She murmured in surprise, "Close the window and it's completely quiet. There's no need to be afraid of these things anymore. Now is different from then. I can open the door and meet people anytime." Raina suddenly reached for a tube of paint and quietly sat down to draw a picture beneath the window in the falling rain.
The gentle yet profound scene just flowed by until the sky became clear again. The next morning, Felix is knocking and calling, "Raina, are you awake yet? Breakfast!" His voice suddenly fell silent as the sight that met his eyes was Raina tiredly slumped on the bed, looking disheveled. Did she sit and draw last night? This was the first time he saw this painting. It seemed she had stayed up late to draw. Did Raina paint this picture? Felix returned to the dining room, sat down, and gently reminded everyone,
Please don't wake Raina up. It seems she stayed up drawing until morning. Alex asked with interest. Oh, have you seen that painting yet? He gave a mysterious smile, bowed his head, and said softly, Yes, it's a very mysterious and wonderful painting. Alex tilted his head, happily rested his clasped hands, and exclaimed, I'm so glad Raina has found something she likes. Just thinking about the time before we knew about this talent of hers, it breaks my heart. Evelyn next to him suddenly bowed her head, mumbling to herself, I wonder if she'll become a painter. Alex immediately frowned seriously, pulling her back to reality. Evelyn, you mustn't impose your ambitions on Raina. Evelyn grumbled discontentedly. I know that, but what if she likes to make a business out of those things? At this moment, Felix suddenly said helplessly, We'll only know that later. Raina's mind might also change.
Eden suddenly tilted her face, glancing at him with an interested look. Isn't making such a statement very dangerous? What if she changes her mind about you too? Felix's body suddenly stiffened. He was skeptical, lost in curious thoughts about Raina. Evelyn suddenly questioned Eden irritably. Eden, what are you talking about? Eden continued nonchalantly. Based on what you said, it's possible. Joffrey helplessly added, Even though he's my brother, his personality is a bit twisted. Felix grumbled. What do you mean, a bit? Just say he's completely messed up. A period of time quietly passed. Raina woke up and walked back to the easel with a complicated mood. She had thought everyone had seen the new painting, which was completely different from the others, while she was asleep. Eden's joyful voice suddenly echoed in her mind. You've painted a picture full of courage. You've worked hard, my little one. Raina smiled happily. Father has seen it too. She sighed as she gazed at the painting in front of her. Raina's gaze suddenly shifted to something beside her. Oh, a letter. When did it get here? The letter contained just a few lines. Something came up, so I had to leave first. I'm truly sorry I couldn't stay with you until the end. After I finish my business in the capital, I'll probably return to Nisa with you right away. I hope you have wonderful memories in Frise Marais. Raina, I secretly looked at the painting, and it's so amazing it completely surprised me. Raina happily read each line. Embarrassed, she shyly pressed the letter to her face. So Felix saw it too. But the business in the capital? This is our first trip, and I won't get to see him for a while. Oh well, it's not like we'll never see each other again. Jane, let's go outside. They walked together to a beautiful, deep blue sandy beach. Jane carried Raina's art supplies, excitedly looking around before asking curiously, Are you going to paint a seascape today? Raina happily answered her question. That's right, it's just that the weather is so beautiful today.
Jane quickly set up the easel in a corner, then excitedly asked Raina for her opinion. Is this a good place for the easel? Raina said contentedly, Yes, it's perfect. Something suddenly scurried past, making her turn her head in alarm. Was that a flower crab just now? Elsewhere, Alex was bored, glued to the window, under Evelyn's watchful eye. He turned his head, looking pitiful, and suggested, Let's go out and enjoy the view. She firmly said no. Alex still regretfully said, But Evelyn reminded him again, Don't disturb them while they're playing. Come here and have tea with me. Her eyes suddenly shifted, glancing at the scene below. Raina's radiant smile and Jane's startled reaction upon catching a flower crab caught her eye. Evelyn turned away with a happy smile.
Raina sat on the chair, puffing out her cheeks and sighing with boredom. How boring. Why did the starfish on the canvas look so dull? It must be because I haven't drawn them well enough. Just then, Jane suddenly walked in, smiling as she announced to her, Miss, I have brought dessert for you. Please enjoy. Oh dear, are you still troubled? Raina leaned back tiredly into the chair. Seeing her looking so vexed, Jane said, puzzled, I think it looks beautiful already. Raina lifted her head, ignoring Jane's comment, and silently sank into her own tangled thoughts. Now that I think about it, I've never drawn people before. Drawing people. Raina suddenly had a brilliant idea. She excitedly jumped to her feet and suggested to Jane, Jane, could you sit there for a moment? Jane looked confused. Yes? A moment later, Joffrey's excited voice rang out. Raina, are you very busy? Raina gently turned her head to look at him and said casually, No, I'm not busy. What is it? Joffrey's footsteps gradually approached her. It's nothing important. If you're not busy, let's go out today. Raina thought helplessly to herself. He's 16 now. He must be busy with academy matters. All right, let's go. What should we play? He excitedly shouted, Yahoo! Let's just go outside first. They stepped outside into the gentle and cool air. Raina walked on the fallen yellow leaves scattered everywhere, exclaiming, It's already autumn. Joffrey, walking beside her, also added softly, Frismara changes seasons faster than Nisa. Raina's face suddenly drooped with a gloomy mood. It would be so nice if Felix could also see this scenery with me. Joffrey suddenly tilted his head, looking at her troubled expression, and speculated, Raina, are you thinking about him right now? Raina awkwardly lifted her head, her voice surprised. Oh, how did you know?
He crossed his arms and grumbled irritably. It's written all over your face, that's how.
You're out with me and all you can think about is him? Raina, flustered, quickly explained. Just for a moment, I just had a fleeting thought about him. It's just that I felt a bit sorry that he couldn't go out and enjoy this beautiful weather, that's all. He skeptically leaned closer to her face with a doubtful look. Really? Raina blushed, trying to stay calm. Yes, it's true, it really is. Joffrey turned his back and laughed loudly. Liar. But it's okay, I was just teasing Raina a bit. What's wrong with thinking about your fiancé? On the contrary, I'm even wondering when you two will get married. I'm practically craning my neck waiting. By the way, may I ask, when are you two finally going to get married? Raina stammered, embarrassed. Marriage isn't something I can decide on my own. I have to hear Felix's opinion too, you know. He suddenly let out a sigh, then excitedly remarked, Oh, who says? He can't do without Raina. He'll be the one who wants to marry Raina first, you'll see. Hearing these words from Joffrey surprised her again.
Raina bowed her head in disbelief. Felix, why? How did you know I would? There were many rumors that the Homewood family was on the verge of bankruptcy, yet they were still an Earl's family. Even if the chosen one wasn't Rosie, the eldest daughter, but me, perhaps from the author's perspective, I had no other choice but to accept. But that no longer mattered, because this entire family treated me very well. However, what if they had known it was me beforehand? How could they have known me? How could they have known where I was?
He suddenly laughed cheerfully, clapping his hands to help Raina regain her senses. Raina came to in embarrassment, softly uttering, Oh, ah. Joffrey looked around and suggested, It's getting chilly, let's head back. Raina smiled and agreed, Yes, let's head down. The two walked side by side towards the castle. After walking for a while, Joffrey suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Wow, Raina, look at the sunset. It's so beautiful. We have to go back tomorrow. I'll surely miss it. Raina turned her head to look at him, suggesting with an expectant look, How about we try asking if we can come back here next year? Joffrey explained, No, we'll be going somewhere else next year, so it's fine. Everyone has many places they want to visit with Raina. This coming winter, let's go to the south. Winter there is lovely. His words made the pink on Raina's cheeks blush even deeper. She excitedly tilted her head and replied, I'm really looking forward to it. Although Joffrey said that, my mind was filled only with thoughts of Felix. The anxiety was greater than the anticipation. It was similar when I returned to Nisa. Felix had said he might return on the same day, but he still hadn't. Father said it would probably take a while longer because something had happened in the capital. Even when he returns, I don't know how to ask. Ask if he has known me for a long time? I mean, how did he know I had lived at the Homewood house? I'm afraid the answer will be yes. Felix knowing me means their entire family also knew. To dispel the feeling of unease, I've only been drawing for the past few days. Drawing takes a lot of time, so Mother made me a private room to work in.
Even just a small room would be enough. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me. What if the Dispenser family knew about my past? Even if they already knew those truths, they would still accept me as a family member. They would still wait for me. She couldn't hide it from them forever. Raina stood before a door, resolving to herself. No matter how embarrassing it was, she had to talk to them directly, even though she still needed a little more time to be ready. Just then, a servant's voice suddenly rang out. Raina, miss, the master is looking for you. Raina quickly replied to her. Raina said, I'll be right out. Father, it's Raina. I heard you were looking for me.
Alex cheerfully watched her figure hiding behind a wall. Oh, Raina, you're here? Raina, I apologize. Confused, she quickly stepped out and asked loudly, What is it? Alex slowly raised his head and explained, Well, you know about the spring at Santita's castle. Duke Cornwell liked it so much that I had no choice but to bring him there. His story made Raina stare, her small eyes wide with surprise. Oh, seriously? I thought it was something really important. Alex pouted, looking sulky. It is a big deal. Raina playfully tugged Alex's arm, praising him cheerfully. You did the right thing, Father. We should thank them anyway. I was even thinking of painting a picture to repay them. Alex suddenly seized the opportunity and announced, By the way, besides Duke Cornwell, many other people want your paintings. Raina immediately became astonished and eagerly asked, Oh, who? His hand gently stroked her head as he explained. Many people who attended the party said so. So what I wanted to ask is, Raina, what do you think about holding an exhibition and selling your paintings? Count Atlee said he would really like to take charge of this.
Raina still didn't believe Alex's words and excitedly asked, Really? Is that true? He smiled sincerely and repeated the offer. Of course, I'm telling the truth. If you like it, just give it a try. If you sell the painting you cherish, you might be sad because you won't be able to see it anymore. Seeing Alex's mood drop again, she quickly explained, If I sell it, I still have many paintings. All my paintings are for you, Father. He still hesitated, looking at her worriedly. That can't be right. You'll surely sell them all. His fatherly heart warm like the sun, he said. Then I must go send a telegram right away. Count Atlee will be very pleased. After Alex left, Raina was still surprised, her hands clasped tightly together. She murmured, "I'm going to hold an exhibition? It's like a dream." The fated day arrived. Raina continuously paced around the room with a pensive look. Jane urgently spoke up, suggesting, as Raina's constant pacing made her flustered, "Oh, dear miss, please sit here and wait for a moment. Because of you, even I'm getting frantic." Raina obediently sat down, her nervous hands clutching her head. I'm so stressed, Jane. What if the Count doesn't like any of the paintings?" Alex suddenly opened the door and stepped in with a worried voice. "Oh, dear."
Jane, pour me another glass of water. Oh, tea. Phew, I'm not painting, nor am I holding an exhibition. Why am I so nervous? Raina chuckled at his flustered appearance, even though her own body was trembling intensely. "Father, this is truly shocking." The sudden announcement from a servant made both of them freeze. "Master, Count Atlee has arrived." Alex walked like a robot, urging Raina, "Come on, let's go, Raina." She wasn't much better, stiffly following behind Alex. Yes, the most composed person in the room at that moment was probably Jane. She helplessly watched the two of them, exclaiming, "You two are walking completely out of sync, master, young lady." Outside the gate, Atlee stood solemnly before the butler and servants, awaiting the appearance of the master of the house. Alex, now outside, quickly greeted him with a polite tone. "Please come in. You must be tired from your long journey." Raina, also acting like a refined young lady, bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Please come in, Count." Atlee looked at the two, tilting his head slightly with a cheerful smile. He was no trouble at all. I was so excited that I dropped everything and had to come here this very month." Alex walked ahead, playing the host, and introduced, "Please come inside. The art gallery is on the top floor." Raina walked behind them, her face pale with worry. Would he notice the change in painting style? What if he doesn't like this style? Even if he criticizes it, I shouldn't be disappointed. Just the fact that he commissioned me was already an incredible feat.
They walked to Raina's art room. Alex quickly opened the door and respectfully said, "This is the room." Atlee looked at the room full of artworks with astonishment. He softly marveled, "Oh, Miss Raina, you've certainly created many more artworks lately. May I take my time looking at them?" Raina happily agreed. "Certainly, please feel free to look around." Afterwards, she stood motionless, anxiously watching Atlee walk around the room, observing everything meticulously. He suddenly paused before the painting Raina had painted on the rainy day, then praised it profusely. "This piece is truly astonishing."
What exactly happened in such a short time? I thought you only painted delicate and soft pieces, yet you also paint bold and sophisticated pieces like these. In particular, I want to buy this work, Stormy Night. As an organizer, I shouldn't be selfish, but I truly want this piece. Raina and Alex happily looked at each other in excitement. A moment later, Atlee left with a touch of regret. He said, "I'm very happy today. Now that I'm going home, I'll have a lot of work to do." Raina quickly spoke politely. "Sir, please don't overexert yourself, Count." He burst into a hearty, generous laugh and said loudly, "Ho, how could I not? I must try my best to let the world know of Miss Raina's works." Raina shyly said, "Thank you very much indeed." That evening, Raina slowly made her way back to her bed. She comfortably enjoyed the warmth the bed offered, filled with excitement. She thought to herself, "Whew, my bed is still the best. I'll be opening an exhibition in 2 months? It's like a dream." Suddenly, a continuous knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Lying on her bed, Raina wondered in surprise, who could be coming at this hour? "Please come in." The door opened, revealing the faint silhouette of a man. Immediately upon seeing the person, Raina's eyes widened in astonishment. Her hands awkwardly clutched the hem of her nightgown in excitement. Felix leaned against the doorframe, gently asking Raina, "Are you all right?" Raina was startled by his appearance, letting out a soft, "Oh," before blushing shyly, glancing away and asking, "When did you arrive?" Felix took a few steps closer to her. "I just got here. I ran straight over. Were you sleeping?" Raina, embarrassed, quickly raised a hand to cover her face, turning her head away. "Ah, no." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Raina thought anxiously, "This is too tense. Why did he come so suddenly? I really wanted to see him quickly, but..." Just then, Felix suddenly spoke up, embarrassed. "I'm being insensitive, aren't I? You must be tired, right? Then get some rest. We can meet tomorrow." Hearing this, Raina quickly looked up and called out to Felix, "Ah, wait." She turned on her heel and went into the room to retrieve something. Raina rummaged through her wardrobe, searching, under Felix's bewildered gaze. Raina's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. "Well, I meant to give it to you last time." Her hands awkwardly concealed something within. Raina gathered all her courage and, with agitation, presented the gift to Felix.
But I haven't wrapped it yet. He was bewildered by Raina's agitated demeanor and shyly asked, Did you draw this already? You could have taken your time. The painting of 2 roses gently intertwined, looking incredibly romantic, was revealed before Felix.
He asked a question out of curiosity, but it startled Raina. I wonder if this painting holds any meaning. I don't understand much about art. Raina wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. She lowered her head, trying to calm herself down. Raina's finger suddenly pointed to a small, vibrant rose in the painting. She awkwardly explained, That's me. Raina's finger then pointed to the larger flower next to it, then pointed to him, softly calling, Felix. Raina's hand suddenly stopped in midair. Shyly, with an awkward demeanor, she hastily stammered, That's what it means. Felix happily watched her rich expressions and couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're absolutely adorable. He tried to suppress his amusement, sincerely expressing his delight with her painting. Thank you, Raina. I absolutely love it. The next morning, Felix was intently sitting in his study, examining something. His gaze suddenly shifted slightly, glancing in a certain direction. The painting of the 2 roses immediately caught Felix's eye.
Felix was blissfully immersed as he gazed at the painting featuring Raina and himself. He gently reached out and touched it, musing with delight, How could anyone think something so adorable? But a blank space beside it suddenly caught his attention. Felix rubbed his chin, thinking seriously, I'm only just noticing this now. It was just an empty space, making the painting look a little off balance. The subject must be us, mustn't it? This is Raina, this is me. And then an embarrassing thought suddenly surfaced, making Felix blush hotly. Felix suddenly understood something and bewilderedly dropped the hand covering his mouth in surprise. Don't tell me. Sometime later, the respectful voice of the driver echoed in. Young lady, we're almost there. Raina gently smiled and replied, Yes, thank you. 2 months quickly passed. Count Atlee said, A painting would be better with more details, so it seems I've just been painting this whole time.
Since the day she gave him that painting, Felix had become busy again. It was said that he had been staying at Duke Cornwell's mansion for several weeks due to a summons from the capital. The carriage stopped, and the coachman announced, Milady, we have arrived. Raina's eyes shone with determination and resolve. Today After 2 months of waiting, the exhibition was held. Wow, it's so spacious. I can't believe I get to hold an exhibition here. Atlee was already waiting for Raina outside. He cheerfully greeted her. Miss Raina, our artist has arrived, I see. Raina, excited, quickly expressed her astonishment at the splendor of the venue. Earl, the hall is truly magnificent. Atlee laughed heartily with pride. Ha, only a place of this caliber is worthy of Miss Raina's first exhibition, wouldn't you agree? Oh, I just remembered, a bouquet of flowers was sent here. Raina asked in surprise. A bouquet? Who would? Congratulations on your first exhibition. If I can sneak out of the academy, I'll come. Joffrey. Congratulations on the exhibition, Raina. It's a pity I can't be there. Next time, I'll personally give you a bouquet. Whiting. Eden. Did my precious family send this? I don't see Felix's.
The butler gently took the bouquet from Raina's hand, then respectfully announced, I will place it in the carriage. Raina nodded, offering the bouquet to him. Thank you. He must have had something important, so he couldn't make it. Atlee enthusiastically welcomed Raina inside, full of excitement. Come on in, Miss Raina. Raina gradually composed herself, then smiled and said, Oh yes, let's. Once inside, Atlee quickly asked Raina for her opinion. It's still not quite perfectly arranged. What do you think? Are you satisfied? But she was utterly captivated by the sight. Raina's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Wow, it's amazing. He then gestured towards a girl standing on the other side, introducing her to Raina. And this is Emma Barton, who will manage and guide your exhibition. Raina politely approached to greet her. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working with you. But before she could finish speaking, Emma eagerly grabbed Raina's hand, full of excitement. I finally get to meet you. I've been so eager to meet you. I absolutely adore your work, Miss Raina.
Thanks to you, I really enjoy this job. I've heard stories, but I never expected you to be such a youthful and lovely young lady. I truly admire you, Raina. Raina was overwhelmed by her enthusiastic, almost agitated fervor, hesitantly stepped back and politely whispered, Thank you. Count Atlee suddenly stood behind her and friendly reminded her, Miss Emma, don't make the artist uncomfortable. Come on, we still have work to do. She looked flustered and hastily exclaimed in a panic, Oh, that's right, how silly of me. There's still plenty of time, so please take your time looking around. Just call us if you need anything. Raina happily waved goodbye to her. Yes, thank you, Emma. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Let go, there's someone inside. Do you know who I am? I'm the sister of the person organizing this exhibition. Roxy burst open the door, startling the guard outside. Raina irritably questioned her. Outsiders aren't allowed in yet. What are you doing?
Roxy retorted at Raina and angrily yelled, "Look at her, arrogant attitude, talking to her sister. Am I an outsider? These drawings, you call these things paintings? You wasted all your money organizing this exhibition, didn't you? You ungrateful wretch, not even bothering to send invitations to the family, you bitch. That's why you—" Raina's face darkened and her furious voice suddenly rang out, making Roxy quickly fall silent in fear. "Get out, Roxy."
A disgruntled voice rang out. Poxy Salon, sponsored by the Marchioness Tennelward, was the capital's largest social gathering place. At her salon, where dignity was paramount, it was difficult to even post your exhibition poster here, no matter how much money you had. Do you want to provoke me? Filthy orphan volunteer work, visiting disgusting slums. After enduring all sorts of hardships, I still wasn't qualified to enter. Yet you can easily advance just by getting married. Why is it only easy for you? All you know is cleaning and housework. I tried so hard not to be like you, yet you don't have to do anything at all. Raina's face was still dark as she glared at Roxy, then bit out each word of her command. Get out, Rosie. Lucy's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe she was being kicked out. Her mouth wanted to utter something, but she quickly calmed herself, reassuring herself. Then suddenly she burst into a smug, sinister laugh. Lucy suddenly turned away, then said in a mocking tone, "I knew you were stupid, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Do you think you can do anything you want now? They're asking a little girl like you to draw? Are they crazy? I'm ashamed of a housemaid like you idiot."
"All the men in that house know what you did." Raina frowned uncomfortably at her sharp words. However, seeing Raina's annoyed expression, Roxy became even more gleefully triumphant. "Look at that expression. Yes, that's it. Remember now? You're not an artist, nor are you a lady. You're just Raina, an ugly, lazy loser from Homewood. They know all of that, so you must be so ashamed. So ashamed that they pooled money for you to do these things. Please, know your place. Do you think you're smart enough to have done this? It's all because they're too ashamed of you, so please, don't be so arrogant." Roxy continued, "Ah, that feels good. Finally, you can't say a word. How dare you speak to me like that, you cheap hussy. Just try to start your exhibition, and I'll tell everyone about this." But while Roxy was utterly smug in her thoughts, Raina unexpectedly spoke in a low voice. "I am truly ashamed that you are my sister. In the fact that I come from Homewood, or the truth that you and I share the same blood, I am utterly mortified."
Roxy angrily raised her hand towards Raina, yelling, "This girl is really—" But Raina didn't back down. Instead, she firmly grabbed her wrist. Raina sternly reminded Roxy, "You are truly exactly like your mother. Don't casually raise your hand or foot. I won't let you hit me anymore." Her face darkened as she looked at her tightly gripped hand, thinking agitatedly, how was she so strong? Seeing Roxy's face turn pale, Raina irritably said, "What's wrong? Does just a grip hurt you already? Do you understand now how much pain I've been through?" Then Raina released her hand, causing Roxy to fall sprawling onto the ground beside them. Raina dusted off her hands, then looked straight at her face and continued, "I could make you hurt more than this, but do you know why I don't? Because I don't want to become someone like your mother." Roxy's face was consumed by anger, contorting. She stood up straight, then lunged towards Raina, yelling, "What are you saying, you disrespectful brat? You dare do this to me. Do you think you'll get away with it unscathed?" From behind, Charlotte suddenly stepped forward, a snare on her face as she taunted Roxy. "Oh my, your voice is really strong. You must be very healthy. I'm so jealous."
I was supposed to be here first, wasn't I? Has it failed? Roxy glared at her angrily, constantly questioning her as if she owned the place. "Who are you? It's not open yet. Who gave you permission to just walk in?" Charlotte tilted her head slightly, pointing to herself and repeating, "Me? I am Charlotte Tennelwood. And who are you to speak so rudely?" Immediately Roxy froze, her eyes wide with shock. Charlotte Tennelwood? Why now of all times? Marquis Gabriel Tennelwood has 3 sons and 1 daughter, among whom Charlotte is the youngest daughter and the apple of the Tennenet family's eye.
From a young age, her health was not good, so she never appeared in public. She left shortly after appearing at the debutante. Some even joked that she was a powerful figure in Tunnelward, thanks to her parents and older brother who doted on their youngest daughter. Many young ladies in society wanted to befriend her. She was the reason I painstakingly saved money to go there. I heard that her health has recently improved, so she occasionally appears at the salon. I've never met her at the salon, so why now? At this moment, Raina politely bowed and said to Charlotte, "I apologize for my rudeness and disrespect in front of you. I am Raina Dispenser. Thank you for visiting." At this moment, Roxy suddenly became cordial, stepped forward and bumped into Raina's shoulder. "Oh, I apologize for not recognizing you. I didn't know you were the daughter of the Tennelward family. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rosie Homewood." But Charlotte merely walked past her indifferently, heading straight for Raina. She excitedly clasped Raina's hand and continuously recounted.
Congratulations on the exhibition. Lloyd has boasted so much about you that I've been eager to meet you. Raina stared at the girl in front of her with a look of disbelief, then murmured to herself, could this person be? Charlotte continued, Lloyd's gave me the painting Spring at Santita's castle a long time ago. It's one of the gifts he gave me that I truly love, which is why I really wanted to come here today. Just then, Count Atlee arrived, cheerfully and warmly greeting. Oh, Miss Charlotte, you're here so early? And Miss Raina here is... Just as Raina was flustered and unsure what to do, Charlotte cheerfully and cordially interrupted the introduction. I've just finished introducing myself, Your Excellency.
Although I'm an uninvited guest and arrived a bit early, may I go look at the paintings first? Atlee cheerfully and quickly invited her. Why not? Please feel free to look around, of course. On the contrary, I should be thanking you for coming. The bustling scene filled with laughter and chatter made Raina feel truly warm. Just looking at it made one feel at ease. She truly was a beautiful lady, very fitting for the Duke. Now that I think about it, where did Rosie go? Roxy was stumbling around, walking unsteadily, laughing maniacally as she exclaimed, Haha, it's truly over now. The Duke's fiancée Charlotte and I actually messed with Charlotte. Raina, because of you, my life is never smooth, you good-for-nothing. Meanwhile, Charlotte, on the exhibition side, was incredibly excited, hugging someone and exclaiming, Hey, what should I do? I want to buy so many things. What could be happier than this? I feel a bit guilty towards the others, but this one and that one too. I'll buy the whole lot. Emma enthusiastically advised her, This is an excellent choice. Raina, watching the wealthy lady's shopping spree from behind, was immediately surprised, her eyes wide. She didn't even bother to ask the price. Charlotte, still very cheerfully, covered her mouth and continued, Please send the bill to Duke Cornwell's mansion in the capital. He owes me something.
Raina, I've seen your paintings. They're wonderful. And no one told me you were this beautiful. I'll have to tell Lloyd. Raina, blushing, quickly and modestly replied, Oh, you're flattering me too much. Charlotte suddenly gently took her hand, then softly suggested, Not at all. In fact, I hope to get closer to you, Raina, and your paintings. Shall we become friends? Raina couldn't believe her ears. Stunned, she thought to herself, Someone so noble wants to be friends with me? Although I have many shortcomings, I hope you will look favorably upon me, miss. I would be deeply honored. But she smiled gently, covering her mouth, and teased Raina. What honor? Friends don't talk to each other like that. You're really interesting, Raina. Raina was utterly flustered again, fumbling, not knowing how to act properly. What should I do now? Friends, she said. At another mansion, Lloyd rested his chin on his hand, then said with a bored expression, Waiting is truly boring, isn't it? But Felix didn't say a word, only intently watched the hands of the slowly turning clock. Lloyd, displeased, immediately pointed at him and questioned loudly, Your reaction is terrifying. Just voice your displeasure.
Felix sighed wearily. What difference would it make if I voiced my discontent? Currently, the capital not only has the royal family, but also members of Parliament convening due to an urgent matter. The main reason is that King Louis I's health has severely deteriorated. His health was already poor to begin with, so everyone had anticipated this. In reality, all we do here is report on his condition every morning. Everything is inefficient. That's why I've been confined here for a few days. Anyway, I can still meet Raina today, so... She said the exhibition starts at 1 o'clock, right? Even if it's late, I still have to pick up the gift before 12 o'clock. Just then, a servant's announcement echoed from outside the door. Your Grace, a letter has arrived. Lloyd, now back to his usual stern demeanor, ordered the person outside. It's finally here. Come in. You've worked hard. The news of your release has finally... But his eyes suddenly furrowed, no longer carrying a playful look. Lloyd intently read every line of the letter.
Seeing Felix's strange expression, Lloyd immediately asked uneasily, What's wrong? Why are you making such a serious face at such an inopportune moment? Lloyd hesitated before answering. Well, it's just that this news might free you in a different way. Charlotte arrived at the exhibition today before opening hours, and I heard Raina and Rosie Homewood are there together. Felix immediately stood up and said hastily, I'll be going now. Lloyd frowned in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, Oh, I knew this would happen. He didn't even let me finish my sentence, honestly. But Felix had already left coldly, slamming the door shut in annoyance. Lloyd was still intently looking at the letter, thinking in surprise, Miss Raina was never a weak child. The letter also had an additional note on the back. P.S. She expressed her views without being intimidated by the scoundrels. Contrary to what you said, she is actually very strong. Therefore, Felix, you shouldn't be overly protective of her. Meanwhile, Charlotte, who had just climbed a mountain and fainted, went there alone not long after regaining consciousness. He suddenly realized something, and was suddenly stunned by his own words. Lloyd helplessly leaned back in his chair, exclaiming, Regarding this, I'm not qualified to give Felix advice.
I need to schedule it as soon as possible if I want to. With this much worry, will I even be able to survive? Felix's hurried footsteps led him into the exhibition hall. He pushed the door open forcefully with worry, shouting, Raina! Raina was calmly sitting at a table drinking tea when she suddenly saw him and stammered in surprise. Felix, why are you... Felix suddenly grabbed her hand, looking over Raina's entire body with a pained expression as he said, I've heard what happened. I heard Rosie came here. Are you okay? She didn't hit you or do anything, did she? Are you hurt? Raina was bewildered by the warm affection Felix showed her. He had rushed here because he was worried about her. He was still checking Raina's body. There were no scratches or injuries here. Her finger, however, seemed slightly injured. Raina looked at Felix's face, which was gradually becoming irritated, and couldn't help but feel a little self-reproach. He was so busy. Because she wasn't reliable. She had promised that nothing similar would happen again. Every time something happened, he had to sneak away from work. She had said she could handle things herself, that she could resolve it on her own. She wanted him to be at ease. She suddenly gathered all her courage and shouted, I won. Felix was surprised by Raina's words, and his eyes widened.
Raina recounted excitedly, I wasn't hit even once, even though I was a bit shaken by Rosie's words. She tried to hit me, but I stopped her. I also said everything I wanted to say, and I won that one. Felix's mouth opened, wanting to say something. He suddenly chuckled at her reaction. He quickly praised Raina as if coaxing a child. You're so good. I'm sure I couldn't have done that. You're amazing, Raina. Hearing this, Raina secretly blossomed with joy inside.
She boasted smugly, Yes, of course. Whose wife do you think I am? This is nothing. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Raina blushed shyly. Oh! Felix wasn't much better, his face now burning hot and flushed. Raina quickly gesticulated to clarify. But Felix, satisfied, said with a laugh, I heard everything. I won't forget it my whole life. Felix's eyes suddenly widened as he remembered something. He jumped up, shouting, Ah! Raina awkwardly asked, What's wrong? Felix, still pale with disappointment, exclaimed, I forgot your gift. Raina repeated blankly, A gift? But Felix was still wallowing in self-reproach, holding his head dejectedly. This useless fellow. I had planned it all out, and yet I still forgot. Raina chuckled at his reaction. I thought it was something really serious. It's fine, Felix. Your presence here is already a huge joy. He still sulked, looking down. Felix tightly held Raina's hand, then affirmed with a resolute tone. Tomorrow there will definitely be a gift. Raina sighed helplessly. Just like a puppy. Yes, I'll wait for it, Felix.
Raina happily lay on her bed, clutching the gift Felix had given her with a joyful expression. The exhibition, which had been fraught with anxiety and excitement, concluded with great success. After learning that the young lady of House Tenaward had purchased numerous paintings, other nobles also flocked to buy artworks in droves. As a result, all the paintings were sold out on the very first day of the exhibition. Just then, Jane suddenly pushed open Raina's room door, then gently and respectfully announced, Young lady, the madam is calling for you. Raina excitedly replied quickly, Yes, I'll be right there. Although she had returned to her daily life, Raina still felt as if she were floating, perhaps because she was still filled with incredible things. A moment later, Raina, neatly dressed, came downstairs. She opened the door to Evely's study with a question. Mother, did you call for me? Evely smiled softly, pointed to an empty spot beside her, and said, Yes, Raina, come and sit here. Congratulations on completing the exhibition, Raina, and I also apologize for not being able to be with you on opening day.
Raina still smiled brightly and cheerfully. It's all right. Thanks to the Count and Emma, I didn't have any trouble at all. Evely's face suddenly fell, and she hesitantly whispered, I heard Roxy came on the first day. Of course, Alex and I deeply regret not having cleared our schedules. Did Roxy say anything that hurt you, or did she talk about money? Raina, flustered, quickly reassured her. Oh no, she didn't mention money at all. It's just that she seemed so envious that it turned into jealousy towards me. I guess she didn't want to see me, seeing a useless nobody like me painting and opening an exhibition. Roxy's malicious words once again echoed in her mind, seeing how she thought she could do anything. Why would they tell someone like you to paint? It's because they're ashamed of a housemaid like you idiot. She raised her head, thinking to herself, guessing what Roxy must have been thinking at the time. Roxy must have thought that I would be hurt and shaken by those words forever. If it were before, I certainly would have been. However, not now. Evely, agitated, urgently pressed Raina for a perfectly valid reason. What did she say to you? Raina asserted with the conviction in her heart about her trust in this small family. Because I know our family would absolutely not have such thoughts. Mother, at Homewood, I used to be a worthless person, just like those thoughts. Evely's eyes widened in surprise when Raina confessed so openly. Raina then softly recounted what she had experienced. Because I wasn't good at housework, after they stopped hiring maids.
I had to do all the housework, from cleaning, laundry to cooking. At first I did it because I thought it was what I should do, but gradually I got used to it, so Rosie naturally treated me like a maid. That's why I came here and studied a lot. I learned to draw, read many books, and I understood why Rosie was so difficult. But from now on, I won't let her treat me like a maid anymore, because I am now Raina Dispenser." The woman was moved by her words, tears welling up in her eyes. "Raina, that's right. You should think that way." She leaned forward and hugged Raina tightly. "My daughter, whom I'm so proud of. Actually, I already knew what your life at the Homewood house was like." She reached out and hugged the woman's shoulder, thinking to herself, "Just as I thought. How did you know, Mom?" Ancora Orphanage. Evalie gently recounted how it all happened. "Our family went there to volunteer and met you for the first time. Alex and I wanted to adopt you as our daughter, but after talking to the director, we learned that you were the daughter of a count. I deeply regret how they treated you so harshly. After learning more about you, I came to understand how difficult your life was there." Raina slowly understood, saying in surprise, "Oh, I see. That makes sense. If I hadn't been living in the forest, gathering charcoal and firewood back then, who could have imagined that I was the daughter of a count?" Evalie suddenly lowered her head, saying in an uneasy tone, "I'm worried that if I tell you I know what your circumstances were like, you might think I'm doing it to gain leverage over you. The whole family is very worried, unsure if bringing it up would upset you. It would have been better if we had told you right from the start when you first arrived here, wouldn't it? I'm still not sure what the right thing to do is." Raina lowered her head, honestly expressing what was in her heart. "If I had known back then, I would surely have felt inferior. I'm sorry for making everyone worry so much, and I thank you all very much." Evalie gently looked into Raina's eyes and reassured her. "Raina, you see, whether you are the daughter of a count or live in an orphanage, no matter your position or status, we all love you very much." Raina bowed her head, then looked up, resting her face in her hands with a happy smile. "I used to live thinking that no one loved me, yet I've received so much love from people I didn't know before." Evalie happily suggested, "How about we visit the Ancora orphanage sometime?" Raina quickly agreed. "Yes, I want to go with you, Mom." Alex rushed in excitedly, calling out, "Raina, from the moment I met you, you were already my daughter." Evalie irritably questioned him. "Honey, were you eavesdropping?" Raina, beside her, was surprised by Alex's appearance. She thought to herself, "Showing my vulnerable side to my family isn't scary at all. I feel relieved and more confident. If I hadn't come here, I might never have known this my whole life." Raina had now returned to her room. She shyly touched her face, thinking, "I've cried too much. I probably won't be able to draw today." Something caught her eye, making Raina's hand, which was closing the door, freeze. Felix was standing outside, arms crossed, looking at her, and asked with concern, "Are you done talking?" Raina, flustered, lowered her head, stammering, unsure how to answer him. "Yes, I'm sorry for not remembering." Felix chuckled at her interesting reaction. "I should be the one apologizing for not telling you sooner." But Raina quickly lifted her head, showing him that she understood. "Everyone did it out of consideration for me. It's okay. I heard everyone saw me at the orphanage. Back then I was really shabby and looked poor and miserable, yet..." But Felix showed no sign of disdain towards her. Instead, he remained innocent with a gentle smile. He moved closer to Raina, cutting off her self-deprecating words. "You're very beautiful. Even the first time I met you, you were beautiful. Of course, you still are now." Raina was sitting, her head resting against the car, looking dazed. Jane suddenly peered out the window, then excitedly exclaimed, "Miss, look, it's a snowman. The children made them. Miss, why are you sitting there so lost in thought? You were so eager to buy gifts for everyone at home." Raina, flustered, quickly spoke up, waving her hand to explain immediately. "Oh, no, it's not that. I'm just like this because I'm so excited. Actually, it's because of Felix."
His teasing voice from yesterday suddenly resurfaced. "You're beautiful. The first time we met, I already thought you were very pretty." Raina blushed shyly at his words. Seeing her surprised expression, Felix quickly added, "Of course, you still are now." Currently, Raina's face was burning hot. That couldn't be happening. She wished she had just left things as they were then. She shouldn't have overthought it. Just let it pass. What kind of state had Felix seen her in? Because he was busy and had to leave immediately, she didn't have time to ask. No, even if Felix had stayed longer, she wouldn't have been able to ask anything. She feared she had shown the worst of the worst. Just as Raina was sinking into her confusion, Jane suddenly spoke up to announce, "Miss, it seems we've arrived. Please come down and get ready." Raina, still dazed and not fully awake, stammered in response, First, snap out of it, Raina. Today was the day to buy many things with the first money she had earned. Raina gently stepped out of the car, hearing a gentle voice from someone in front. "Let's see. Give me your hand, miss. Today, I will be in charge of escorting you."
Raina asked in surprise, "Eden, why are you here? What about the academy?" He quickly explained, Father said he was a bit worried, so he contacted me. The academy only has the graduation ceremony left, so I'm not attending classes anymore. Have you arranged all the places you need to go? Because the capital is a bit complicated. If you just wander around without a plan, time will fly by in the blink of an eye. Raina said shyly, I've scheduled the things I want to buy, but I don't know where to go yet. Eden pointed to himself with amusement and suggested, In that case, I guess I'll have to choose the locations and lead you. Raina immediately became excited and said loudly, Yes, I'll rely on you, Eden. He then led them away. So, let's get going. First up? A little later, Raina sat tiredly on a stone bench, panting with a pile of gifts beside her. She said, if it weren't for Jane helping me choose different shoes, I would have been in big trouble. Jane, beside her, happily gave Raina a thumbs up. Low-heeled shoes are the most comfortable for shopping. Eden beside them asked curiously, So now only the gift for your brother is left, right? Raina nodded happily. Yes, that's right. I still haven't chosen a gift for Felix.
I secretly bought a shirt for Eden while pretending to choose a gift for Jane. Glasses for Mom, a tie clip for Dad, a warm fleece blanket for Joffrey's winter. Luckily, there were things they all liked here. Eden happily suggested, So after we're done picking out his gift, shall we go somewhere for a bit? Raina paused and thought. Felix also said he's in the capital, but he's busy anyway, so I doubt we'll be able to meet him. She replied to Eden, Yes, since you've guided me so thoroughly, I can certainly help you out a bit. Eden smiled gently and said, Thank you. So shall we continue? Raina happily agreed, Yes. What should I get for Felix? If possible, I'd like to give him something useful.
Something he often uses, and it wouldn't matter even if he already owned it. Raina's face suddenly lit up as she thought of something. She quickly darted off, leaving only a message for them to stay. I'll just pop into this shop for a moment. Please wait for me. Jane immediately turned around in a panic to stop her. Milady, how can you go alone? But Raina's back quickly disappeared. It's fine. I'll be right out once I've bought it. Jane exclaimed worriedly. Oh dear, what would I do if something happened? Seeing this, Eden immediately reassured Jane. We're right up front, so it'll be fine, Jane. After a long while, Raina happily walked out with a small box in her hand. Hee, I'm done shopping. Let's go to where Eden wants to go now. Eden stared at her and said, That's great. It's not too far from here. After that, they went together to a magnificent and splendid mansion. Eden stood awkwardly at the door, inviting Raina in. I haven't finished tidying up yet, so it's a bit embarrassing, but please come in. Raina looked around continuously in surprise and wonder. Where is this? His answer excited her. This is my studio. Raina exclaimed excitedly. Huh? So all the dresses here were made by Eden? Eden turned his face away, avoiding her gaze, and admitted, Yes, it's a bit embarrassing. Raina suddenly remembered something and asked hesitantly, Could it be that the dresses you gave me before were also... He explained casually, That's right, I made them. Raina immediately became flustered and reproached him. No way, why didn't you tell me anything all this time? Eden whispered shyly, Because this is considered a commoner's trade. Especially I was afraid my parents would object, so I kept it a secret from my whole family. I thought I should achieve certain results to be able to convince them.
Raina looked at Eden's smiling face as if nothing was wrong, and with a heavy heart softly called out, Eden, I will support you. When this store opens, I'll come buy clothes. I have a lot of money now, so I can buy them myself. He chuckled, teasing her. Thanks to you, Raina, I'll be rich soon, won't I? But I won't take money from you. I'll take something else. Eden's words made her repeat, doubtfully, Something else? Eden gently extended his hand towards Raina, proposing, Even if everyone objects, as long as Raina continues to support me, I want someone who will always stand by my side, forever. Her face looked awkward, and she softly called out, Eden, it's not good business practice to refuse money just for something so obvious. Just give me a lifetime discount, that's enough. Eden was astonished by Raina's innocence and carefree nature.
He gave a bright smile. All right, let's do it that way then. Unseen by others, Raina secretly felt a warmth in her heart, knowing the secret Eden had shared with her. Being privy to someone's many secrets truly excited her, making her feel trusted and relied upon by Eden. She increasingly felt like they were becoming a family, and that made her very happy. Raina and Eden returned to the carriage together. Jane was delightedly hugging the gift Raina had given her and exclaimed, The cloak and gloves are both so warm and soft. This is the first time I've ever used items of such good quality. Thank you very much, young lady. Raina looked up happily and said, Seeing how much you like it, I should be the one thanking you. In the end, I still couldn't meet Felix. He seems very busy. We probably won't be able to meet for a while. Indeed, I really should have gone to see him. Elsewhere, Roxy was screaming in frustration as if going mad. This is so annoying. If this was going to be so difficult, you should have said so earlier. Why do we have to do this? I'm not doing it.
Catherine saw her constantly complaining with dissatisfaction, so she spoke up to explain. I heard we get to keep all the gold we dig up.
No gold in sight, just a pile of rocks. Is there really gold here? Walter, standing nearby, quickly reassured the mother and daughter in a soft voice. Of course there is. It's just because we're inexperienced. All right, that's enough for today. Let's continue tomorrow. Roxy yelled in frustration. What? Continue tomorrow? I'm not doing this anymore. How can we keep doing this hellish work? We could just hire people to do it, and it would be done. Why do we have to do it ourselves? Catherine shot her an annoyed glance. Oh dear, you're acting like a child. It's because those hired workers aren't trustworthy, that's why. Those despicable people, knowing the gold is worth more than the money they'd get, which is take all the gold and run away. Even if it costs a bit more, we should hire more professional people to do it, shouldn't we? Thanks to that, now let alone gold, we don't even have money to hire miners. I shouldn't trust this person anymore, huh? Just then, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what are you people doing? Roxy looked directly at the arrogant group, chin raised. I'm already annoyed to death. What now?
The tough-looking man who had just walked in calmly offered a few words. Do you even know whose land this is, to just trespass like this? If you don't leave immediately, I will arrest you. Walter straightened up and firmly exclaimed, Of course I know. I am Count Homewood, so of course this is my land. Who are you to dare speak so boldly and threaten to arrest me? The arrogant fellow immediately lowered his voice and fearfully explained, Count, I apologize for my disrespect, but would a man of your understanding say such things? This mineral region, along with all the surrounding lands, are owned by Duke Percy. He was instantly struck dumb with astonishment. You? What are you talking about? I purchased this place not long ago. I even have the documents. He looked doubtfully at the document Walter presented. You claim to have bought it? Walter confidently declared with a resolute voice. Of course, it even bears the court's seal.
My Lord Count. But the next words from his mouth immediately wiped the smile off Walter's face. This is not the seal of the Northern Court. What? He stared, wide-eyed. What? The man hesitated before continuing. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Our duty is to apprehend intruders in this place, but you are a count nonetheless, so if this happens again, I will have no choice but to report it to the Duke. Walter stood frozen in place, his voice trembling as he continuously mumbled. How could such a thing happen? He fell straight to his knees. This won't do. It's impossible for such a thing to happen. Catherine, standing nearby, suddenly burst into insane laughter. I should never have trusted your words. Roxy, also stunned and disbelieving her ears, asked again, What are you saying? Is our family bankrupt again? Immediately after, the embarrassing news spread like wildfire. The news of Count Homewood being swindled spread throughout the capital in an instant. Given Walter Homewood's notorious reputation for his judgment, the nobles all clicked their tongues, saying they knew this would happen again. A rumor, however, doesn't last long. It would gradually be forgotten, only for a new topic to emerge for them to discuss. King Louis I of Benedictus passed away. He died without having the son he had always desired.
According to the council's vote, the next to ascend the Benedictus throne is Duke Lloyd Cornwell. Lloyd suddenly turned to Felix, grumbling with dissatisfaction, not even bothering to offer congratulations. He gently sipped his tea, then softly replied, Because this only adds to my worries. Offering congratulations is truly difficult for me. He suddenly spoke up agitatedly, questioning Felix. Worries about what? Are you afraid I'll ruin this country? That's too much, really. Do I look like such a person? Felix softly reassured Lloyd. It's quite the opposite, actually, because I'm afraid you'll overwork yourself. He then feigned annoyance, sharply turning his head away, avoiding Felix's gaze. Honestly, why would you worry about that? Didn't you always say that the king must be the hardest worker? The teacup in Felix's hand was gently placed on the table. A king might wish for that, but it's not what the Duke desires. You must be very worried about the gap between ideals and reality. Even with things you feel are wrong, sometimes you will have to nod in agreement. All matters must be dealt with personally. Lloyd sighed, muttering to himself on hearing those words from Felix. This guy is truly worried. Felix suddenly jabbed at him, teasing. Surely now you can't suddenly go looking for Nisa anymore. Of course, this is good news for me. Lloyd frowned in annoyance.
Shh. But hey, is it your turn to worry about me? Felix was puzzled by his words. Lloyd glanced at him, then continued softly. I'm about to have my coronation, and I also have to propose to Charlotte. She's a lady who naturally loves extravagant things, so what better time than during the coronation ceremony? I'll propose so grandly that all women will envy her. Even Raina will be jealous. Felix immediately tensed up, annoyed. He stuck out his tongue again, teasing Felix. My apologies for getting there first.
Felix nervously turned his head away, then weakly retorted, Lady Charlotte might refuse you, you know. Lloyd immediately burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Ha ha, what you said is truly ridiculous. It seems it's been a while since I gave you a proper lesson. Elsewhere, a door suddenly burst open. Raina poked her head into Evely's room and asked curiously, Mother, I heard you were looking for me. She happily turned her head and quickly invited her. Raina, come here quickly. There's a very important invitation for you. Raina pointed to herself, puzzled. For me?
Evely happily nodded, then held out a luxurious letter to her. She said, That's right, go on and open it. Raina took the letter from her hand, carefully pulling out 2 invitations from inside. She meticulously read every line of text written on them. Raina suddenly gasped, covering her mouth and exclaiming, Mother, they've invited me to the Coronation Ceremony, and then they've also invited me to the Obayo banquet. Evely thought to herself in surprise. The Obayo banquet? That's a lavish party held a very long time ago. They only invite close individuals with intimate ties to a royal family to wish that the new king, once crowned, will rule the country in peace and prosperity. This banquet is only held on the day of the coronation ceremony. Because Felix and the Duke have been close since childhood, I had somewhat anticipated this. But Raina isn't even engaged, let alone married, yet she's still been invited. Evely gently stroked her head, exclaiming, You truly are my lucky charm, my dear. I'm so proud of you. Raina replied, her voice trembling. I'm so nervous, Mother. If it's a dress to wear to a place like that, then... All right. Raina then excitedly went to Eden's secret house.
The door burst open, and she announced loudly to the person inside the room, Eden, I'm here. Eden happily watched her figure step in and gently invited, Come on in. The ruthless client to her designer. Only Miss Raina would send 2 dress requests in just half a month. Raina offered an awkward smile, then forced to laugh and exclaimed, It really was a tough request, wasn't it? Eden recalled his mood when he received the letter. The letter, with just a few neatly written lines, shocked him so much that he spat out the water he was holding in his mouth. Eden, I need a dress to wear to the coronation ceremony and the Opisembo party. I absolutely must wear a dress designed by you. Eden, please. Raina quickly bent down to search for something in her bag. So, to show my gratitude, I've prepared a very generous gift for you. A flicker crossed Eden's eyes as he stared at her. He crossed his arms and indifferently called out, No need. Raina, surprised, stammered, What? But Eden genuinely stated his thoughts. Because you wearing a dress made by me is already my reward.
Raina was unexpectedly puzzled by his words. She suddenly realized, then cheerfully asked, Could it be? He nodded slightly and replied, Yes, that's right. I'm counting on you. I know my brother is still in the capital, but didn't he accompany you? Raina truthfully replied, He said he would come pick me up tomorrow. Eden secretly chuckled behind Raina's back as he saw her constantly beaming with joy. This reaction, if he saw it, he'd probably be thrilled to death. Just then, Jane suddenly poked her head in and announced, Miss, if we don't return soon, we'll be late for dinner. Hearing that, Raina immediately became flustered. Oh, the time. I understand. Eden, thank you for the dress. I'll bring you many generous rewards, so please wait. Don't push yourself too hard. Eden stood alone in the room, waving goodbye to Raina. In truth, what I call a reward, Raina's happiness, is enough, though I'm not usually one to care about others.
The moments she looked at us with that expression, I couldn't ignore them. A kind person, always genuinely caring for others. I believe she deserves to be happy. So I hope you'll always be happier than anyone else, Raina. And my annoying older brother, too. He chuckled helplessly, remembering Felix's grumpiness. If you were here right now, what about you? Many days later, Raina arrived at the party venue. A majestic and magnificent scene immediately caught her eye. Felix was leaning against a nearby carriage, quietly awaiting Raina's arrival. She quickly ran up to him, then said with embarrassment, I'm sorry, I'm late. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and his cheeks flushed as soon as he saw Raina. She was wearing a pink dress that accentuated her charming beauty. Raina called out again when she saw his dazed expression. Felix!
Felix, embarrassed, quickly covered his mouth and turned away, awkwardly explaining, I'm sorry, it's just that you're so incredibly beautiful that I had some wicked thoughts. Raina unexpectedly tilted her head back. What? Oh, that's a compliment, isn't it? Thank you. Wicked intentions? Felix quickly stepped closer to Raina, suggesting, If we keep this up, we'll be late. Let's get in the car. She gave a forced smile and obediently agreed. You're right. Really, let's hurry. The two got into the car together, and the car slowly started to move. The atmosphere inside the car was eerily silent. Felix tilted his head and asked curiously, breaking the strange silence, Did you just go with your mother to have that dress made? Raina looked at her dress. Oh, this one. She lowered her head, pleased, with a faint smile on her lips. Raina recalled the moment she had awkwardly asked him, Eden, but everyone in the house. Eden replied casually,
You can just say I made it. It's the truth anyway, and I was planning to tell them eventually. Raina then honestly answered Felix's question. Eden made it for me. His mood suddenly became complicated, and he lowered his eyes. Eden, is that so? I've never heard that my brother is a designer. Felix's attitude made her sink into fear. Could Felix also disapprove? But his answer was completely contrary to Raina's thoughts. If you keep being so close to my brother, I'll get jealous.
His reaction flustered Raina, who secretly thought, he's so cute. Just then, someone outside respectfully announced, "Young master, young lady, we're almost there." Inside, Felix was still shyly looking away, not daring to meet Raina's eyes. He suddenly coughed loudly, then cleared his throat and said, "Well, you just need to know that much." Raina, excited, quickly said loudly, "Ah yes, I will remember it." Their carriage gradually moved deeper inside. The gatekeeper outside quickly bowed respectfully upon seeing them enter. "Sir Felix, young Lady Raina, I have completed the inspection. Please come in." Raina curiously looked around and exclaimed, "They're stricter this time than last, aren't they?" Felix, behind her, softly whispered an explanation into her ear. Because it's an enthronement ceremony, it can't be compared to ordinary parties or festivals. The figure of a girl suddenly appeared. Charlotte excitedly rushed towards Raina, calling out loudly, "Young Lady Raina, I've been waiting for you." Raina turned her head in surprise to look at her and politely greeted, "Young Lady Charlotte." "Young Lady what?" Charlotte casually suggested. "Just call me Charlotte. We're friends." Alex immediately turned his head in surprise to look at Felix, pressing, "Felix, have Raina and young Lady Charlotte become friends?" He blandly replied to him, "It seems so." Alex and Evely suddenly became emotional, exclaiming, "Another friend for Raina has appeared." Felix, behind them, helplessly reminded, "You two are overreacting." Just then, an event coordinator stood up and announced loudly, "Please pay attention. The ceremony is about to begin. We kindly ask you to pause your conversations and return to your seats." Charlotte affectionately put her arm around Raina's neck, then pointed at her teasingly. "Look, the ceremony is starting just as you arrive. What a slowpoke." She stammered awkwardly. I'm sorry." Charlotte then regretfully turned and walked away. "Oh well, I guess we'll talk later at the Obi party then." Raina quickly replied, "Oh yes." Raina then returned to her family, saying shyly, "Sorry for making everyone wait." Alex suddenly gave a cheerful thumbs up. Mom and Dad would wait 100 years for something like this.
The party began with a solemn voice and the slow but powerful footsteps of His Majesty. A stern-faced Lloyd slowly entered the banquet hall. Raina stared at him, mouth agape in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, it's like he's a different person." Felix suddenly covered his mouth and whispered into her ear, "If you keep exclaiming like that, I'll get jealous." Raina immediately pressed her lips together awkwardly, not daring to say another word. Up above, Lloyd was kneeling before an empowered representative in the grand hall. He stepped forward, gently took the headpiece, then approached and placed it on Lloyd's head. Lloyd stood up straight after the decoration from that person. From this moment forward, Duke Lloyd Cornwell shall be appointed as the 5th King of Benedictus. Lloyd placed both hands over his chest and sincerely declared to everyone present, "With the divine authority bestowed upon me, I wish to make Benedictus wealthier and more peaceful. However, it would be difficult to do so alone." Lloyd suddenly walked in a certain direction. He suddenly stopped right in front of Charlotte. He softly called her name, Lady Charlotte Tennelward. "Please help me protect Benedictus. Only you can do this with me." Immediately, the guests gazed in astonishment at the dreamlike scene. Raina did too, but Felix, standing beside her, suddenly rolled his eyes, silently judging them. Charlotte, at the center of the party, was moved to tears. She gently tilted her head and happily said, "Yes, I do." The two then embraced amidst the congratulations from everyone. Raina covered her face, happily thinking, "Lady Charlotte, this is too good." Felix suddenly became flustered when he saw her expression. He awkwardly turned his head away, his hand reaching up to scratch his neck. That night, Jane contentedly admired Raina, whom she had just finished adorning. "Whew, it's all done. Not a single piece of jewelry is missing." Raina, adorned with noble and beautiful jewelry, closed her eyes tightly and said to her, "Thank you, Jane. You can rest now. I'll go and be back." Jane excitedly waved goodbye to her, adding a reminder, "Please have a wonderful chat and then return, lady." Outside the banquet hall, Felix stood quietly, leaning against the wall, waiting for his girl to appear.
Raina quickly lifted her skirt and walked over, awkwardly exclaiming, "Felix, you've been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you? I'm sorry." He gently reassured her, "Not at all. I've only just been waiting for a moment. The dress suits you very well. It's beautiful." Raina shyly accepted his compliment. Thank you." Felix extended his hand, taking Raina's, and suggested, "It's quite crowded here, isn't it? Shall we go somewhere quieter?" She happily agreed. "Oh yes, I think so too." Felix walked ahead, leading her to a window that offered a romantic ambiance. "This way." The two of them opened the door and stepped outside together. Raina leaned on the balcony railing, then looked up at the sky with an excited expression. "Oh wow, it's really starry tonight." Felix, standing beside her, shoulder to shoulder, remarked, "Indeed, isn't it? The weather is perfect for such a lovely day."
Raina was still basking in the sweet love of Lloyd and Charlotte from that afternoon. Indeed, they had proposed to each other on Coronation Day. What better day than that? Felix's gaze suddenly flickered towards her. He hesitated before asking, "Raina, do you also want to be proposed to like that? Publicly, in front of many people?" Raina, flustered, pointed at herself. "Me? Oh, no. I might even run away from sheer embarrassment. Just thinking about so many people looking at me makes me feel nervous and my head spins." Felix chuckled at her amusing reaction. "What a relief! I also find that difficult. So if you wanted a proposal like that, what would I do? I was so worried." Raina blushed. Felix's proposal. He suddenly reached into his jacket pocket and pulled something out. "Though this can't be an engagement ceremony, I've always wanted to give you this ring, even if it's a bit late. Will you accept it?" The sparkling ring was immediately presented before Raina's bewildered gaze. Felix gently slipped it onto Raina's slender finger, accompanied by a firm promise. "Next time, I'll give you an even more beautiful ring, if I can." Raina shyly stared at the ring resting on her finger. Felix suddenly raised his hand and gently touched her cheek. As soon as possible, he leaned in and gave Raina a soft kiss on her forehead. She immediately stiffened, her face flushed crimson. Felix chuckled at Raina's vivid expression, then turned and walked towards the door, saying, "I'm going to greet everyone for a bit, and then I'll be back. Raina, you should go inside quickly too, or you'll catch a cold." She gently nodded, her voice stammering, "Oh, yes, about the ring, thank you." Raina brought her hand to her chest and gently touched the ring on her finger. She held the ring up towards the bright moonlight, then exclaimed with delight, "It's so beautiful. Even though I never thought about an engagement ceremony, this is enough, Felix."
As soon as Raina returned to the party, Charlotte happily ran over and called out, "Lady Raina, there you are." Raina quickly looked directly at Charlotte and happily said, "Lady Charlotte, congratulations." Charlotte smiled happily, then extended an invitation. "Thank you, Raina. You absolutely must come to the wedding." Raina excitedly agreed. "Of course, I'd love to attend." Charlotte suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The dress you wore this morning was already beautiful, but this dress is equally elegant. Where did you buy it? I really want to know." Hearing that, Raina immediately got into work mode. This was her chance to promote.
Eden's words suddenly echoed in her mind. Raina wearing it is already a reward for me. At that, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is that so?" And he immediately nodded lightly, explaining, "Yes, that's right, thanks to you." Raina clenched her fists, confidently thinking to herself, "The first person I introduced was Lady Charlotte. What a great success already, Eden. This was sewn by Eden Dispenser." Charlotte repeated the name doubtfully. "Dispenser?" Raina excitedly continued to introduce, "Yes, he is the second son of the Dispenser family. He just opened a shop in the capital." She covered her mouth with her hand, chuckling delightedly. "I see. If I go with Raina, he'll probably sew something even more beautiful for me, won't he?" Raina happily and quickly offered, "Yes, of course. I can go with you any time." Just then, two girls from the other side suddenly approached, one of them speaking up, "Hey, Lady Charlotte, when exactly are you going to introduce us to each other?" Charlotte remembered, quickly exclaiming, "Oh dear, look at my absent-mindedness. Raina, these are my friends." Claire quickly turned to Raina and introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Claire Marigold." Salvia next to her also politely spoke up. "I've heard a lot about you. I am Salvia Cavendish." Charlotte tilted her head and chuckled, explaining, "At the coronation ceremony, I waited for you for a while because I wanted to introduce these friends to you. Both of them said they wanted to be friends with Raina." Raina pointed to herself doubtfully, with confusion. With me? So I have two more friends?"
Claire excitedly leaned closer to Charlotte and said, "Ah, Lady Charlotte has said it all." She glanced away and exclaimed, "I'm the one who introduced them, so that's only natural, isn't it?" Raina bowed her head in embarrassment, unsure how to address them. Well, Lady Charlotte, Claire, and Salvia." Charlotte generously suggested, "Just feel free to call me by my name. It's just us now. When it's just our group, I'm Charlotte, those are Claire and Salvia, and the same goes for you. You're simply Raina."
But Raina still hesitated, lowering her head and asked in a small, self-conscious voice, "Can someone like me really be close to everyone like this?" However, Charlotte and the other two girls happily stood in front of Raina and exclaimed together, "We want to get along with Raina." She was moved to tears and exclaimed, "What an honor." Claire teased Charlotte, "Aha, you made Miss Charlotte cry." Charlotte suddenly covered her face and happily suggested, "Well, the introductions are over. Now please share a little about your fiancé." Raina was startled and replied, "Yes." Salvia leaned closer to her curiously and said, "We're curious if he's as wonderful as the rumors say." Claire excitedly pointed and repeated the rumors, indifferently kind and subtly gentle. Most importantly, he's super popular with a handsome appearance.
Didn't he once save Miss Melody from falling down the stairs? Salvia nodded slightly and recounted. Because of that, she fell so deeply for Felix that she almost broke off her engagement. Charlotte wondered skeptically. But she ended up getting married, didn't she? Claire immediately recounted the news she knew. She said she fell in love again after seeing her fiancé's jealous and tearful appearance, which was too cute. They chattered excitedly, making Raina, standing aside, think in surprise. It seems this is the first time I've heard stories shared on this topic. So Felix is really that popular with young ladies? He's handsome and tall, so I guess this is obvious. But he's also very kind, so who wouldn't fall for him? The three girls suddenly looked satisfied, having achieved their goal, and chuckled, saying, "You're so jealous. It's written all over your face." Salvia suddenly voiced a question. "But I always feel like Felix keeps his distance, don't you?"
Claire closed her eyes and exclaimed with an excited face, That's right, he only has eyes for Raina. Charlotte tilted her head happily. Yeah, Lloyd often says that too, saying Raina also only has eyes for one person. They kept chatting while Raina on the side was feeling shy. I love it too much. You girls shouldn't laugh. Miss Charlotte, Felix only likes me. Amidst the noisy and bustling atmosphere of the party.
Outside, Roxy suddenly pointed towards the group where Raina was standing, excitedly telling the guard, "Over there, the blonde woman standing with Lady Charlotte is my younger sister. We were supposed to come together. Why is she holding an invitation and going in alone? She's always been a bit clumsy. Haha." But the guard firmly replied, Even so, I still have to check according to proper procedure." She immediately yelled in annoyance, "What more proof do you need? Get out of my way before I report your insolence to His Majesty and Lady Charlotte." After that, she successfully infiltrated this luxurious party. Roxy's eyes darted to Raina, silently appraising her. She's been spending money like water these past 2 days. How much did that dress cost? Well done. When did they get so close? Everything about Raina, family ties, men, assets, everything was already prepared. Even a mansion for the future daughter-in-law. If it weren't for you, everything would have been mine.
Roxy discontentedly watched the smile on Raina's lips. Oh, they've become closer, haven't they? Someone like Raina. From now on, she'll become even closer to Charlotte, won't she? She'll surely be invited to the wedding and all the private parties at the Imperial Palace. She'll easily befriend young ladies from prestigious noble families and gradually become an influential figure in high society. Someone like her wouldn't understand the value of that, while I, who understand that value, have to endure this situation. Would she understand my pathetic feeling, having to sneakily peek at the coronation ceremony like a mouse? I shouldn't have even been able to set foot here, yet she gets to watch the coronation from the front row, and on top of that, she's invited to the Obio party. Why do only you get to live such a golden life? Roxy clutched her dress tightly. She pressed her lips together, reminding herself, "Calm down, Rosie. You must be patient. Remember why you risked coming here, even if you could be caught. The Homewood family has gone bankrupt, and the mansion I live in will soon be sold. The servants, whom we struggled to hire, have all been dismissed. When I asked if we would have to return to Traco Forest, my father couldn't answer. The reason was all too clear. We would have to go to an even worse place. Perhaps today is the last time I'll be able to come to the capital. Live in the countryside with no hair salons, no clothing boutiques, and no high society? Don't be ridiculous. I can never live like that." Everything has collapsed. Roxy suddenly strode purposefully towards Raina, who was alone after Charlotte and her group had left. She grabbed Raina's wrist tightly, a resolute thought in her mind. I will never live like that. Raina, whose hand was suddenly seized, looked bewildered as she was pulled along. She muttered to herself with a puzzled look. "Rosie?" Roxy aggressively dragged Raina straight to a nearby rooftop. Annoyed, Raina quickly pulled her hand away from Roxy's, then loudly demanded, "Let go of me. How did you even get in here?"
She angrily stroked her hair and said, "Right, I don't even deserve an invitation, do I? Still as arrogant as ever, huh? All right, I'll just say what I need to say and then leave. Let's just get this over with quickly." Raina frantically looked at the party hall before letting out a sigh of relief. Everyone was far away. She couldn't risk being seen. I don't want anyone to know my dark side. Roxy pointed a finger directly at her face, loudly demanding, "You, that villa in Kell, give it to me." Raina looked at her skeptically. "What? The villa in Kell?" Roxy repeated irritably, growling, "Damn it, are you still pretending not to know? I heard everything. The Viscount gave you 4 villas. Raina frowned in confusion. "What on earth are you talking about?" Roxy irritably and coldly cleared her throat. "What? She really doesn't know anything? Huh." She suddenly turned away triumphantly. "It's just bragging. There's no way someone like you would be given those things. After all, the wealthy are still the wealthy. Even their lies are on a different scale. Truly ridiculous. Unbelievable."
Raina, maintaining her cold demeanor, said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems we're done here, so I'm leaving." Roxy once again grabbed Raina's wrist tightly and yelled, "What? You're getting too arrogant. I haven't finished speaking. Where are you going?" Raina snapped her head back. "Are you serious?
Why are you doing this to me? I have nothing to give you, whether it's a villa or anything else. No, what about the house? Did you come here just to cause trouble? Hearing that, Roxy became even more furious. What? Hey, thanks to whom did you get into that house? Aren't you grateful? Raina curled her lips into a mocking smile and repeated, A favor? You're the one who owes the favor. Thanks to me, you got such a large sum of money. She leaned towards Raina, weakly protesting. Girl, that matter, do you think it's over just by saying it? Hey, if I had gone, I would have received more than you. She coldly glanced at her, then indifferently turned away. Oh, is that so? Then go and get it. You used to look down on the Viscount's house, and now you're pretending to regret it? Roxy stood motionless, speechless by Raina's words. This is truly... She compromised, her voice gradually softening. All right, how much money do you have? Raina asked suspiciously, confused. What? Roxy held out her hand, shamelessly ordering, Give me all the money you have, and I'll leave in silence. Raina's gaze at her now held only contempt. Are you still shameless? Look at me, with this outfit, do you think I'm carrying money? She growled again, pointing towards the party. Then go and gen your talented husband for it. Doesn't he have a lot of money? Raina was stunned by her words. You really are? Raina covered her face tiredly, letting out a sigh. Truly, how embarrassing.
Roxy no longer cared about appearances and yelled threateningly, Do you want me to embarrass you further? Hand it over now. Just then, a gloomy voice rang out from outside the door. What are you constantly demanding? Charlotte tilted her head, looking at her in confusion, and questioned, Someone not invited to the party. Why are you here? Roxy immediately became docile and explained in a low voice, I just have a small matter with Raina. Charlotte saw through her scheme and sneered. A small matter is not enough to enter a private place like this. You know that well. Roxy turned pale with fear and cursed under her breath. Damn it, you bastard. Charlotte stared at her and threatened in a firm voice. Before being dragged away disgracefully, it's better for you to leave quietly on your own.
Roxy immediately walked away cautiously. Raina hung her head in shame, not daring to look at Charlotte. Finally, I've been seen. I'm sorry for causing a disturbance. Charlotte called out softly, her heart aching. Raina? But Raina remained lost in self-reproach, whispering in a small voice, It was the same at the exhibition. I kept showing you my ugly sides. Charlotte spoke seriously, with sincerity in her eyes. Raina, I don't see you any differently because of this. Everyone has sides they don't want others to see. Because of that, it can make them distant, but it can also bring them closer. Charlotte gently held Raina's wrist tightly. We will become closer. Tears welled up in Raina's eyes. She looked down, asking in confusion, Why are you treating me like this? Charlotte gave a slight glance. I have a good eye for people. Raina looked up at Charlotte, surprised, with tears still clinging to her eyes. Charlotte quickly embraced Raina as she burst into tears like rain. Oh, why are you crying like this? Both at the exhibition and today. Since it's a family matter, I didn't intend to interfere, but I can't stand by and watch her be attacked with such attitudes and words. Above all, I have a reason to trust you this much. Raina tilted her head, repeating in question. Her reason? Charlotte immediately held Raina's hand tightly, saying half jokingly, half seriously, Someone who paints pictures like Raina cannot be a bad person. Deep in Charlotte's heart, she always carried a thought. Is being born the daughter of the Tenelwood family whom everyone envies truly a blessing? Charlotte Tenelwood was not perfect from birth. Having suffered from a lung disease early on, I was diagnosed with little chance of surviving past the age of 16. But thanks to my family's love and will, I overcame my 16th birthday. Feeling as though I had won the battle against illness, I wandered freely for a time and fell many times.
Even though the illness still clings to my body, I refuse to surrender. In Raina's painting Transformation, that fighting spirit can be seen. This person is also fiercely struggling with something. This empathy is the source of my unconditional trust and goodwill towards Raina. Someone who paints such pictures cannot be a bad person. Felix, upon learning of the situation just now, scowled with anger. He unhappily watched her figure as she hastily departed. I can't believe she managed to get in here. I need to deal with this quickly. As Charlotte stepped out, she was suddenly surprised to see him. Oh my, Felix awkwardly exclaimed. But she didn't ask much, only urged him. Ho, go inside quickly. Felix bowed his head. Thank you. Charlotte walked away lightly and cheerfully, remarking, As rumored, he is a very refined person. Felix stepped inside, then gently looked at her silent back and softly called out, Raina, are you all right? Raina turned her head and softly replied to him, Felix.
He quickly walked closer to her, reassuring her. Raina didn't do anything wrong. No matter what happens, don't blame yourself. But she still couldn't cheer up, bowing her head in silence. Thank you, but I don't know what situations I'll have to face next. I was determined to overcome it, but now that things have turned out this way, I'm a little worried. Felix suddenly gently embraced Raina, then softly said, It's okay. Everything will be fine. Raina comfortably leaned against his chest, closing her eyes tightly. Yes, thank you. Felix held her tightly with a resolute gaze. Truly, everything will be fine, Raina. I'll take care of everything. Inside the luxurious mansion, two warm hearts gently leaned on each other. Raina suddenly remembered something and looked up, hesitantly asking, "Oh, what about my parents?" "I know. I'll keep it a secret." Her eyes flickered slightly, surprised to see something. "Oh, it's snowing." Felix gently reminded her, "It's going to get cold. Shall we go inside?" Raina immediately burst into a smile and agreed. "Yes, let's go in quickly." Afterwards, the two walked into the hall together, returning to the party.
Lloyd suddenly spoke up, calling out to them. As Charlotte said, it turns out everyone is here. Raina quickly bowed respectfully. "Ah, congratulations, Your Majesty." He replied casually, "Ha ha, thank you. I also hope to have something to celebrate soon." Charlotte, also very excited, added, "That's right. We were in a hurry, so we held it in winter, but if it were in spring, the weather would be beautiful, truly wonderful." Raina immediately became flustered, her face flushing. "Ah." Just then, Felix spoke up to help her out. "Has the date for the ceremony been decided yet?" Lloyd looked at him, clearing his throat faintly. "Oh, the priest said the 9th day of the first month of the new year is an auspicious day, so I'm thinking of then." "You old fox, trying to sneak away." Hearing that, Raina covered her mouth in surprise. "There's not much time left. There must be so many things to prepare." But Charlotte just casually exclaimed, "I just need to move house, so there's not much for me to do. Hee hee."
When I move here, Raina has to come over often, okay? She happily agreed immediately. "Of course, I will come often." Lloyd suddenly moved closer, wrapped his arm around Charlotte's waist, and then turned to Raina, politely saying, All right. We'd be very grateful if you came here often and spent time with us." Charlotte gave him a cold glance. "You're not allowed to join in." He asked in alarm, "What? Why? This person is so stiff, there's no fun at all." Felix, standing nearby, stared helplessly at Lloyd, secretly thinking, he doesn't hesitate to say anything in front of others. But he ignored Felix's words, excitedly gesticulating as he said to Charlotte, "I bought you a whole bunch of paintings. Let me join in." She pointed directly at his face and challenged, "Oh my God, you bought a few paintings and act like it's a big deal. You're so stingy, a cheapskate." The scene before her made Raina happily cover her mouth and burst out laughing. Her smile suddenly made Felix lower his head in attention. He blushed, a faint smile playing on his lips. The couple Lloyd and Charlotte were also radiant, even though they sometimes argued. Charlotte covered her mouth, giggling at his reaction. The luxurious mansion under the enchanting night and the happy people stood beside each other, laughing heartily.
Raina and Felix's carriage was rattling along the road on their way home. Raina suddenly glanced at him and whispered in a low voice, "I heard you're very popular." Felix was surprised by her question and asked back, bewildered, "What?" Raina pouted and turned her face away, repeating the question clearly. "I heard Felix is very popular with the young ladies. Everyone talks about the good deeds you do." Felix, flustered, quickly and awkwardly explained, "That's all nonsense. They're just trivial matters that have been exaggerated." Raina continued, "They even talk about your face." Felix tensed under her questioning gaze. She irritably admonished him in a displeased tone. "While there's nothing you can do about your face, don't be so overly solicitous anymore. I'm getting jealous." Felix quickly put a hand to his face at her words. He was secretly pleased, then vowed in a low voice, "All right, I'll remember that well." Raina tilted her head slightly, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Felix also glanced at her with similar feelings. The two finally returned to their mansion. Felix solicitously escorted Raina to her room, then softly said, "You must be very tired. Go wash your face and rest." Raina obediently replied, "Yes, good night, Felix." He happily responded, "Good night to you too, Raina." Afterwards, Felix walked away resolutely, his serious expression returning.
Felix walked step by step down the stairs. His steps suddenly halted when he saw something. Raina's parents were sitting on chairs, curiously looking around, waiting for someone. He stood coldly behind them, his hand gripping the chair tightly. Felix's annoyed voice questioned them, sending a chill down their spines. "Who are you two waiting for?" Walter's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at him. "Sir, since then, I clearly haven't seen you." He indifferently walked past them. "We entered through the back door of the mansion. I heard that an uninvited guest has been lingering in the living room since morning." Walter forced a smile, then gently said, "Is that so? That must be a big deal about that uninvited guest." Felix tilted his head in annoyance, sighing. The man didn't even know it was him. Walter politely continued, "Well, we've come to see Raina. Please tell us Raina's room. We want to have a family talk, so please let us know so we can go up there." Felix tilted his head and indifferently uttered, "Is that so? But what can be done?"
"You won't be able to meet Raina today." Walter frantically shouted, What is it? Why are you telling me I can't see my daughter?" He frowned in annoyance, threatening them, "If you continue to be loud, I will call someone to escort you out." He immediately quickly shut his mouth. Haven't you spoken too coldly, sir? If I surprised you, then I apologize." Felix sighed wearily with indifference, thinking to himself, before rumors spread throughout the capital, I received news from the person I sent to the Homewood residence. I heard Walter Homewood was swindled in the gold mine venture. If that business deal had succeeded, he would never have appeared before Raina in his lifetime. But this incorrigible man once again suffered a business loss. I thought he would soon seek out Raina to demand money, but I didn't expect him to come to the mansion right on the day of the coronation ceremony. How shameless and brazen can he be? Walter hastily spoke up again, cautiously. We are in a great hurry. Just tell us Raina's room, that's all, right? Felix closed his eyes tightly, answering him firmly. Even if you meet Raina, it won't solve anything, because currently Raina has no assets under her name. Felix's words immediately made Walter's expression change instantly. Raina has no money? That useless daughter. She's been in that house for so long and still hasn't. If I can't meet Raina, I have nowhere else to go, no other way.
So then, please help us a little. Felix was not surprised by his offer. It was exactly as I thought. All right, I will tell you what the Count can do. Walter, as if he had found a lifeline, hastily cried out, Yes, please tell me. I will do anything. Felix smiled with a cold voice. Sell your title. Walter immediately changed his expression. What? That's impossible.
Catherine beside them also couldn't help but continuously shout, This is unbearable. How dare you be so audacious? Felix tiredly glanced in another direction. I've already told you, if you raise your voice, you know what will happen. Catherine gritted her teeth in annoyance. What? Walter, calmer than her, frowned and questioned Felix. No, you said you would show us a way, didn't you? Why are you speaking so disrespectfully now? Don't you have any other options? Felix casually crossed his legs and directly hit his weak point. You will be able to reduce the unaffordable taxes, and you won't need to keep chasing the empty prestige of the title anymore. But Catherine still proudly raised her head and said decisively, No matter how poor we are, it's not that bad, is it? Your family is only a viscount. Watch your words. He found their words ridiculous and scoffed. Oh, really? I thought you two were in dire need of help from a viscount like me. All right then, you two take care of yourselves. I'm leaving. Walter impatiently turned his head to her and yelled, Shut up! Don't listen to her. I apologize on her behalf. But that method is too unreasonable. Felix said seriously, Selling now is the right time. You haven't paid taxes as an earl for 8 years. The gold mine incident wasn't reported, not to mention that transaction was illegal. He was tense, his face covered in sweat. Felix added disdainfully, The previous dealings were the same. The royal family doesn't know about this yet. This is the only chance to sell the title for its true value. Walter turned pale, questioning him in confusion. How do you know that? Catherine beside him immediately yelled into his face, pressing him. What? Is all of that true? Felix rested his chin on his hand and said with a meaningful tone, I think selling the title is a wise decision. You're still afraid of being called a fallen noble, aren't you? Walter still stubbornly replied, But if you give us money, we won't need to sell anymore. Please help us. Felix's cold gaze looked straight at him, questioning, Why should I do that? Catherine shouted angrily, You took my daughter away, so you should at least help a little. Why are you talking so much? Felix calmly questioned the two of them. The amount the Dispenser family paid was up to 6,000 florins. Commoners wouldn't even touch that amount of money in their entire lives, yet you spent it all in less than a year, and now you're asking for more? He still wanted to say something more, but Felix interrupted him. If you sell the title as I said and don't come to see Raina anymore, then I will give you 100 florins.
Catherine, still greedy, loudly complained with dissatisfaction. No, if Raina gives birth to a son, what would his value be? Are you forcing us to take that small amount of money and stay away? A scornful smile suddenly curled on Felix's lips. He abruptly turned his head in another direction and raised an eyebrow mockingly. The wedding date hasn't even been set, and you're already worrying about a son? Fine, then just keep waiting. Walter's face was drenched in sweat, and he pleaded softly. Oh no, please reconsider. My daughter will be the heir to the family line. How can you treat her like this? Felix's voice was deep. My family hasn't decided who will receive the title, and there's no guarantee that it will be me. The Dispenser family doesn't necessarily bestow the title upon the eldest son. Walter still hesitated. Felix indifferently waited, ready to stand up. Anyway, if you still want to wait, then the two of you can wait. If things continue like this, I can completely choose not to accept the title, and it won't matter whether Raina gives birth to a son, a daughter, or no child at all. Walter began to be swayed by Felix's words. But with only 100 florin, it's a bit... He crossed his legs, bored by their greed. With 100 florin, you could easily buy a small house in the province. If you don't like it, it's fine not to accept it. Walter, agitated, said, That's not it. Ha, all right, I will do as you say. Felix happily broke into a satisfied smile. That's a wise decision. Well then, he quickly pushed a contract in front of him.
Felix looked straight at Walter, urging, Please sign here.
Walter stared at it, asking suspiciously, "What is this?" Felix gently replied, "As you can see, this is a pledge to fulfill a promise." Walter's face visibly paled. "No, why go to such lengths?" Felix still waved his hand, saying firmly, "Who would believe empty words from someone who spends 6,000 florins in less than a year? Come on, sign your name." Walter hesitantly picked up the pen. After a meaningless internal struggle, he placed the signed contract on the table. "It's done." Felix indifferently took the contract and put it into his coat pocket, then warned them with a sharp voice. "The two of you must never meet Raina again, otherwise you will be reported and unexpectedly arrested." Catherine, still arrogant, sharply turned her head away, grumbling, "How absurd! Must I endure all these tricks just for money?" Felix was annoyed by her words and no longer held back, speaking up. "It was precisely because of money that your young lady trespassed into the party uninvited, putting Raina in an awkward position."
Catherine asked again in surprise, "What did you say? That person I will not spare." Before she could finish her sentence, Walter suddenly mumbled, "Anyway, I think we're suffering more losses." Felix leaned towards him and whispered, "Compared to going to prison?" Walter nervously turned his face away, not daring to utter another word. What he had already said alone was enough to send him to prison. If that happened, his assets would be confiscated, his title would also be stripped, and what's more, he would be denounced by someone with close ties to King Cornwall.
In just one night, I'll lose everything?
Ah, that's right. From the moment he sent Raina to Dispenser's house, he had intended to do that from the start. Felix stood up, satisfied, and politely said to them, "I'll take my leave now. Remember to keep your promise by the end of this month." Walter hastily cried out, "Could you give me a little more time to prepare myself?" Felix growled, "Prepare yourself? Or should I give Morris time to prepare too?" Immediately his body trembled, and he stammered in reply, "No need, I understand. I will handle it within a month." Felix indifferently turned and walked away. The two of them collapsed, watching Felix's back disappear into the distance. Catherine tore at her hair and cried loudly, "Oh my God, it's over, I'm really done for. What crime did I commit to go to jail? It sounds so unreasonable. And Morris, why drag him into this?" Walter suddenly flinched, turning away without answering her question. Is that important right now? Don't even think about paying his tuition anymore. Morris, who knows who he takes after? He couldn't even score enough to get into Academy number 2. And he even knows about Morris's grade cheating? He's truly an old fox. He wants to bring the Homewood family down at all costs. The carriage carrying Felix and Raina was rattling along a picturesque snow-covered road. Felix leaned against the window, humming happily, full of life. Raina saw his extremely joyful expression and wondered, "You seem to be very happy, don't you?" Felix glanced at her. He smiled brightly, fabricating an excuse. "It's just that I like returning to Nisa." Raina agreed, exclaiming, "That's right, there's no place as comfortable as home." Felix looked at the snowflakes outside the window, then speculated, "It looks like the snow will fall heavily." Raina happily said, "That's right, it's a good thing we came back before more snow fell." They had returned to the mansion. Raina stepped down from the carriage with Felix's supporting hand.
The surrounding scenery made her exclaim excitedly, Wow, it's really snowing so heavily. Felix, have you ever played snowball fight?" Felix replied doubtfully, "Huh? When I was very young, with Eden, I think." Raina immediately made a large snowball, then flashed a mischievous smile. She violently threw that snowball straight at Felix. "Ah! Ow!" Seeing his face fall, Raina inwardly panicked. Did I throw it a bit too hard? But Felix suddenly sat down and fumbled on the ground. He quickly formed a huge snowball with a sinister tone. "Raina started it first, so even if you cry, I won't comfort you." Raina helplessly said, "Huh? Wait, hold on now." Felix still followed her, holding his heavy weapon in hand. "Don't run around wildly. What if it hits a dangerous spot?" But Raina still bolted in fear and dissatisfaction, saying, No, that's too big. It'll hurt no matter where it hits. Mine was small compared to yours."
Raina thought dejectedly. The eventful Obio party was quite a long time ago. Felix was still busy, but recently he had been coming to the palace frequently. Perhaps he was helping His Majesty. I heard that orders at Eden's shop had rapidly increased after the Obio party. I received a letter saying he was so busy he had to stay up all night every day. Although I was a little worried, seeing him happy put my mind at ease. Joffrey had decided to spend this holiday studying diligently. When I heard he might not return, my heart felt heavy, but thinking about it again, I felt truly proud of him. Now I wholeheartedly support him. Compared to everyone else who was busy, I spent my free time drawing or baking cookies every day. But today I had a special plan, to return to the Angkor orphanage. 2 children immediately ran out to greet Raina, their faces filled with sorrow. Little Ami, with tears welling up in her eyes, said, "Sister, why are you only coming now? Ami has been waiting for so long." Oliver, right behind her, also rushed forward. Me too. I've also been waiting for so long." Raina ran and hugged the 2 children tightly, then said in a soft voice,
I'm sorry, Ami, Oliver. You two have waited a long time, haven't you? To make up for it, today I'll buy lots of delicious food for you. Don't be angry anymore, okay?
The two children immediately brightened up when they heard there was delicious food. Delicious food? Can we really eat anything we want? Raina comfortably held the children's hands, walked down the street, then gently suggested, "Of course, I have a lot of money. Choose everything you like." Back in the day, there were times when I didn't even have enough money to buy bread. At that time, Uncle Tom helped me a lot. Raina turned to the little girl. "Amy, you really like baguettes, don't you? Let's buy a lot." The little girl excitedly exclaimed, "I love them. Let's buy a lot and eat them together." Raina then walked into the bakery in front of them with the children. The cheerful voice of the shop owner rang out, "Welcome, esteemed customers." Raina tilted her head and happily greeted, "Long time no see, Uncle Tom." Tom stepped out from behind the counter, utterly astonished. "Miss, oh my goodness, Miss, is that Miss Raina?" She smiled and quickly confirmed, "Yes, it's me, Raina. You still recognize me, Uncle?" He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, reminiscing about the past. "Oh my, you've grown more beautiful every day. It's clear that family has taken very good care of you."
It's truly, truly wonderful. Although others don't know, the people in this market, upon hearing that the young lady would be returning home, all clapped and said it was truly good. Raina asked, puzzled, "Yes, what do you mean, Uncle?" Tom happily added, "What do I mean? I mean her husband. He surely treats the young lady very well. He took such good care of her even before marriage, so he must treat her very well."
But his words made Raina's mind even emptier. "I don't understand what you're saying. Do you know Felix?" Tom was surprised. "Oh my, didn't he tell the young lady? Once a month he comes here to give money to everyone in the market." Raina was immediately stunned, her eyes wide. "Felix gave money? Why?" Tom honestly recounted. "What do you mean, why? He asked everyone to keep an eye out when you went to the market, that's why." Images of everyone's help in the past suddenly appeared in the stream of memories she had almost forgotten. Raina bowed her head, sweat rolling down her cheeks. "So that's how it is." Amy below suddenly called out to her, "Sister, can I eat candy?" Raina quickly composed herself, cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh yes, of course. Choose everything you want to eat." Amidst everyone's cheerful laughter and chatter, Raina stood silently in the corner, her body stiff. On the carriage trotting along the deserted road, the two children looked at Raina puzzled and softly asked, "What do you mean, why?" Raina gave a radiant smile. "He asked everyone to keep an eye out when you went to the market, that's why." "So that's how it is." The two children watched the carriage carrying her away with regret, gently waving.
"Sister." Raina sat in the carriage with Evely, whispering softly, "Mom, I'm such an idiot." Evely looked at her doubtfully, wondering, "Oh, what's wrong, dear? Did something happen?" Raina shyly lowered her head. "Felix, he's been helping me for a very long time and I didn't even realize it." Evely also asked loudly in surprise, "What? He didn't tell you he's liked you for a long time? He's truly my son. I wonder what he's planning." Raina quickly and flusteredly explained, "No, it's not like that. He did say something, but perhaps I didn't pay enough attention." Raina closed her eyes tightly, lost in her own thoughts. She silently told herself with a longing heart, "I miss you. Thank you for loving someone as ordinary as me. And I want to say that, because of you, I had happy moments during that time." At this very moment, in another luxurious mansion, Lloyd flashed a cunning smile, proposing to the person in front of him, "Take on the position of my attendant secretary." Felix looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. "Are you talking in your sleep?" Lloyd still didn't give up his offer and began to analyze. "Soon you will also become the head of a family. Business is good, but a stable job is still better." Felix looked up, annoyed, and questioned him. "Are you trying to drive me crazy? To hold a high-ranking position like an attendant secretary, one needs a title of Earl or higher." Lloyd suddenly interrupted him. "That's right. As the head of the family, you should achieve that." Felix was bewildered by Lloyd's words. He then smiled brightly and continued, "There's something I want to give you. I intend to give you my mansion."
Felix turned his head away indifferently. "No, I don't need it. I don't want to receive that much." Lloyd rested his chin on his hand, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing Felix's heart. "Is that so? My mansion's garden is famously beautiful. Have you ever imagined her standing there?" The innocent and carefree image of Raina happily running around the garden suddenly appeared in Felix's mind. Lloyd immediately seized the opportunity, leaned towards Felix, and excitedly said, "That's a very tempting offer, isn't it? I'll give you time to think until the day of my wedding." Felix stood still in awkward silence. That evening, Felix sat silently in his room, lost in tangled thoughts. He hesitated, repeating the title, Count.
Felix suddenly stood up. He walked over to his desk and sat down. The pen in Felix's hand hesitated before being placed on the paper. His eyes still held hesitation, unsure of how to make a decision. He just sat there, facing the window, lost in thought. Lloyd helplessly held the letter Felix had sent him. "Felix, this man, even though I gave him ample time, his personality is still so hasty." The letter contained only a few cold lines.
His Majesty told me to think. I will return to think more. And as for the previous matters, your Majesty should handle them yourself. Felix was indeed sitting in a carriage, preparing to return home with a satisfied smile on his lips. Raina was astonished by the information her maid had just brought her. What, Felix is here already? Jane quickly reached out to remind her to lower her voice. Yes, young lady, you're speaking too loudly. Raina still wondered doubtfully, but the letter said he wouldn't be back for another 5 days. Felix, without her knowing when, was standing outside the door, gently crossing his arms and looking at her with longing eyes. Is it not allowed to come back earlier? Raina, taken by surprise, stammered in response. How long have you been standing there? No, that's not what I mean. I'm just a little surprised. Jane, standing beside her, then helplessly explained. That's why I reminded the young lady to speak softly. Felix smiled brightly and asked for her opinion. Raina, would you like to go on a trip, just the two of us? I have something I want to tell you there. Raina, not knowing what she was thinking, suddenly blushed, repeating his words with doubt. A trip, just the two of us? How did things turn out like this?
Rewinding time back to 9 a.m. yesterday, she recalled that Felix didn't even bother to wait for Raina's answer, but happily made the decision himself. It seems a decision has been made, so I'll tell Mom. I think we should go early, so let's go tomorrow. Raina was extremely surprised then and hesitantly exclaimed, Huh? That fast? Although I'm not busy, but... And an hour later, Felix quickly went down to Evely's room to announce at 10 a.m. yesterday, Mom, tomorrow I'm planning a day trip with Raina. Huh? She glanced at her son and exclaimed, Oh my, it seems there's no time to rest even at home, but it's good that you're so full of life, so have fun and come back safely. And 3 hours later, he happily asked Raina for her opinion on where she wanted to go at 1 p.m. yesterday. Since it's a day trip, a nearby place would be better, right? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Raina gently shook her head. No, a place like that?
Felix immediately suggested a wonderful place to her. How about Flama? That place has a large lake, and at this time of year it will be frozen, so we can walk on it. Raina excitedly agreed with the idea. A lake? Yes, that's great. And that evening at 9 p.m., Felix brought her to her room door and gently instructed. Well then, sleep well, see you tomorrow. I've prepared everything, you just need to go. Raina softly replied to him, You sleep well too. There was no time to be excited. As soon as she woke up, everything was ready. Raina exclaimed, I'm on a frozen lake. Wow, this ice lake is scarier than I thought. No, it seems I understand how fish feel right after being caught. Felix stared at her and sighed. The situation is very different now. That's why I told you it would be better to wear comfortable shoes. If you wear high heels, you'll slip more easily. Raina shyly expressed her thoughts. But this is our first trip alone together, and I don't want to look like a child.
Felix was immediately stunned by her confession. He quickly covered his face, annoyed, scolding himself. I am a bad person. I was wrong. Raina was surprised by Felix's words. Huh? He gently reached out his hand and took Raina's hand. Come on, hold my hand tightly and let's go slowly. Like this? Raina turned pale with fear. What if the ice melts and we both fall? It must be extremely cold. Felix said mockingly, you have to stop thinking that. When you say that, the ice really breaks. I was just thinking. Raina immediately tensed up, startled. Huh? But Felix immediately leaned in and said, I was tricking you. Raina trembled as she questioned him. Why? Why would you lie like that? Felix cheerfully and honestly replied immediately, because Raina's reaction is very interesting. Raina was angry. I already told you I was scared. Felix quickly appeased her. I was wrong, but if you make a fuss like this, the ice will really break. A moment later, the two entered a luxurious cafe together. Raina grumbled to herself. Honestly, lately Felix is exactly like Joffrey, getting more and more out of hand with his jokes. Felix looked at her downcast face and asked, Don't you like jokes like that?
Her face flushed when she looked into his eyes. Raina bowed her head awkwardly. No, it's not that I don't like it. Felix's eyes immediately brightened and he exclaimed, Thank goodness. Felix's radiant smile made Raina stare blankly. She looked up and suddenly announced, I recently visited the orphanage. I also stopped by the market to buy some delicious treats for the children. Felix started. Ah. Raina looked up and said shyly, I've heard everything you've done. Thank you for liking to help someone who had nothing, like me. The me of that time thought no one would care about me. I had to try harder to be recognized by everyone. I never thought I would receive love from anyone, but more than that, that person helped me, and the unhappy person I was then gained happy memories. He listened intently to Raina's sincere confessions. She suddenly said gently, Thank you, Felix.
Raina's eyes looked at him with overflowing love and gratitude. She tilted her head happily, expressing her thoughts. Thanks to that, I don't just like the Felix of now, but I also like the Felix I never knew. Felix's lips twitched, slowly parting as if to say something. He seriously expressed his feelings. Raina, I've always liked you. Perhaps I liked you from the very first moment we met. Even now, I still like you very much, and in the future, I will continue to like you until the end of my life. I love you, Raina. Will you marry me? Raina sat still,
bewildered, unsure what to do with the warm thoughts in her heart. She thought to herself, if possible, I want to talk to my old self. That later, a very important person will appear, and I will receive the most adorable proposal in this world. Yes, I agree. So cheer up. I'm sure I'll be happy. The two walked side by side on the street. Felix wondered, your birthday is coming soon. Do you want any gifts? Raina replied casually, I've already received it today, so it's fine. He held her hand tightly, suggesting, then I'll give you a mansion with a very beautiful garden in the capital. Raina thought it was just a joke and excitedly exclaimed, What? That would be wonderful. Felix suddenly bowed his head, whispering in a low voice, If Raina doesn't accept it, I'll have to live there alone. She was confused by his confession. What does that mean? You're joking again, aren't you? But this time, Felix seriously held her hand tightly, with no trace of mockery left on his face. It's true. I will soon become the chief aide to His Majesty. If Raina doesn't accept it, I'll have to live alone in the capital. Raina repeated, puzzled. Chief aide? I'm not quite sure, but to say it's a personal gift for me is a bit... If it's a gift for us, then I'll accept it.
Evelyn gently raised her teacup, then closed her eyes and exclaimed, so that's how everything is. Felix and Raina blushed, quickly turning their heads to avoid each other's gaze. Felix tensed up and said, Yes. She comfortably turned towards them and said, If you two have already made your decision, then I have no more objections. As for the wedding date, take your time to decide. But first, congratulations to you both. After all, the position of Count was still insufficient, so Lloyd was sent additionally, His Majesty Xenia quite satisfied with Felix.
Anh cúi đầu trước bà, giọng nói vô cùng biết ơn. Cảm ơn người. Everly đặt tách trà xuống bàn, sau đó thắc mắc. Nghe nói hôm nay con sẽ rời khỏi thủ đô, thế còn Raina khi nào mới đi? Cô tươi cười nhẹ giọng trả lời bà. Con định đi sau khi dự hôn lễ của bệ hạ, vì vẫn còn một nơi con muốn ghé qua. Bà bỗng cúi thấp đầu với dáng vẻ ủ rũ. Vậy cũng chưa đầy 1 tháng nữa. Ta đã rất vui kể từ khi Raina đến, nhưng bây giờ lại cô đơn rồi. Khóe mắt Raina rưng rưng kêu lên. Mẹ ơi, con sẽ thường xuyên ghé thăm người, con sẽ mua thật nhiều quà và đến chơi mỗi ngày luôn. Everly ngại ngùng đưa tay ôm lấy cô, sau đó lên tiếng trêu chọc. Ôi trời, như vậy thì Felix sẽ cằn nhằn mẹ mất. Một lát sau, hai người cùng nhau rời khỏi phòng Everly. Anh bỗng lên tiếng hỏi. Raina, hôm nay em có hẹn với các tiểu thư đúng không? Raina cười rạng rỡ trả lời. Vâng, tụi em hẹn nhau ở Pau Salon lúc 1 giờ. Felix do hỏi ý kiến của cô với lời đề nghị. Nếu là 1 giờ thì vẫn còn hơi sớm. Anh muốn hờ cùng em dù chỉ với chút ít thời gian. Em có muốn cùng đi dạo thủ đô không? Raina chợt căng cứng người, vội vàng kêu lên. Dạ, em thích lắm. Chiếc xe ngựa chở theo Felix và Raina đang bon bon trên đường. Felix khoanh tay hỏi thăm cô. Tiểu thư hôm nay em gặp là người như thế nào? Raina tủm tỉm kể lại anh. Là người vô cùng đáng yêu và một người rất ngầu. À, còn có cả tiểu thư Charlotte xinh đẹp nữa. Người đáng yêu là Claire Marigold, là một người luôn sôi nổi. Mỗi khi ở cùng Charlotte, hai người họ như hai chị em đang cãi nhau chí choe. Lan hệ thực sự rất tốt.
That cool-looking person is Lady Salvia Cavendish. It might sound a bit rude to say this about a noble lady, but I think she looks really handsome in men's attire. Felix was helpless as Raina, utterly excited, chattered on incessantly. Is that the eldest daughter of the Cavendish family? Raina suddenly realized with surprise. The eldest daughter? No wonder. Her aura already has a certain maturity. Felix tilted his head, agreeing with her. Indeed, she's someone even I find cool, from her face to her actions. I heard she's very popular among the girls at the academy, a celebrity everyone knows. Raina thought to herself, surprised. After Felix praised her like that, he crossed his arms and continued worriedly. I'm starting to get a little worried. Raina stammered, her face flushed. I only pay attention to you, don't worry. This is possession, isn't it? This can be considered marking, right? He was immediately stunned by her innocent action. Just then, the voice of a servant outside suddenly rang out. Lady, we have arrived at the salon. Raina exclaimed in surprise. We're already here? I'll go ahead then. Raina's eyes suddenly widened as her hand was caught by Felix. He gently gave her a lingering kiss. The kiss ended with Felix's confession. I love you. Have fun. Raina was stiff with embarrassment. The carriage was about to roll away as she stepped down. Raina, from behind, watched his retreating figure in the carriage, thinking with admiration. Ah, my husband is truly assertive.
From inside the store, Charlotte saw her and quickly called out, Oh my, Raina, you're here, coming quickly. Why are you still standing there? Raina awkwardly and hurriedly explained, Well, I just arrived. I'll come in right now. After that, she shuffled her way into the store. Raina shyly said, Sorry, everyone must have been waiting for me for a long time, right? Charlotte cheerfully reassured her. I just arrived too. Come sit down. Claire came early this morning, so she's been waiting for a very long time. Raina timidly sat down on the chair, feeling tense. I'm sorry. If I had known, I would have left earlier.
Salvia smiled. Claire arrived early just because she liked listening to the ladies' stories. Raina doesn't need to apologize. Raina stared at her, stammering in reply. So that's how it is. It's indeed Salvia. No, Miss Salvia. You're so cool. Salvia was still wearing a vest as usual, which suited her well and looked cool, like a prince from a fairy tale. Salvia suddenly propped her chin with her hand, giving her a captivating glance and teasing. If that's the case, could I perhaps steal you away from Sir Felix? Raina immediately fell for her trick and panicked, exclaiming loudly, Huh? Huh? Salvia chuckled, pointing at the ring Raina was wearing on her hand as she spoke. I'm just kidding. Since you're so cute, I wanted to tease you a little. The curious girl's eyes quickly lit up. That ring? Could it be? Salvia was startled by their reaction. Huh? Raina was again flustered, hesitantly replying, that... But before she could even speak, a dozen CEO romance scenarios had already played out in Charlotte's mind. So that's it. The cold, handsome man finally proposed.
Claire suddenly lowered her voice and leaned close to her ear, reminding her, Charlotte, we're outside. Please watch your words. Raina shyly whispered, Well, that's how it is. Hee. Salvia glanced at her, full of joy. Congratulations, Raina. Charlotte suddenly stiffened. What a good time. Salvia was puzzled. I can't understand Charlotte's mood. Is Charlotte also having a good time? Claire gently stroked Charlotte's head, who was leaning on her shoulder, then spoke up to explain for her. Because His Majesty has just ascended the throne, there are many things to handle, and preparing for the wedding makes it several times busier. Charlotte must be very bored and lonely. Charlotte yelled in dissatisfaction. Exactly. That's why I sent a letter saying I was bored, but none of you came even once. You're all traitors. Claire shrugged slightly. I never went to the capital. The procedures to enter the capital are very troublesome. But Salvia suddenly adopted the air of an experienced person and lectured them. To help a friend mature, you need to cut ties with them. Charlotte petulantly stuck out her small tongue in annoyance. Traitors. From now on, I won't send letters to any of you. Soon, Raina will also come to the capital, and I'll play with Raina, excluding the two of you. Claire then gave her a dark, cold look, reminding her, Charlotte, can't you realize you're about to become the Empress Consort? What kind of things is the future Empress Consort saying? It's utterly shameful. Meanwhile, Raina secretly chuckled with great amusement. The first time I met Charlotte, I thought she was mature and arrogant, but when she's with her friends, she acts as silly as the youngest one. It's truly adorable.
Claire suddenly noticed Raina smile and teased, Raina is smiling mockingly. Raina, flustered, quickly explained, No, it's not like that. It's not a mocking smile. It's just because Charlotte is cute, truly adorable. Raina sighed in admiration. It seems Raina has finally realized Charlotte's foolish appearance. Charlotte grumbled, What? When was I ever foolish? In the evening, after a peaceful day with friends, Jane suddenly walked upstairs, approached Raina, and hesitantly announced, My lady, I think you should quickly go downstairs. Raina, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Jane's next words suddenly made Raina's mood sink. The thing is, your sister is currently in the hall. Uninvited guests have arrived. Raina rushed downstairs. She yelled towards Roxy, who looked disheveled. Rosie, are you really crazy? What's wrong with you? Roxy trembled, continuously pleading for Raina's help. Raina, please save me. Please let me live here. Raina was confused by Roxy's words. Roxy, what are you talking about? After Raina had heard the whole story, her eyes turned cold as she softly said, So,
you were climbing over the wall without permission. Roxy slipped into the mansion, then was discovered by Jane and brought here, right? Raina asked. Jane respectfully nodded at her. Yes, I thought I should inform you first, miss. I haven't told the master and madam yet. Raina turned to Jane and said cheerfully, Thank you. I'll tell mother and father myself. It's late. You should go rest, Jane. She bowed respectfully, then slowly withdrew. Yes, miss. Once only the two of them remained, Raina turned her head and glanced at her, questioning. Now explain yourself. Roxy looked at her timidly, with a pitiful expression. She pleaded earnestly. I just told you, didn't I? Please let me stay here. Please save me. Raina said irritably. Stop talking nonsense. What's with all this begging? Roxy, reverting to her old ways, asked with an annoyed tone. Do you know where we're moving to? It takes 5 hours by carriage to get to the capital. Do you think that's all? It's worse than a coal forest. It's surrounded by mountains, and the people living there are just farmers, not a single noble. Most importantly, Mother is acting very strangely. She's constantly irritable.
Raina coldly raised her head with a sigh. That's right, isn't it? Now the only person who can order her around is Rosie. She tiredly pressed. How did you get here? She bowed her head subserviently, explaining that because she only had enough money for a ride to Peachon, she took a carriage there and then walked the rest of the way. Raina was astonished by Roxy's words.
Rosie, who had never walked for long periods beyond strolling around the Capitol, had now walked for over 2 hours. Even though I understand how desperate she is, still. I understand, but even so, you shouldn't come here so recklessly. This isn't my house, and there's no way I'd allow it. Rosie. Roxy hastily pleaded with Raina again. Okay, wait, please. Raina, I will truly live quietly. I will live like a dead mouse. Her kind eyes gently lowered, feeling a little swayed. Raina looked out at the dark sky, thinking to herself, it's too dark to make her leave.
Honestly, when will I ever escape these people? You go up to the second floor and wait in the last room. Don't take any other path, just stay in there for 1 day. Since it's already late, I'll repeat that it's just for you to sleep over for 1 night. 1 day. I know, I'll stay quiet and behave. Raina then quickly knocked on Evely's door. Mother, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. May I come in? She gently invited her in. Come in. Raina stood before Evely, bowing her head and whispering, Mother, I am truly sorry. A problem has occurred. Surprised by her demeanor, she immediately pressed for an answer. What's wrong? What happened? Raina was flustered. Well, Roxy is currently at our house. Evely angrily shot up, slamming her hand on the table. What? Why is she here? Did she run away from home? I shouldn't have been reassured by Felix's words. I should have considered a situation like this. Ha, so what did she say? Does she want money? Raina recounted nervously. No, she didn't talk about money. She wants to live here. Emily immediately lifted her head in annoyance. What? Where is she now? Let me talk to her. Raina awkwardly, timidly suggested. Just 1 day. Can you let her stay for just 1 day? I will handle this matter myself.
She looked at her with a worried gaze. Wouldn't it be better if I did it? I'm worried that person will play tricks on you again. But Raina said confidently, I want to resolve this completely. I will talk to her. If it doesn't work, I'll tell you again, and then you can help me. Evely, full of thoughts, stared at her. She calmly sat down, agreeing with Raina's approach. All right, I understand. If you need help, tell me right away. She quickly bowed her head respectfully to Evely. Thank you, Mother. In the luxurious, well-equipped, and warm room, Roxy comfortably walked around. She sat down on the bed, happily drying her hair. Ha, this is what living is all about. When will that girl arrive? I'm starving to death.
Roxy's eyes immediately fell upon the valuable items. Her gaze swept around the room with a greedy look. Roxy excitedly thought to herself, all right, so the Dispenser family is like this, huh? So much money that they scatter it in unoccupied living rooms. What difference would it make if I stayed in one room? I'll never go back to that person a second time. On the day of the coronation, her parents packed their belongings as soon as they returned. At that time, Catherine angrily glared at her, questioning, Did you go look for Raina without permission? Roxy furiously yelled, Why do I need your permission to go look for her? Her mother's eyes gradually darkened, looking at her coldly. A loud slap echoed, knocking Roxy to the cold floor. Smack. Gold, jewels, there's nothing you don't have, all found and nurtured devotedly by me. Yet you lack the crucial baggage to marry properly. Do you want to climb higher now? Roxy, stunned, touched her face. Mother. After that day, her mother's attitude towards her changed instantly. Even though she didn't want to think about it, it kept appearing in her mind. This isn't Roxy. This terrible life couldn't possibly be Roxy. It was like a familiar image suddenly appearing in her head with someone's shout. Hey! That person called Raina, but Roxy had taken her place. Raina. Her mother suddenly gave Roxy a mocking smile. Oh dear, so it wasn't her after all. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Get to work, like a ticking time bomb. Tsk.
Roxy clutched her head, screaming in despair. No, I am not Raina. In Roxy Homewood's former golden age, she was always loved, the proud young lady of the Homewood family. Her magnificent dress, with hand-embroidered gold threads and large gemstones, accentuated her beauty, like a princess from a fairy tale.
Completely different from Raina, who was hated. Roxy remembered the powerful image she once had, secretly and firmly resolving, I will absolutely not become like her. Roxy ran off into the dark sky. Absolutely, absolutely. I will not become Raina. I am Roxy. Raina suddenly opened Roxy's door coldly and stepped inside. Her arrogant demeanor gone, Roxy stared blankly at Raina. Raina's eyes coldly glanced at Roxy. Roxy pretended nothing was wrong and said, Oh, you're here, Raina. I'm so hungry. Raina replied indifferently. But before that, answer me. What do you plan to do later? Roxy swallowed, choosing her words carefully. Roxy, still holding on to her dream, firmly said, I already told you. I'll just live quietly here, okay? Raina questioned Roxy again. Then how do you plan to live? Roxy repeated blankly. How to live? I said I would live quietly. Raina tiredly held her head.
Don't you think you should have prepared something, like a plan? It was foolish of me to expect anything from you. It isn't about interest. So you just want to do nothing, just eat, sleep, and waste money, right?
Roxy cried out in dissatisfaction. There are so many servants here. What is there for you to do? Raina walked straight up to Roxy and said contemptuously, if you want to do it, you will. Normally, no one wants to eat free meals, unless, like you, they are thick-skinned enough to make such a demand. Roxy stood up straight, uncomfortably pointing directly at her and questioning, hey, even if I'm older, how can you say something like that? But Raina still stared at her sternly and continued, you made such an unreasonable request. I thought you were ready to hear these words, weren't you? There's no reason for you to be treated with special consideration here. Roxy took a step forward, then growled, no reason? I'm your older sister. Raina aimed straight at her weakness and yelled, you're always like this, only mentioning being an older sister when it benefits you. Have you ever truly fulfilled the role of an older sister? Roxy was speechless and couldn't utter another word. It's too hot. What is it? What is it?
What is happening? How did it come to this? Raina was horrified by the sight. Roxy continued to clutch her dress, screaming, Auntie, why is this happening? Why can't this fire be put out? It's so hot, it hurts so much. Hey, are you just going to stand there and watch? But Roxy gradually stopped screaming when she met Raina's venomous gaze. The fire ant spread to her hair, but she no longer bothered to scream. In her final moments, Roxy's life replayed before her eyes like a rewinding videotape. Roxy had never helped Raina. She was just a bully to Raina. She took Raina's kindness for granted and never tried to understand Raina's pain. And now, with nothing in my hands, not knowing what to do, I was exactly like the bullied person, the Raina I once thought of. As for her, in her beautiful dress, living in a luxurious mansion, loved by everyone, she was the image I once had of Roxy. Roxy did not help Raina. The real Raina angrily shouted, What are you doing? Quickly take off your clothes! But Roxy remained frozen, unmoving, even as the fire spread. Raina quickly tore off her shirt, then she decisively threw it outside.
She quickly cut off Roxy's flaming hair. The flaming strands were quickly thrown straight into the fireplace by Raina. Roxy collapsed, staring blankly at the fire before her. Raina suddenly grabbed Roxy's shoulders tightly. Her voice rang out, full of frustration. What is wrong with you? You could have died just now, do you understand? How long do you plan to live like this? Snap out of it. Roxy's eyes remained vacant, unable to awaken from her daze. Raina looked at Roxy's lifeless gaze with confusion. Tears of regret slowly began to fall from the corners of Roxy's eyes. Jane, having just opened the room door, asked anxiously, Miss, what's wrong? What was that shouting just now? The chaotic scene, with Roxy collapsed on the floor, confused Jane. Jane quickly approached to check on Raina. What happened? Oh my, your hands are all burned. Raina gently reassured Jane. I'm fine. Please take care of Roxy first. Her legs are badly burned. I cannot become Roxy. Jane quickly stepped out of the room. Oh dear, I'll call for help. We can't hide this from the madam. Raina urgently called out. Please do. Roxy remained kneeling on the floor, despairing with the thought. I am not Raina either. That morning, Raina woke up early, then went to Roxy's room and softly called, Roxy, wake up. Raina's eyes widened in surprise when she saw no one in the room. Roxy. Raina's gaze shifted slightly, glancing at something. A letter was neatly placed on the table. Raina slowly walked over. She picked up the letter. The letter contained only a scrawled line, written in haste. I'm sorry. Raina stared at the letter with a complex expression.
She looked up at the scenery outside the window and sighed. I thought she would never have to say this to me, but even with just this one sentence, I still find it hard to forgive her. Just as she needed a lot of time to understand me, I also need time to truly accept her apology. Perhaps this is the story fate has set for us. Goodbye, Roxy. A new day began. The uninvited guest had left. A little time passed, and a momentous day arrived for the kingdom of Benedictus. It was as if the gods were also blessing this day. Even though it was midwinter, the sky was blue, and warm sunlight spread everywhere. The winter bride was more beautiful than any flower. Thanks to the clever arrangements of the new king, who was always worried about the treasury, if one were to ask whether the wedding was worthy of a royal member, it would perhaps be a simple ceremony. But I believe everyone sincerely blessed this lovely couple. The three girls were all gathered together, admiring the radiant bride in her wedding dress, while Claire bowed her head and burst into tears.
Claire burst into tears, heartbroken, asking herself, is our Charlotte getting married? Raina walked in and came to comfort her. No one is happier for Charlotte's wedding than Claire. Don't cry anymore, Claire. Salvia stood beside her, rubbed her face, and then shyly said, Charlotte, when you stepped onto the carriage, I saw Claire sobbing, and I was surprised myself. Claire suddenly looked up, her face drenched in tears, and explained,
I've been following Charlotte for a very long time, which is why I'm so emotional now. Do you know how dreamlike this moment is? We all once wished that she would be healthy, able to run and jump freely everywhere, just to enjoy the simple things everyone else has. The image of Charlotte still lying on her sickbed suddenly appeared in everyone's minds.
She burst into tears again, crying like rain without end. And now she's getting married. Tell me, how can I not cry? Salvia helplessly patted her back. I understand, but even the lady of the house wouldn't cry this much. You're acting like her mother. Claire gradually stopped crying and began to joke. I just didn't give birth to her, but isn't her illustrious standing in high society thanks to my nurturing? Raina happily looked at the warm scene before her and thought to herself, such a strong presence must surely be thanks to the loving people always surrounding her. Claire then turned her attention to Raina. Come to think of it, Raina said she would be living in the capital starting today, didn't she? She tilted her head and replied excitedly, Yes, from today onwards I am also a resident of the capital. Claire suddenly covered her mouth with interest, uttering a strange remark. Not married yet, but already living in a mansion with just the two of you? Salvia also chimed in, gently warning Raina. That's very dangerous. Young men and women living together, it wouldn't be strange for something to happen. She shook her head repeatedly in embarrassment, explaining, No, it's not like that. There are many servants too. It's not just the two of us.
Claire playfully teased Raina. The maid is very perceptive, Raina. Raina blushed and cried out, Ah, really? You two are too much. The carriage carrying Raina slowly started to move. Inside the carriage, Jane was happily humming and swaying. Raina wondered and asked Jane, Do you like the idea of living in the new mansion? I'm very nervous. Jane quickly replied, Of course, I'm also scared. However, I'm very happy that the young lady is taking me along. Jane's words surprised Raina. Raina smiled brightly and said to Jane, In the Dispenser family, you are the one who always prioritizes and cares for me. Now without you, I would be the one in trouble. I am the one who is truly happy to have you with me, Jane. Jane quickly ran to embrace Raina, overcome with emotion. Young lady, I will be loyal to you for life. Raina chuckled playfully. Is that so? After a long journey, the carriage finally stopped. A magnificent and splendid mansion caught Raina's eye. She exclaimed in surprise, Wow, the Dispenser mansion isn't small either, but this place is much bigger. Jane added, It's certainly different, being a place where a duke once lived.
Benjamin suddenly stepped forward, bowing respectfully before Raina. Welcome, my lady. I am Benjamin, the head butler of this mansion. Raina, flustered, quickly greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Raina. I heard you've been working here since His Majesty was still on the throne, so I thought you'd be older. Benjamin glanced around her and asked, But is the master not accompanying you, my lady? Raina smiled and honestly replied, Felix said he would return in the evening. It seems he still has some matters to discuss with His Majesty after the session concludes. Benjamin politely offered, Is that so? Then allow me to guide you, my lady. First, please come up to your room. Raina replied courteously, Yes, thank you, Benjamin. Benjamin's features suddenly became clear in Raina's eyes. She blushed shyly, staring at his retreating back. Benjamin led Raina to her room. This is the room you will be using, my lady. The master decorated it while always thinking of you. Raina exclaimed in surprise. Really? Truly? Benjamin added, He also said that you are welcome to use the library or the study or any other place you like. She blushed shyly and replied, All right, all right.
Jane excitedly pointed to a room, looking enthusiastic. This room is so cute. Lady Raina nodded in agreement. Indeed, I didn't expect Felix to decorate it himself. Benjamin suddenly spoke up, suggesting, Madam must be tired after the big event. How about you rest first before taking a stroll around the mansion? I will take Jane on a tour. Jane happily turned her head to look at Raina and said, All right then, you probably haven't had enough sleep today either. Raina understood her meaning and smiled, saying, Then I'll rest for a bit. You two have fun. The two of them quickly walked away, leaving Raina in a quiet space. Raina tiredly flopped onto the bed. Phew. She opened her eyes and looked around at everything. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in Raina's heart. This would be the home she would live in from now on. The nervousness of arriving at a completely new place and the excitement of thinking about starting a new family with Felix here, it felt like something was tickling her heart. Perhaps it was the sunlight streaming into the room, so peaceful. Until Felix returns, I'll just take a short nap. It was many hours later when Raina opened her eyes. Her feet stirred slightly. Her eyes lazily opened, glancing around, muttering to herself in her drowsiness. It's so dark. What time is it? I must have slept too deeply. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Raina's shoulder, holding her tightly. She felt a warm chest pressing against her back and exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Felix's serene face immediately met her eyes.
Raina couldn't help but blush, her mind a mess, unsure of what was happening. Just then, Felix seemed to sense her movement, and he slowly opened his eyes. Felix, still sleepy, asked Raina, Are you awake? Which startled her.
making her face flush even more. Then Felix naturally pulled her into his embrace again and mumbled sleepily, "It's still dark. Go back to sleep." This left Raina indescribably embarrassed. Lying in his arms, Raina whispered each sentence. When did it become like this?" Felix, with his eyes still closed, calmly replied, "Yeah, probably since last night." Hearing that, Raina, embarrassed, stammered an apology. "Sorry, I just fell asleep."
However, Felix didn't respond to her words, continuing to sink into his sleep. Seeing Felix like that, Raina could only helplessly think to herself, he's asleep again, he must be very tired. After that, Raina also tried to close her eyes and sleep, but she couldn't manage to doze off. Unable to sleep any longer, the situation at that time left Raina with no peace of mind to sleep. Early the next morning, in the mansion, there was a knock on the door outside Raina's bedroom. Raina spoke up, "Come in." Jane happily stepped inside. "My lady, master, breakfast is ready." Because she couldn't sleep all night, Raina's face clearly showed signs of exhaustion and fatigue, with dark circles under her eyes. Raina wearily replied to Jane, I'll be right down." Jane looked at her lady like that and said with great concern, "My lady, you don't look well." Raina intended to explain casually, "It's nothing, I just couldn't sleep." Unexpectedly, her words made Jane blush, thinking in a different direction. Could it be... So Raina quickly dispelled that thought. "No, it's not what you're thinking." A moment later, Raina and Felix were together in the dining room. Raina elegantly brought a piece of meat to her mouth, gently chewing it carefully.
Raina found the atmosphere too quiet, so she turned to Felix to start a conversation. "Is this the first time just the two of us are having breakfast together?" Felix smiled at Raina and replied, "That's right. Ever since Raina arrived, breakfast has always been lively. It feels a bit unusual for it to be so quiet." Afterwards, Raina curiously asked him, "Are you going out early today?" Felix replied, There will be a lot of work in the coming period, so I'll probably leave early and come back late." Felix frowned sadly. Hearing Felix's words, Raina became like a sad bunny, pouting. "I see, you must be very tired." Felix took this opportunity to smile lightly and ask her, "Raina, if you don't mind, could you choose my outfit for today?" Hearing this, Raina was a little surprised and froze. Afterwards, Raina gave a gentle smile, agreeing with him. "Yes, of course." After the meal, Raina saw Felix off. Before leaving, Felix said to Raina, "I might be back late, but I'll try to come home as early as possible." Raina smiled, closing her eyes in agreement. "Yes, please be careful." But Felix didn't leave immediately. He stared blankly at her, making Raina a little confused. Then, without hesitation, Felix gently lifted Raina's face. He then gave her a light kiss. Raina didn't have time to understand what was happening before her face flushed red with embarrassment. Looking at Raina's innocent and adorable face, Felix unconsciously smiled happily. "I'm leaving now." Raina, flustered by her shyness, softly replied, "Yes, yes." Raina hugged her flushed face, feeling embarrassed inside, as if they had just become husband and wife.
Jane, who was beside her, seeing Raina in such a state, gently said, "Oh dear, young lady, please pull yourself together. You have important business today, don't you?" Hearing Jane say that, Raina suddenly remembered. "Ah, that's right. Get ready quickly. I'm going out." Then Raina quickly went back into the mansion to change. The scene shifted to another mansion.
Claire, upon seeing Raina, joyfully waved and called out to her from afar, "Raina, over here, over here!" Raina hurried over to Claire, speaking breathlessly. "Claire, Salvia, I'm sorry, you've all been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Salvia propped her head thoughtfully. "I wonder how important this matter is that you couldn't tell us yesterday and had to discuss it privately like this. I've been dying of curiosity." Claire, sitting opposite, also propped her chin and asked in agreement, "So you weren't going to tell us until we all gathered and met privately? I'm dying of curiosity." Raina awkwardly rubbed her two thumbs together, informing them, "Actually, Felix's and my wedding date has been set. Since His Majesty's wedding is about to take place, we didn't discuss it for a while, and I felt it would be disrespectful to receive congratulations beforehand." Hearing this, Salvia and Claire both gaped in astonishment. "Oh my, you've already chosen a date? Good heavens, how could you keep quiet about it all this time?" Raina said shyly, "It wasn't that long, and I really wanted to tell you."
Claire stretched out, pouting. "No, I just married off Charlotte yesterday, and now even Raina? Who am I supposed to play with now? Are you saying such things right next to me, the one who has played with you all this time?" Salvia's face darkened beside her, reminding her, "If you're a friend, you should offer blessings, not make demands." Afterwards, Salvia couldn't help but gently scold Claire. "Of course I have to congratulate her, it's just that I'm a little sad." Claire pouted and said coldly, "All right, if Raina's bouquet is given, Claire will get married." "Really? Will Claire accept?" Even though I don't like anyone," Claire said, pointing to herself, "but Raina's wedding bouquet cannot be given to another girl." Hearing that, Claire's eyes sparkled. "Thank you, Claire," which made Claire very happy. "I was the one who asked, but Raina seems to like it more, huh?" Claire's eyes sparkled as if containing stars, and she clasped her hands together, smiling brightly. Then I can receive the wedding bouquet at Claire's wedding. At this point, Claire asked Salvia, I heard my mother say that Mary is also discussing marriage. Salvia spoke. It's true that mothers being friends with each other isn't good at all. Looking at all this commotion, I guess Claire's doctor is also involved. Hearing that, Claire's eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. Really? Claire, do you have someone you like? Claire flinched and quickly turned her head away. Claire doesn't know. Didn't hear. Claire's eyes shone brightly as she looked at her friend Claire. I hope Claire will reveal a little more.
Claire covered her ears again, pretending not to hear anything, and stood up, wanting to run away. Ugh, this is so annoying. Let's just go for a walk, running away from embarrassment. She hasn't changed since she was 10 years old. The tale followed behind. Even if Claire tried to deny it, saying, it's not a romance or anything, don't follow me, Salvia chuckled teasingly from behind. I also want to hear about Claire's love story. Raina, with sparkling eyes, delighted, exclaimed, look at her blushing, it's definitely love, it's love, tell me all about it. Raina kept trailing behind Claire, teasing, look at her blushing, it's definitely love, it's love, tell me all about it. Claire kept running. Raina is just like Charlotte, she's become an old maid Raina, save me, Salvia. Salvia, by her side, just smiled brightly and replied, how can I stop the Countess? As for Felix, he had given Lloyd an invitation letter. Looking at the letter on the table, Lloyd asked, oh, is the date set? Felix nodded slightly in affirmation. Felix smiled and said, although your majesty cannot attend, courtesy still dictates an invitation. Lloyd felt annoyed and waved his hand. Why can't I go? If you say that, then I must go, mustn't I? Felix chuckled teasingly. Even if your majesty says so, if you can't come, you can't come. Is it really appropriate for a king to leave the palace empty just to attend a count's wedding? Looking at Felix's triumphant face, Lloyd frowned in disgust. You seem happy, don't you? Felix replied cheerfully. Is it that obvious? Lloyd turned his face away and grumbled. Yes, very happy, aren't you? Waking up in a mansion with just the two of you, with the woman you've loved for half your life, how could you not be happy? Lloyd felt sad for his own fate. As for me, I'm so busy that even during my honeymoon it's hard to see my wife's face. It's truly regrettable.
At that moment, Felix merely bowed stiffly. Work hours are over, and I have nothing left to do, so I'll take my leave first. This made Lloyd even more fed up with life. This is the most soulless condolence I've ever received. Felix smiled brightly, raising a hand to his chest in a salute to Lloyd. The woman I'll love for the rest of my life is waiting for me. Ha, how annoying. Seeing this, Lloyd could only furrow his brows in anger. Grandfather, ancestors, your cute grandson is here. As dusk began to fall, Lloyd quietly went out to the yard alone. He sat down on the armchair, letting out a soft sigh. Could this be considered good news? The eldest son of the Dispenser family would be getting married next spring. Lloyd placed the invitation on the seat next to him. He quietly recalled the dying wish of Felix I, who had loved Lily Dispenser until his last breath. That dying wish had been passed down through generations of the Cornwell family. Some didn't care, while others couldn't find a way to fulfill it. I first saw that will when my father passed away, and I had to inherit the title. Initially, I disregarded that will. Felix I was an ancestor I had never met, nor was he a king praised by history, so I had no reason to bind my life to his wishes. I had no desire to live by that will simply because I was born into the Cornwell family. I was arrogant, stubborn, and annoyingly intelligent. I held on to that thought until I met Felix Dispenser. The will was filled with verbose, tedious words, spanning 6 pages. If summarized in one sentence, it was a plea to protect the Dispenser family. The novel recounting the story between Felix and Lily was very well written. Most of the content matched the will, and I guessed that perhaps someone in the Cornwell family had read the will and then written it into a novel. However, there was a part not written in the novel. 15 years after Lily left, Felix I found her. Lily was found in a remote southern village, and it was said that she had married and was living with an adult son. Felix I, though only observing from afar, wished Lily happiness and then returned. However, upon returning to the palace and sinking into sorrow, Felix I suddenly thought of something. Perhaps that son was his own child. The child was of an age consistent with the time he and Lily had been apart, and his eyes were the same color as his own. Regretting not realizing it sooner, he went to that place once more, but Lily and her son were no longer there. From then on, he was so obsessed that the entire Cornwell family at the time devoted all their efforts to searching for Lily Dispenser. Finally, when they found her, Felix I had already passed away, and his son was also old. The Cornwell family later still tried to protect the Dispenser family, but protecting commoners like them as equals was not an easy task. Thinking of this, Lloyd looked up at the sky and declared, if our great-grandfather hadn't tried his best, the Dispenser family surely wouldn't have been able to become nobles or acquire the wealth they have today. After that, he praised himself. But honestly, I'm not inferior to my great-grandfather, am I? Among those who truly want to befriend Dispenser, I'm the only one. Lloyd leaned back and chuckled. Felix I must have wanted to get married, but That family doted on their daughter too much. How could they let the young lady of the Cornwell family marry into a baron's family, while he himself couldn't marry a man? Lloyd even imagined Felix wanting to punch him when he proposed to him. Perhaps he had already been beaten up when he proposed. Even so, afterwards, Lloyd fell into deep thought. But next time, who knows? Sitting under the late afternoon sun, Lloyd merely whispered to his ancestors, "Just wait a little longer, my ancestors. Who knows, perhaps next time I'll bring even better news?" Raina, on the other side, was quietly breathing in the air. Time seemed to fly by like the eager emotions in her heart. For Raina, winter, which had hidden the green grass and flowers, was slowly retreating, and spring with its gentle breezes had arrived. Now I am in Nisa to prepare for the wedding.
Joffrey irritably tossed the cards in his hand. I lost again. Raina, how are you so good? Raina held 2 cards in her hand, smiling triumphantly. Don't underestimate someone who only knows how to draw, bake, and play games like me. Hearing that, Joffrey puffed out his cheeks in a pout. I play at school often too, but what can I do when you're so good, Raina? Eden rested his hands on the back of Joffrey's chair, teasing. Complaining after losing only makes you look more pathetic, Joffrey. At that, Raina looked at Eden, beaming with excitement. She wanted to invite Eden to play with them right away. Eden, come on in. Eden tilted his head and smiled. Mom is waiting in the room, Raina. Shouldn't you try on the dress that just got altered? Raina's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that. She stopped playing cards and ran to Evely. Yes, I'm going right now. See you all later. On her way, Raina joyfully recalled the dress Eden mentioned, her mother's dress. About 2 months ago, Evely had held it up and asked her, "Raina, would you like to wear this dress?"
At that moment, Raina looked at the dress, her eyes sparkling. It's so beautiful. Seeing Raina's expression, Evely smiled gently. Really? If you like it, I'd be very happy. Fearing Raina might feel pressured, Evely added, but this style isn't a recent trend. If you don't like it, please feel free to say so. Raina quickly replied, I don't dislike it at all. It's truly beautiful. Evely caressed the dress in her hands and told Raina, I'm so happy to hear you say that. This is the dress I wore at my wedding. It's the most precious item in our home, and if I had a daughter, I would have loved to give it to her. When I had 3 sons, I'd have... Evely closed her eyes and smiled at Raina. Then Evely sincerely asked, Finally, I have a daughter. Can you fulfill my wish? This deeply moved Raina, and tears welled up in her eyes. Such an important dress. I want to wear it. I will definitely wear it. Raina clasped her hands tightly, looking resolutely at Evely. Evely smiled kindly. Hearing you say that makes me very happy. Do you want to try it on? Raina nodded firmly. Evely continued, It might be a bit loose on you, so I'll have to get it altered to fit. If you want, we can make some changes to match current trends. We have a talented designer in our home. Just let Eden do it. Hearing that, Eden felt a tremor in his heart.
Now, upon arriving at Evely's room door, Raina was extremely nervous, wanting to see that dress, wondering how it would turn out. So nervous. Raina gently opened the door. She poked her head in to greet Evely. Mother, I'm here. Evely sat on a chair. She looked towards Raina and called out, Come in, Raina. I know my son is skillful, but it seems he's even more talented than I thought. He made it very beautiful. Go try it on, my dear. Raina's eyes lit up, extremely excited. Let's go. After a period of time, Evely also let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's done. Truly, today's fashion outfits have too many sparkling details. Raina agreed accordingly. That's right. Since it's a wedding dress, Eden must have made it very carefully. Evely looked at Raina in front of her. She was very happy. After all, you are truly beautiful, my daughter. Raina was wearing a light pink dress. On her head, she also wore a floral headband, which significantly enhanced her beauty.
Mother lovingly hugged Raina. How can you be so adorable? This made her extremely embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed, Mom. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway, drawing closer. Then Felix's figure entered from outside. Mom, I'm home. It was then that he froze, realizing he was with Raina. Raina turned her head at Felix's voice, smiling at him. Felix, you're early, aren't you? Come on in. Seeing the beautiful Raina in front of him, Felix couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. After a while, he blushed and awkwardly turned away. Okay, the dress is fixed, isn't it? It suits you very well. Mother quickly walked in front of Felix, covering his eyes. Don't look anymore, kiddo. What if you see it too soon? Felix replied absently. Even if you cover them, it's no use. I've already memorized it for life. His words made Raina blush instantly. I'll change quickly and be right out. Then she hurried inside to change. Mother had to quickly follow her. Oh dear, sweetie, you can't take that dress off by yourself. The two left Felix, still blushing, outside. Recalling the sight of Raina and the dress, Felix couldn't contain his joy, covering his flushed face with his hand. I'm so happy. At that moment, Eden had appeared behind Felix without him knowing. Your mouth is practically stretched from ear to ear. This made the joyful Felix freeze. Eden teased further. Thanks to me, you got to see a beautiful sight, didn't you?
Though a little embarrassed, Felix couldn't help but praise Eden. "You did very well this time." Eden calmly sat down on the sofa nearby. It seemed everything was being prepared smoothly. How fortunate. The garden is now completely dyed pink.
Felix tiredly sat down on the opposite side. Initially, he felt guilty for handing over everything to his mother and father. Now he could only be grateful. At this moment, Felix suddenly asked Eden a question. "Eden, don't you have anyone suitable?" Eden was immediately stunned by the question.
He hastily said, "If you ask about that, I'd be so embarrassed I'd want to throw up." But Felix still said very seriously, "If things continue like this, you might have to marry someone you don't want to. It's time to seriously think about it." Eden remained very calm. "No need. As for you, marrying the person you love, like His Majesty, that truly is special and rare." Eden simply said, "I just want to do what I love, then marry someone my parents approve of, and live a life that's just enough, neither lacking nor excessive." Felix seriously asked Eden, "Are you really okay with that?" Eden became pensive again and didn't answer. At this moment, Joffrey came out from somewhere, leaned against the back of the chair where Eden was sitting, and said, "I, on the other hand, will marry the person I love." Then, Joffrey gleefully announced to his brothers, "And I have a girlfriend." This immediately made both of them bewildered and disbelieving. Felix and Eden's faces clearly showed deep shock at this sudden announcement. Felix asked, "You? I sent you to the academy to study, and yet you're only concerned with dating?" Joffrey in turn heavily criticized his two brothers' way of thinking. "Ugh, what kind of talk is this? Why are my brothers so rigid?" Only then did Felix speak up to inquire, "Who is that girlfriend, and when did you meet her?" Joffrey stretched leisurely and recounted, "It's Angela, the second daughter of the Viscount Silver Beach family, brother. We've been together for about 3 months. Hearing that, Eden immediately turned to Joffrey and complained, "What? You kept something like that a secret for 3 months?" Joffrey in turn considered it unimportant. Who reports every single dating detail at home these days? That's so provincial, brothers. Hearing that, Eden was furious. He turned to Felix, wanting to demand justice. "Brother, look at him. How dare he say such disrespectful things to us? What exactly did the academy teach you?"
Felix bowed his head thoughtfully, wondering how much he must have lacked trust, as for the past 3 months, Joffrey had constantly complained that his brothers were annoying. On the other side of the bedroom door, Raina and Evely had heard everything Joffrey said. Raina looked at her mother excitedly. "Mom!" Evely was also overjoyed. "What is it, Raina?" "Our family truly never lacks good news." The two cheered with joy. In the evening, the family of 6 gathered for dinner together. Alex sat in the middle, cheerfully remarking, "It's been a long time since we all sat down for dinner like this, hasn't it?" Eden agreed. "That's right. Everyone has been busy lately." Suddenly, Alex cleared his throat. He cautiously asked Eden, "Your store seems to be doing quite well, doesn't it?" Eden was a little taken aback by his father's question. Then Eden happily replied, "Of course it's doing well. You and Mom have helped me so much." Alex, instantly exposed, tried to deny it. "What did I help with?" Evely, sitting next to him, calmly sipped a glass of wine. "If you've been caught, just own it to look cool, brother." This made Alex too embarrassed to look directly at Eden, causing Eden to simply smile. Eden complained to her mother, "Even though you helped me a little too much, I was almost busy to death, wasn't I?" For Evely, being busy with business was the greatest happiness. "Why are you complaining already?" Eden looked dejected. "Why are you forcing me to gradually become a businesswoman? I'm a designer, so it's okay to say luxurious things sometimes." Raina watched this scene from the side, secretly delighted. She had once trembled with worry, fearing her parents' disapproval. "But if you two are still helping like this, you must have acknowledged Eden, right? What a relief." Raina smiled brightly, full of contentment. At that moment, Evely looked at her and praised. "Ever since Raina arrived, our family has only encountered good things." Suddenly mentioned, Raina looked a bit bewildered. "Huh?" Then Alex also followed his wife's lead and praised their little daughter-in-law. "That's right, Raina is our family's good fortune." Eden even teased, "That's just the gift Big Brother chose for you." Joffrey, beside them, also sighed in agreement. "That's right, without Sister Raina, our home would be so dull. I probably wouldn't even bother coming home for the holidays." His words made Raina even more embarrassed. "Huh?" Raina froze, looking at everyone. "Why, suddenly—"
Raina's face flushed red, and she slammed her hand on the table. "Are you all teasing me?" Eden replied, "It's not teasing." Raina looked at Felix, wanting him to speak up for her. Unexpectedly, Felix smiled and agreed with everyone's words. "Accept it. That's the weight of someone who was loved." To everyone in the house, Raina was a heaven-sent gift and good fortune. Hearing everyone praise her in unison, Raina was very embarrassed. "Everyone, please, stop teasing me."
As the sky gradually darkened, Felix, having just finished his bath, sat on the bed and sighed. Just then, Raina gently approached and knocked on the door from outside.
This made Felix quite curious. Who could it be at this hour? Raina, from outside the door, softly spoke, "It's Raina. Are you asleep?" Hearing this, Felix was immediately surprised and quickly denied, "Oh, no, I'm not asleep. Come in, Raina." Raina then slowly opened the door and entered. She hid behind the door, looking at Felix with a bewildered expression. Seeing this, Felix gently asked, "Not asleep yet at this hour? Is something wrong?" Raina shyly avoided looking directly at Felix and said, "The thing is, lately in the capital, we've always slept together." This statement left Felix momentarily stunned. Then Raina gathered all her courage and said, "So sleeping alone feels a bit strange to me." Hearing this, Felix's face quickly flushed red. Is she trying to make me suffocate? Seeing that Felix remained silent, Raina felt dejected and was about to return to her room. She said, "I'm sorry if I bothered you." Felix gently replied, "You know very well that's not true. Come here." He looked at Raina affectionately and smiled. Seeing this, Raina's face also gradually turned red from embarrassment. Then she slowly walked towards Felix.
They embraced each other happily. A moment later, Felix looked at Raina teasingly. "Did you have a nightmare?" Raina looked at him in surprise. "How did you know?" Felix simply replied casually, "Who else has been sleeping next to you recently?" Raina then smiled awkwardly. "Felix seems to know everything about me." Felix hugged her and lay down on the bed. "No, not at all. There are many things I don't know." He pointed his finger. For example, Raina's mood before the wedding. Raina then said, "If Felix tells me his mood before the wedding, I'll tell you about mine too." Felix looked at her firmly. "That's already too clear to need saying." Felix's eyes were filled with undisguisable joy. He was so excited he felt like he could die. This was something he had wished for his entire life. Raina responded accordingly. "In terms of time, I'm behind you, but I feel exactly the same way. My mood right now is like I'm about to die from excitement." Suddenly, Raina's eyes shone with an indescribable sadness. "But I'm also a little scared. Is it okay if only good things like this keep happening? It seems only those who are accustomed to happiness can truly enjoy it. Now my life is filled with good things and is facing the happiest event of my life." Felix listened attentively to her. He didn't interrupt with a single word, just quietly listened to Raina's confidences. A moment later, Raina turned to look at Felix and smiled awkwardly. Yet the feeling of fear and unease grows even stronger. "I'm strange, aren't I?" Felix frankly replied with one word, "Yeah," which left Raina stunned. Felix brushed her hair aside, slowly adding, "But strange isn't necessarily bad. From now on, Raina will also know how to fully enjoy happiness, and I will definitely help you achieve that." He smiled at her. His words initially left Raina a little stunned, but she could hardly not be happy. Afterwards, the two happily embraced each other. Raina smiled and replied, "I'm counting on you for that, Felix." On the wedding day, the sky was incredibly clear blue and everything was meticulously and dazzlingly prepared. Claire reached up to adjust her hair. "Salvia, Salvia, is my ribbon crooked? Does it look okay?" Salvia beside her softly replied, "Yes, it's fine. Very cute. Really cute." Just then, Charlotte also walked over to them, and she couldn't help but tease Claire. "Anyone looking at you would think you're about to get married." Claire, full of confidence, pointed towards her father and replied, "Today, Claire is the one who will receive the wedding bouquet. She's only second in importance to the bride and groom." This made Charlotte grab her head and scold her. "Look at you talking. What dangerous words." Claire then changed the subject. "So Charlotte came too? Honestly, I thought you wouldn't be able to make it." Charlotte rubbed her nose, proudly saying, "Hee hee, of course. I'm Raina's first best friend, after all." Charlotte pointed with a smile. "Even a queen has to take a day off. That's what being a best friend means." This made Claire look at her with extreme judgment. "Charlotte, you're the one saying dangerous things now." Salvia, standing nearby, also said, "I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Then Salvia inquired, "But it seems like she really did escape this time, didn't she? You look just like a fugitive, Charlotte." A teasing voice spoke up from behind Charlotte. "Beautiful ladies."
"May I join your conversation?" This remark caught the attention of all three girls. When Charlotte turned to look, she felt a strange sense of familiarity, so Charlotte quickly removed the man's hat and glasses. "Ah, miss, what's going on?" This left the other two girls watching helplessly. Gradually, Claire and Salvia looked at the man and understood. Could it be? It turned out the man was not a stranger at all, but Lloyd. Lloyd feigned pitifulness and chided Charlotte. "Honestly, Charlotte, you're really too violent." In Claire and Salvia's minds, seeing this scene, they couldn't help but think, what a troublesome pair. Charlotte repeatedly hit her husband and complained, "I'm going crazy, truly crazy. How dare you come here? It's fine for me, but you shouldn't be here." Lloyd retorted, "No, you shouldn't be here either." Lloyd's eyes welled up with tears as he put on a pitiful act. "Ow, ow, that hurts. It's so unfair if I'm the only one not allowed to come. I'm the groom's only friend after all." At this moment, Eden was slowly strolling towards them. Claire glanced at Eden. Claire quickly informed Lloyd and his wife.
"Charlotte, Your Majesty, there's an emergency. The second child of the Dispenser family is approaching," which made Charlotte freeze, waiting for assistance. "Put it back on." She quickly handed the hat back to Lloyd. At this moment, Eden approached, greeting them politely. "Miss Salvia, Miss Claire, thank you both for coming. Is the dress a good fit and comfortable?" Claire teased. "Is the dress a good fit and comfortable? It fits as if I've been wearing it since birth." This made Salvia quickly cover Claire's mouth and interject apologetically. "Miss Claire is very stressed, isn't she?" "I apologize. When she's stressed, she often speaks rudely." Eden, however, seemed very relaxed. "It's all right. On the contrary, I'm rather pleased. I just wanted to hear your feedback. I'll be leaving now. Please continue your conversation." As he was about to leave, Eden paused for a moment. "Ah!" He turned back, pointing towards Lloyd and his wife. "I will keep the secret of the two distinguished guests who visited here." Eden's words immediately stunned all four of them. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that he had known all along. Meanwhile, Eden cheerfully hummed a tune as he leisurely walked away. They are truly interesting.
On Raina's side, she was holding her wedding bouquet. She wondered to herself, when the wedding ends, how will Felix and I change? What if there are mistakes? What if Roxy or her parents show up again? Raina's heart was restless with anxiety, fearing they would ruin everything. She quickly shook her head to dispel the worries. "No, don't think about it anymore. Everything will be fine. It definitely will be." At this moment, Felix, dressed in his suit, also walked towards her anxiously. "Raina, are you okay?" Looking at him in front of her, Raina didn't know what to say. "Felix, I want to say I'm fine, but I'm not fine at all. I'm so worried. What if something goes wrong? What if everything gets ruined?" She looked at Felix wearily. He gently kissed her forehead in comfort. "It's okay." Raina looked at Felix, feeling downcast. He smiled and said, "Then I'll get scolded along with you." Raina firmly disagreed. "No, that won't do. This is an important day. So many people have come to attend." Felix pondered for a moment and then said, Well, instead of getting scolded, we'll become a laughingstock." That didn't discourage Felix. On the contrary, he was very happy. "Eventually, we'll become a laughingstock and then get scolded together. When I made mistakes, Raina did the same. To continue doing this in the future, we have to get married today." His words deeply moved Raina.
Felix rested his forehead against hers. "It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to mess things up, but don't be afraid." Felix smiled brightly, encouraging Raina. "It would be a great pity if you remember today as a scary day. Today is a very important day after all." A little later, the wedding ceremony officially began. The MC began to extend a hand towards the door, waiting to welcome them. "Please welcome the bride and groom into the hall and give them a round of applause." Hearing that, Felix extended his hand towards Raina and asked, "Shall we go?" Raina smiled and took Felix's hand, agreeing, "Yes, Felix." The two then strode together into the wedding hall. Sometime later, Charlotte was once again filled with anxiety. They looked so beautiful that day. "I always thought Raina would remain as pure as a spring bride, an innocent girl." Charlotte gazed out the window, sighing wistfully. She also complained, "Heaven is truly cruel. How could it treat such an innocent child like that?" This made Claire, who was nearby, unable to help but complain. "Hey, Charlotte, Raina is still alive. Stop talking nonsense. Hold your breath." Salvia, standing nearby, agreed. "Exactly. Today is not the day to mess up. Tighten it up. We are the face of the kingdom after all." The outfit was so tight that Charlotte wanted to scream and cry. "How could you do this? My bones are breaking, I tell you. My bones are breaking." Raina, however, ignored Charlotte's cries. It was at this moment
Claire understood immediately. "Okay," then tied the outfit tightly. After putting on the outfit, he almost collapsed. "Damn it, what kind of fashion is this?" Raina and Claire high-fived happily. Mission accomplished. It had been 7 years since I married Felix. I had been a lady-in-waiting for Zach Lott and Claire for 2 years. Unlike a maid, this was a job only nobles could do, so it wasn't overly difficult. When no one was looking, I would sometimes act like a child, and I often felt like I wasn't really working. But the biggest reason I was satisfied with this job was being able to see my husband working. Just then, Felix also glanced out the window.
Seeing his wife's current situation, Felix's mind was filled with many big question marks. Noticing Felix looking back at her, Raina just smiled brightly and waved at him. Caught red-handed. Unexpectedly, this made Raina lose her grip on Charlotte. Oh! They both fell with a loud thud, leaving Felix utterly dumbfounded. The loud noise was so great that Lloyd, who was working, had to look up and out. What's going on? Before Lloyd's eyes was the sight of his wife and her 2 friends piled on top of each other, leaving both Lloyd and Felix feeling utterly helpless. Lloyd asked tiredly, "When will our ladies finally grow up?" Felix also said helplessly, "After becoming a maid, my wife seems to be more childlike." The 2 husbands could only sigh, unable to do anything. Oh dear. Charlotte, lying on top, complained, "Oh dear, Raina, what are we to do if you're so careless?" Raina innocently replied, "It's because I caught Felix's eye, so..." Claire, who was being crushed by both of them, could only helplessly tell them to get up. "You two, get up first." Just then, an adorable little boy quickly ran over. "Mommy, are you okay?"
Charlotte knelt down to embrace the boy. Oh, my dear child. Sweetie, did you come because you were worried about Mommy? The boy tearfully asked Charlotte. Yes, Mommy, does it hurt? I saw you fall very hard.
Claire immediately stepped forward and said, Prince, I've become a super soft cushion for your mother. The queen won't feel any pain at all. The boy excitedly grabbed Claire's hand. Thank you, madam, for protecting my mother. At this moment, Lloyd also came out. He leaned down and teased Claire. I should also thank you, madam. Thank you for protecting my wife. Lloyd's words gradually carried a hint of menace. Thanks to you ladies who often come to play with my troublesome wife, my worries always remain. Indeed, Felix, standing behind, said nothing but nodded vigorously in agreement with Lloyd. This made all three girls turn their faces away, not daring to look directly. Claire pouted and complained, It's Charlotte's fault again that we're getting scolded. Charlotte, in turn, blamed both of them. You two are also guilty for not stopping me. Raina, helpless, said, I was going to stop you, but honestly, I was curious too. At this moment, two children rushed over. Mommy, Daddy! This made Felix quickly freeze. Raina, hearing the call, was equally stunned. The couple quickly turned around in unison and yelled, Nason, Stella, don't run!
The two running children immediately stopped. The three people walking behind saw the wound on Nason's leg and silently understood. It seemed he often fell, something parents would immediately grasp. Raina held Stella in her arms. She bowed her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I don't know how the children managed to get in here. As for the two people responsible for supervision, Eden and Joffrey, they were already lying helplessly outside in the yard. The attendant assigned to watch them had fallen asleep, unable to keep up with the energy of a 3-year-old. Joffrey waved his hand, smiling broadly. It's all right. It's their parents' workplace, so they can come and play. Charlotte bent down to look at the two children. Charlotte smiled and praised. Stella and Nason, you two have grown so much, haven't you? The two children very politely bowed to Charlotte. Greetings, Your Majesty, Queen Charlotte. Charlotte looked at them, feeling her heart melt. Oh my, they're so adorable. How can they be so clever? At this moment, Lloyd's child noticed little Stella. The boy told Lloyd, Dad, the doll is talking. Joffrey pointed towards Stella. This made everyone suddenly freeze in surprise. Stella tilted her head. She didn't understand what he was trying to say. Doll? At this moment, Felix, radiating murderous intent, stood behind Joffrey and glared a warning, making Joffrey break out in a cold sweat.
Lloyd quickly moved away from Felix, coughing a few times. Then Lloyd promptly ordered, Excellent. Everyone can leave work early today. Go home and enjoy a happy dinner with your beloved families. We should have days like this once in a while, shouldn't we? Seeing his expression, one couldn't help but feel sorry for him, the poor Majesty. After that, Felix and his wife rode home together in a carriage. Inside the carriage, Raina smiled brightly. Eden and Joffrey were really tormented by the children. It's hilarious. At this moment, Felix gently rested his head on her shoulder. When Raina turned to look, she noticed all three of them were already asleep. Oh dear. Raina smiled gently. It seems the three of them are very tired. A little later, the carriage arrived at the mansion's entrance. Raina out a moment of silent reflection. How have Felix and I changed since we got married? Perhaps many things have changed. We have become each other's happiness. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.